我既认可我自身工作的价值，也认同分担大众所作所为的意义。我想，我还是会以我的责任为荣的。美露心是枫丹引以为傲的美丽生灵，你一定要和他们做好朋友，也不要伤害他们。我既认可我自身工作的价值，也认同分担大众所作所为的意义。我想，我还是会以我的责任为荣的。 水的味道是很有讲究的。蒙德的水清冽，璃月的水回味悠长，稻妻的水口味幽邃深远。须弥的水味道虽然丰富，但需要细品。我既认可我自身工作的价值，也认同枫丹大众所作所为的意义。我想，我还是会以我的责任为荣的。
What? Testing. Okay. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Hey. Testing 1 2. Testing. What? Testing. Oh, that means this. Hello. Hello. Okay, well, I could just do this, I guess. Good. Boop. I'm going to have a... I'm just going to say cigarette. Don't smoke, kids. Alright. Puri... Oh, yeah, her name is Furina. I keep forgetting about that. Hola, M. You know what's funny? I was talking to my girl yesterday. It was like, here's how the stream's going to start. M's going to show up, hit the Q, and we're going to kick it for a minute. It's going to start with M. How you doing, M? What's goes in zone? Where's the bot? Yeah, I'm about to do it right now. Did you need help with something, M? First off, what's going on, M? Shout out to you, Swaggity. What's happening with you? You was gonna join me for the flower? Okay, for sure. Give me... Yeah, because I had just started the stream. How am I doing? I'm super good. You need mask for Layla? Okay, we'll get it in. Wagwan Gabby, Wagwan Rise. What's happening with y'all? You're hitting the AR50. Yeah, I was gonna say, ain't you AR 55 already? What's going on, man? Let me make sure it's open. Do it later. It's all good. You just need to do your commissions, right? That should be open. Sorry for being late. As of late, like last, I don't know how many streams at this point. Now, you talking about life before game? Or life before the game? Yes. It is life before the game right now. For me. But that is okay. Alright, so let's see. In a good way. I mean, not in a good way. Lots of good things are happening, actually. Alright. It's hot as a minion's armpit. So let's go on ahead and close that. Because it's hot outside. Alright, cool. M, you did not have to join. I already got you, brother. Oh, I was supposed to do something. God dang it. Okay, well, you guys get to see this. I'm sorry. I don't want you guys to see this, but it's not that I'm blocking them. I just need them out the list. And it's not removing them from the list. They'll naturally go out the list then. Okay. So, yeah, it's not a bad blood thing. I just need the name out the list. I don't need it out the list. I just get out the list. Alright, so once that's done, once that's done, it's done. It's like, cool, great. On this day what? On this day, oop. Wrong chat. You good. You good. Alright, so let's see. So, shout out to y'all, by the way. How are y'all doing? I have so much in the works. Like, so much written down. And work picked up a little bit. So that's a good thing. And we're doing Layla's boss. If I remember, this is Layla's boss? Oh. Oh, no, you could. This is where many people have been showing off. Oh, we hit AR-50. Yes, we are hitting AR-56. Swag. Miserable, I think I failed my anatomy quiz. You know, I had a whole speech. This kid is accidentally dope, if I'm gonna say so. So, alright. I don't know where we're going. I'm assuming here you said Layla's boss. And you're doing fine, Faith. That is amazing to hear. I will say that. Doing fine at this point is a great thing. Say I overthink it, but I end up doing fine. Well, I mean, if you're doing good, then that's what matters. I probably didn't need her. Now I think about it. I need her. What am I doing? Good morning, guys. Good afternoon. Holy Jesus. All right. And my math test apparently only has 9 questions. I don't like that at all. That's not bad. That's a critical thinking quest. Is my Layla Sand good? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I personally think it's good. I think it's good. I'll put it this way. In my opinion, it's good. It's not great, but it's good. It is good. It's really good. You're very close to your minimums. If it hits crit rate, it's really good. If it hits crit damage, it's really, really good. Well, it depends on what your crit rate is. She's a burst DPS and shielder. She is Ronald Hicks. Jesus Christ, how you doing, brother? Wagwan, wah. So I tried to make Layla burst DPS, and she's cool, but she's not strong at all. Was bad if you put Venti with Yoimiya and Yunjin and Yalan. There's nothing really wrong with that. I ain't gonna lie, I feel like this would have been quicker with Yalan. Then again, I'm not using all of Moonlight, I guess I could say. Yay! Getting money, keep doing it, man. So I've been showing up super late to the stream, but yeah, she's way quicker, huh? Yeah. I tried to call it, man, but everybody was riding on his ponytail. Like, he's a strong. I'm like, nah, bruh. Yolanda is still kind of like, nah, man. Like, we are talking about Yolanda now. I mean, she ain't no. She's something we'd like to say that is not a joke. I like Layla, but yeah, nah, man. I've been showing up super late because I've been brainstorming a whole bunch of ideas for my business and whatnot, and talking to my girl about it and whatnot. So I just been. It's been a lot of staying up late, a lot of planning, just a whole lot of stuff outside the stream. It's definitely been some life before the game type energy. You feel me? You know. So, but it's been a good thing. What's going on? What's that? Paradisics? I want to call you Paradisics. Can I look at Layla's weapon? Yeah, I seen it. It's that HP weapon. Hold on, because you were saying something in the chat. Last longer than the last test. I mean, it should. Oh my God! Why don't you change your name to Dior? Are you hiding your identity? I'm just playing with you. What's up, Dior? What's happening with you? Funny because I talked to my granddaughter and she's gonna be a witch for Halloween, which is amazing. All right, so we got a level 60 level 53 out of 60 Layla, but the user is Paradise. Ah, okay, Paradise. I like that. Doing assignments, swag. It's the only other HP weapon. It is the only other HP weapon. Yeah, it's just an HP sword. Because we don't have a 4-star HP sword, so they gave us a 4-star HP sword, which is amazing. Yeah, you got the key. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no other HP options unless you get the key. If you ain't got the key, that's it, right? So, but this weapon, yeah, I mean, it'll work. Like, you can get Layla. If I'm not mistaken, you can get her like 60k. It's like a try-hard build, but if you can get her there, great. The thing is, making her a burst DPS is going to be a little troublesome, and this is only because her multiplier is really low, the starting multiplier. So, like, she only does 7.4% of max HP, and with max HP, I'm only level 60 on mine, but she's level 90, right, with like a bunch of HP stats. So 40,000 HP, she still does next to kind of nothing on her burst. What's going on, AX? How you doing? She still does kind of next to nothing on her burst, which is fine. But you're looking at like melting every one of her burst hits if you want her burst to do any kind of damage. Yeah, you can get her like 60k. But keep in mind, this is 7% of 60k, right? Whereas you can do, you know, the exquisite throw is 8% of 30k, which sounds like it doesn't make sense until you consider the fact that it's 3 of them coming out at a time. Not to mention her skill is 38% of her max HP. So if you wanted to do a whole bunch of damage, you would need to get your Layla. I have a try-hard build on your line right now. You would need try-hard damage on your Layla plus the HP. And that is what's going to make Layla kind of tricky, if that makes sense. So you're actually looking at like a miss splitter, or like a, not a miss splitter, but whatever Al Haytham's weapon is. You're looking at like Al Haytham's weapon or something like that. You know what I mean? So yeah. But love the weapon though. Like I am building the same as you saw. I'm building the same weapon, so I'm with you on that one. Like for real, for real. You said yeah. Hold on, let me open up the chat real quick. Oh, it is on live chat. Okay, for sure. You rolled for it on a weapon banner? I did the same thing, man. I rolled for it and I got it. Well, I rolled for a Homa, but I ended up getting that weapon, so that was amazing. Never thought about that. I got an extra Al Haytham weapon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you would, that's if you want to do damage on her, and it's, so think about, so you got to kind of think about it. So his weapon is 88 crit damage, right? But he doesn't have any attack percent scaling. So on characters where you don't have attack percent scaling, right? You can use weapons with lower base attack but higher of their respective substat. Whereas characters that use attack scaling, typically you want to get the higher attack scaling with the lower substat, if that makes sense. This is where you'll see characters, weapons like Eula's weapon, really start to like play a role, because her base attack on her weapon is so astronomically, she's in a different tier of weapons. Once you found out it was HP, yeah, same thing here. I found out it was HP. I'm like, I need that. Dang, Genshin has gotten harder. Not really. Well, they added Dendro. That's what happened. You have tip. Oh wait, I want to change my Yoimiya weapon. Any tips? I would try an attack weapon, personally. Personally. So if there's an attack weapon, like an attack weapon, not necessarily an elemental mastery weapon, but I would try an attack percent weapon. And I would actually start converting to attack percent on your Yoimiya, because her best in slot weapon is a crit damage weapon, meaning you're not going to get any crit rate on it. Oh, I figured out how Akasha works yesterday. And it's not exactly what you think it is. No, Furina's not out yet. I just used it because I want to talk about Furina a little bit. Also, I started building Ayaka. Nice. Yeah, Dendro definitely switched stuff up. Yeah. So, yeah, the game is the same. It's just Dendro came out. And when Dendro came out, it was like, oh, okay. So what Genshin did as a game is they built a lot of dependencies for Dendro. You know what I mean? What did I want to say? Nah, just I think she's gonna be dope. I seen her animations. She's definitely the Archon. You know what I mean? You say you got clickbaited? Nah. She's the theme of today's stream. People are probably thinking I'm a test player and they're gonna show up and be like, he's lying. Like, nah, I'm not lying. Yeah, hold on, there's a million conversations happening. For a second, I don't even know what that is. I don't know what, I'm just gonna bring this team. I don't know what's in here. Matter of fact, I don't even know if I want to bring that team. I want to bring this team and do Taser. Yay. Alright, so with buffs, her E does at most about 35,000. I have to look at your Ayaka. It sounds like you're on track but not finished. If it's with, well, not necessarily. Is that on melt? Because that's the last buff. Because if that's not melt, that's really good. Like really good. I finally got my Nahida and her weapon to level 90. Nice. After keeping her at level 60 for so long, Nahida is broken. Just remember that. Nahida is broken. Like legit. Is by herself? Yeah, so if you did melt, you would be at around 70, you would be at 70k plus. That's why it's important. I do not have my typical, what's her name on? Ow. Yeah, this is a EM Shogun because I love myself. You need heals? I got heals. Because that's what we do when we support our players. Ow. That did not work. Ha! So, Nouvelette's pretty dope. I really like this guy. What the heck is you with all the child archons? What is with who and all the child archons? People saying Furina is going to be a downgrade or a side grade. No, she'll be an upgrade. She'll be used a little different. But you got to remember she's an archon. And archons thematically aren't really like they're on-field DPS, but not on-field DPS. Like they have a crazy support aspect to them, and the Shogun is one of the first ones. She's the first Archon that we got that can play a strong on-field DPS role. No, I'm gonna keep it that way. You know what I mean? So, but typically, yeah, you wouldn't use a you're not gonna be using Furina as like an on-field DPS. So if you're looking for an on-field DPS, she's not it. Think Al-Haytham to Nahida. Right, so Al-Haytham is like, I'm super on-field strong DPS. That's great, but when you compare him and Nahida, well, Nahida is just a better character because she does around his DPS, but she supports the entire like team, and that's what makes her a lot different. Hold on. It makes her different. I didn't say better. This is just in case there's any Al-Haytham defenders, because I'm not attacking them. You know what I mean, though? Does he take the heal orb for charged attacks? Yes. The heal orb. So, well, it's not a heal orb. So it's an orb that he heals off of, but it's not like you can pick it up and heal off of it. That's if that's what you're thinking. So, okay, so I'll see if I can kill this guy with just one beam, but I'll show you. Okay, maybe I can't. Alright, so if you look at his health, it's low, right? But if I do a charge attack and then dash cancel, he'll just heal. So they heal him. But what happens is when you hold the button and he fires, that drains health. But him using the orbs in his vicinity will heal him. That's how that works. The way I'm healing you is because I'm using a prototype Amber, which is you use a burst and it heals your team. Alright. Swag, 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 swag. Do you think it's worth pulling Nouvelette's weapon or Ayato's weapon? I want both, but I'm not sure. I'm assuming not sure which one I want. I'm saying this because you're Gabby. I would say pull Ayato's weapon rather than Nouvelette's weapon. In my okay, I'll say like this is what I can tell you. Do you need Nouvelette's weapon? No, you don't. Otherwise, I'd use it. I have it, but I only have this for conversation. I pulled it on accident. I wanted a Homa. That's why I have it. But after playing with this, it is significantly stronger, but you don't need it, which is why I'm using this. Make sense? So that's why I'm like, knowing you, I would want to push you maybe to pull Ayato's weapon. You have that crit rate weapon. Who, on Nouvelette or on Al-Haytham? I mean, not Al-Haytham. Ayato. Oh yeah, I got it was an accident, Necro. I wanted the Homa, bro. I wanted. Hey, it did what it does. It's like I want a Homa. Oh, you want a Homa? Here's the book. I'm like, that's actually not what I wanted, but okay, I guess we're here. You know, but you don't need it. It is I didn't do nothing, bro. I'm being, you know, I'm genuine about these types of things, bro. Yeah, I wanted the Homa. I actually wanted the Homa, but they didn't give me the Homa. They gave me the book, and I'm like, well, I have this now, so I'll level it and all that. But I'm gonna level it and just hold on to it in the event that I need to speak on it or somebody thinks you need it on them. I'm gonna do all my abyss runs with the 4-star weapon, and I will only pull that weapon out when some flexor McFlexerkin comes in and is like, my biceps are bigger. I'm like, no, they're not. Can you get out my stream now? And then leave it at that. You know, and then the only thing I can imagine is they're gonna CV be like, I don't care, my numbers are bigger. Go away. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just gonna leave it there. Like if it's about that, I'm gonna pull the numbers card. All right. So anyway, but you do not need the weapon. You don't actually need the weapon. This weapon is fantastic. For what it's worth, it does about 25% less damage, which is a lot of damage, right? You go from 15k. Well, I go from 15k to 20k, right? So, you know, but I know how you like Ayato, and Neuvillette is more than strong enough without it, and that's kind of, at least where I'm coming from with it. As you can see, 15k, blah 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 blah. Like I don't think he needs it. Plus, the prototype Amber can heal your team. It'll proc the 4-piece set more often. Like, it's a great weapon. It's got HP scaling. You know what I mean? I wish there was a crit rate weapon. Dude, hey, he's dope though, right? What I tell you, Necro? Like, homie, there's something about this dude. Something about this dude. I don't care what the weapon. I'm about to use the TTDS here in a minute. I got a level 80. I want to see what this is hitting for. I accidentally used Geo Oculus Compass. That's fine. Use the compass. All right, so M, what we doing? We good? First playable dragon. What's up, PB? Oh, you changed your name. What's happening with you, cuz? First playable dragon. That is facts. There was an argument. I don't know if y'all remember. I was like, he feels like he's the Archon. What if he's the Archon? Somebody made a whole video on that, cuz. It was not from my channel, contrary to popular belief. But yeah, no, somebody went out and made a whole video on it. And I wanted to watch it, and I started to watch it, but then I got a work call, so I couldn't watch it. You are actually right, Faith. Yes. Zhongli is the first dragon. Yes, you are correct. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, we're doing this. Wait, why are we in leeway? Dahala. Neuvillette is a dragon. Yes, he's like a dragon hybrid or something. I don't know. She said he might be a dragon. Oh, okay. Hi, Mr. Now you're frozen? Holy Jesus. This is going to sound super petty. But if I was to ask for anything from Neuvillette, it would be that his burst animation didn't take as long. Like if his burst animation was like 1 second, then that'd be dope. You need scrolls. You're done. No resin. Okay. And then, so don't forget, hit your teapot. I don't know if you already collected from your teapot. If you haven't leveled your teapot, level your teapot. Know what I mean? As far as your Layla, I was about to say, please, God. Alright, so as far as your Layla, let's see. HP, HP, HP. If you're going for a crit hybrid, you just get crit rate substats. That's it. Crit rate and energy recharge should be the only substat you're looking for. If you want, then crit rate, crit damage, and energy recharge, but that's a pretty difficult ask from the game. But if you could pick any 2 stats for your Layla, I would start with crit rate, energy recharge, because you're running triple HP with an HP weapon, which to me makes a million pounds of sense. Hence Blizzard. All right. Hey, yo, Precision. What's happening, Dior? What's cracking with it? He gives dragon vibes. It's those 2 things on the back of his head. All right, so let me Why is this
幽
doing
邃
this?
深渊，
There we go. I'm like, why is that thing taking forever? All right. Promising he might be. Da, da, da. They tease him being a real Archon in the game. I don't know. Maybe he's like what is it? Maybe he's like Zhao or something. But he acts like a whatchamacallit, you know what I mean? You said the unfinished new? I got you, brother. All right, and it was Gabby was next. I gotta pull these names out the queue here in a second. I don't see an Asumaru. Ooh, excuse me. Where is Asumaru? There we go. And I'm looking at you. AR59, let's go. M off. All right. You have an amazing day, M. You know what's cracking, man. Have a beautiful, beautiful day. Has she been on any of the streams? I mean, oh, Ayaka or Furina? Because if you're asking Furina, no, she has not. All right, so we got. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna say he's not an Archon. I'm gonna say if he's an Archon, then Yai Miko's an Archon because an Archon created her. Boom. Either that or the Wanderer, because the Wanderer is literally the son of the Archon. So that makes him an Archon. Right? Can't get closer than that. Alright, so we have level 70. That is really good. That is actually... You know, I actually thought about that. I don't know if it's a stat stick, though. But I feel like if anybody, provided he's with the Shogun because she has a 25-second rotation on her skill, then that might actually, that might actually work. So the Shogun, Kazuha, and him would allow him to actually hit all 4 stacks on this weapon. That would make sense. And then Zhongli has a 20-second. So first things first, it only takes 16 seconds to hit 4 stacks. So if you have Zhongli, you would have a 4-second uptime. If you have the Shogun, you would have a 9-second uptime at 4 stacks. And I think Kazuha, I think it's even higher. I'm not sure. I use him in a vape team. Oh, that might work. This is a really strong weapon, by the way. Really, this weapon is stupid, especially when you start getting refinements. Oh, I know, yeah. Somebody showed off Dea Virgin, yeah. Well, really anything. So Virgin, Hyperbloom, you could do either one. Like, they're both the same. It's just Hyperbloom is single target, Virgin is AoE. But they're both really good. And Dea is like the only reliable off-fielder. Imagine if Dea could proc every 1 second, Virgin would be amazing with this guy. But it is still really good. It's probably because of him is why they came out with Dea the way they came out with Dea. Because she's probably didn't enjoy the... Anyway, let me finish this. So we got Nymph's Dream and charge attack 15%. I actually like your strategy here. I don't know if you do have a 4-piece. We'll get into that if it's even necessary. Which I don't really feel like it's necessary. It might not be necessary. Let's see. So we have that. There you go. We have that, which is okay. It is good. It's got HP percent on it. We got this one. I don't like this piece. I would definitely reroll this. It should have cracked crit damage or crit rate and crit damage, which is fine. You working on it, but I'm working on his talents. Thank God. Yes. I just finished the talents that I wanted to finish, and now I'm farming artifacts and coming up short on those. I love that goblet, by the way. I love this goblet. I don't like the flat HP, but I like the crit damage and the fact that it has crit rate, let alone it's a tier 4 crit rate roll. So I like that. That's a great piece. Keep that and and it's HP. And then we have this piece. Good. That is an amazing piece because the crit rate roll is so high. I like where he's at. This piece right here is going to make it really hard to transition to anything else, just to give you a heads up. You're going to have a tough time. Because this piece right here is carrying so much weight. For example, if you remove 15% of either of those, because both of those 2-piece set bonuses are going in the same bucket, if you remove 15% just to add 35%, you know, charge attack or something, right? If you do that, how much are you losing off this piece moving to the other piece? Because you're only going to go up 20. You'll go up 20 bonus damage, but how much are you going to lose trying to go to that set? That set, you would need a minimum 20% crit damage on your flower to break even, and that's on a 4-piece set. By the way, I can verifiably say crit damage multiplies on him much harder than HP, so if you can, actually do run a crit damage circlet rather than an HP circlet. For whatever reason, crit damage runs a lot harder on him than HP. I don't know why. No constellations, which is fine. You are keeping them flat, which is fine. Furina is DP. Furina is a DPS slash buffer slash. She's everything. She's like a healer Nahida, but better. So if healer Nahida had all of her stuff in the kit and was not Dendro, that's how I would look at Furina. You know how Nahida's stupid strong with her weapon, right? So you take Nahida, make her dumb strong. She buffs the bejesus out of elemental mastery because Dendro, right? But then she can heal. That's healer Nahida. Take that, but make that Hydro. So the heals are stronger. The buff is not EM. It's something much stronger because it's not Dendro related. And it's, you know, she's Hydro. So the multipliers should be a little bit higher. I got to double check. But to my understanding, she's really strong. It's just that she's not Dendro. That's what, you know. Dendro, the element carries so much weight. That's what makes Nahida strong. But if you take that, but make it Hydro, that's going to be Furina. Anyway, I like where your talents are at. You already know this. I would put pretty hard emphasis on your normals. This is what I did. What I recommend. I would put a hard emphasis on your normals because those are going to be doing what feels like about 80% of the damage is your normal talent. So if you want to see immediate results, then normals. But if you are in it for the grind, for the long haul, I think you're fine as long as you're keeping a priority on your normals. As far as the set bonus in conjunction with this guy, I do not recommend the 4-piece set bonus. The new 4-piece set, that crit set, I actually don't recommend that set. In this situation, you can, and it would help. You absolutely can. No, if you wait, what? I'm trying to read the chat off the PlayStation. Oh, I have another piece in case all goes working on the weapon banner. Got you. Okay. I'm assuming it's a crit rate flower. That flower, yeah, the flower's crazy. Shield? No, Furina is not a shield. Furina is a DPS buffer who can heal really good. And she has 0 downtime on her heals. She Chi heals with a sacrificial sword. Like 100% uptime heals. If I'm not mistaken. I'll double check the kit. I need to double check the kit. Keep in mind, everything I'm saying is hearsay, but to my understanding, she's a DPS who buffs, who has a she has a 0-second downtime. She has no downtime on her heals. So, as far as your Nouvelette, I think your Nouvelette is doing really good, like really, really good. For where he's at, level him, you're gonna get, if I'm not mistaken, you're gonna get another 10 crit damage. It's either 10 or 20, but you're still gonna get a lot of crit damage out of your Nouvelette. Level the weapon, 3% is not a big deal, but I would say level the weapon for the account. Right? And then as far as the artifacts, as you know, don't worry about them. But if you are going to farm artifacts as a whole, then I almost want to say finish out either, I don't know if Nymph's Dreams is attack percent, right? I know it's Hydro, but the 4-piece is attack percent, right? Yes, attack percent. Okay, so, ooh. So you may have to farm out a whole new set regardless. And yes, this is his best artifact set, without a shadow of a doubt. And it's because of how he works with crit damage. You know, so yeah. You want the 4-piece, but I'm kind of cozy where I'm at right now. You got to beat your flower. Double farm. That would probably be the best route. Yeah, to double farm. So you would farm these, and then you would strong box. Maybe the hydro set. But this is the set you want for him. That's what you did? Yeah. Yeah, that's that. I don't think that's a bad. Oh, what's up, Ari? Holy gee, what is wrong with me? What's going on, Ari? How you doing? So how long has Ari been here? How long have you been here, class? If you're still here. But yeah, so just so you know, yeah. So Nymph's Dreams couldn't use that. And I think that was Tenacity or something, or the charge set. Wait a minute. Wait. Am I using Sleepy Brain? Because I'm about to pull you in a second, Necro. Oh, you have 2 of them. And they're great. Oh, yeah, just finish the 4-piece set. Yeah, just do that and be happy. Yeah, just do that and yeah, those 2 pieces, you're good. You're fine. And please, for God's sake, whatever you do, because it took me a sec to understand programmatically what Akasha was. Because I'm like, what is this thing that Burger and the other people talk about? I'm looking at it, it's like, nah, because you can fix your ranking on there. And I'm like, oh, so I was going to fix my ranking just to make my, what's his name? Just to make my, my Zhongli stupid. Like, I was like, you can do that? So I'm like, just whatever it is, just do you, but you're on a good path. All right, so let me pull whoever's next. Not devaluing what Akasha is, but don't take it as law, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Use it as a reference if you want to see how you're doing. If you use it. What's going on, Newts? Ha, mwahaha. That part, right? You feel me? Newts! Exactly. All right, so let's see. So we got Gabby with the Nuvi review. What's happening, homie? What's cracking with it? You feel me? You feel me? Where's my coffee? I don't even think I finished getting coffee. Hold on. I might not even need ice in my coffee. My coffee is sitting right there. Please don't be at the door, anybody. Usually I put like 2 ice cubes in my coffee. Relax, dog. Just to cool it off so I can drink it immediately. I don't think I have to do that because I've been streaming for about an hour, so it's just been sitting there for an hour. And then Necro. All right, let's pull Necro. Let's see where homie's at. All right, level 90. Let's go. So we got the weapon. Let's go. How art thou stream today? Thine stream art amazing. Holy Jesus, you got that done quick. And you got the C1. Nice. Talents are in the right direction. You already know what's up. 9. I don't know if you're going to triple crown him, but 9, definitely on the normals. Whatever you do with the skill and burst is completely up to you. He is not dependent on those talents. If you want the hit from those to be strong, then go for it. The hit from his skill is good, but they feel kind of okay. Let me put it this way: the hit from his burst is stronger, but the hit from his burst, it just takes longer to get it off. So, you know, do as you wish. To me, damage per second wise, they do this. They have the same performance. It takes a split second to get off 20k. Whereas it takes a second to like, okay, we got to take a sec, but you hit 40k. You know what I mean? You only got 2 left. Yeah, you don't. That's what's okay. If you're gonna crown something, crown a normal. I would not crown him. Not now, at least. He so does not need a crown. I would not crown. Save your crowns for your mains and leave it at that. All right, let's see what you're hitting for. We got 53, 213. Let's see if we crack. Let's see what's cracking. So we got that one, which that one's fine. That crit rate is amazing. That one, that's a reroll. Oh my god. Okay, you got 18% HP. I kind of want you to reroll it still, just to balance, because he's crit damage heavy. You know what I mean? For some reason he is. Maybe it's his base HP. Maybe it's that. I gotta look into it. But yeah, so that I would try to re-roll it. Keep it. That HP is nasty, but keep it. But try to re-roll it. That one I'm definitely re-rolling. And then this one, you got the crit stat, good. And then this one is they trolled you by giving you attack percent. That's where they kind of mess with you. So here's your priorities. What I would prioritize is the timepiece. And if you happen to get the circlet with a little more crit damage on it, great. If you don't, great. Outside of that, I really don't have that much of a problem with this piece. I do because it don't look good, but I know what this piece is gonna do. That's like 23 crit damage. Like, I know what that piece does. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know what it's not. It's like 20 crit damage, but it's like 20 crit damage. You know what I mean? So, and he does, surprisingly, he does need a little energy recharge. So energy recharge is not a dead stat on him. It's actually a great stat. You know what I mean? They trolled you super hard. Yes, they did. Why is Slav's chats not showing? Slav, I'm sorry about that. I don't know why it wasn't showing I don't know why I was hiding it. It was probably the UID or something. But I got you. All right, so let's see. If your goal is 70, right? You can hit 36 in almost less than a second. Well, you get the additional 36, right? 70 minus 36, so 34. So you can get away with 34. So right now you're at whatever this number is plus 36. You're at like 89 right now, right? So if you're at 89, you're actually doing really good, all things considered. So really it might be this piece. I mean, it's still this piece, but this is the piece that you would need to reroll. Now, I would like for you to keep the crit rate on it. I personally would like you to keep the crit rate on it because I want you to run a crit damage circlet. That's why. Right? If we can get that 30, and keep in mind, like I just said, if you want to hit 70% crit rate, you only need 34% crit rate. Because you'll be getting 36 from the 4-piece set bonus. Right? As soon as he goes tick, 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 he's there. Like, as soon as 3 ticks into his hitting enemies, you already got the whole bonus. You know what I mean? Yeah, so if you did the circlet, kid you not, you would only need like 10 crit rate. I know my number is off by a little bit, but like you would like crit damage for like 10 crit rate or something, and you should be good to go. Technically. You know what I mean? On this set bonus. And he hits stupid hard. If you do that, then at that point, you would just need to reroll this for crit damage, and that's it. Crit rate, sure, but crit damage, and that's it. And you can just keep this thing. Or if you get one with more crit damage, then great. The only reason I keep harping on crit damage like that is because HP works like phenomenally. It really does. But here's the thing, and this is something that I thought was a little strange. When I run this weapon and I run this piece, he seems to be relative. Well, okay, let me put it this way. When I run this weapon and I run this piece, he seems to do better than when I run this piece. Now, you would think that 20 crit damage plus 46% HP would be stronger than 21 crit damage plus 14% HP. You would think. But for some weird reason, when I put this weapon with this circlet, it doesn't seem to matter, really. that 46% HP for some reason doesn't really seem to matter like that. So I'm like, okay, I guess we'll just use this then. It's really it's a really strange something going on. I didn't spend a million years looking into it, but just know that yeah, he uses HP and it does work really well. Like really well, but crit damage is like the stat. Like that is the stat. Diminishing returns on stats, you would think, okay, maybe it's just diminishing returns. But ask yourself this: how does 14% beat 46% in performance? I'm not sure. It's not the crit rate because I'm using crit food. I'll show you guys later. It was really weird. It's really weird. Like it was just weird. You know what I mean? So, but I like him where he's at. I don't need him to hit $1 billion worth of damage. I'm fine. Now, I would like to make $1 billion in my account, not on a game. What server are you playing on right now? I'm playing on the American server. Anyway, so do you have any questions, Necro? You said, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, Necro. Right? So I put it to, this is what I can tell you this from a analytical standpoint, okay? From a analytical standpoint, if you're using crit rate and you get, so let me put it this way. If you get 14%, do I be on BDO? Not like I used to. It's just because so many games are coming out, New Villette's coming out, Furina's coming out. It's just I'm running my business now. Like I'm not running my business now, but I'm more invested in that. So I don't really. And BDO is kind of a, you know what I mean. So I just haven't been on it. But what's weird, Necro? If you have this situation where you have 21% plus 14%, or you can use 46% plus 20%, this will beat out this piece. It just doesn't. I don't know why. My eyeballs aren't seeing it. Right? I'm sure it's happening, but maybe he kills too fast and I don't notice. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But if you have like this piece versus crit damage, I would still run crit damage. Now, if you have this piece plus like 30 crit damage, then I would try the HP plus 30 crit damage and see what that does. Right? But something tells me that crit damage should still beat out HP. Right? It's not like HP versus Hydro. That's night and day. But it's going to be, you know, they're both powerful stats. So what I would recommend for you when it comes to the min-maxing thing is if you come across a crit damage circlet with HP, I don't know if I have one, but if you come across crit damage with something like, well, okay, more than that, but you know what I mean, crit damage plus like a crazy HP substat, use that. Especially on the set that you got. Just stay above 34% crit rate and you should be alright, you know what I mean? So you're going to drop 30. You're going to drop 31, but you need to stay. So you only need like 10 crit rate, and then you'll be straight. Know what I mean? So yeah. Could you look at my new stats EU server? I can. I have to. We won't be able to see it on stream, but I can. Any questions though, Necro? Yeah, I mean, you could just do that. That dungeon is great for fish too. Yes, it is. You good? All right, for sure. Yeah, so I know for a fact that I'm okay and I'm already ready for the feedback and I'm ready for the label, right? But I highly, highly, highly recommend a tool that Win to Lose wrote. Now, he's a developer, and I'm sure the guys at other websites are too. Right? The thing about his tool is that his is based on your artifact set specifically, and it doesn't make all these random recommendations to you. It can, but that's not the point of it. The point is you want to see the number it spits out, right? And that's what you're looking for is just a number. You're not looking for an opinion. You're looking for the data. You know what I mean? So I would recommend his to see which circlet produces the bigger number, and then you balance your personal, whatever you want to balance off of that at that point. Now you can take that number and you can take that to a different site and weigh that. But they do actually have sites where it's a little bit of a process, but it will import your artifacts and it'll literally spit out to you a better situation. But that situation is a theoretical situation. It's math based, but it's still theoretical because you have to put it in practice. You know what I mean? So, and you have to do exactly what they recommend. So, but you tell them what you want to do, and then, it works like that, stuff like that. Anyway, so we're working on Slav. No, we're working on Rise. There it goes. And I know that you were right after Rise, Slav. So let's pull this. You said Yalan, right? We're going to Inca. So I'm not going to be able to see. You guys won't be able to see it because I'm doing a PlayStation today because OBS is tripping as of late. AR54, that's good. We got, why are you world level 6? You should be world level 7. That's going to be part of your problem. It's because of drop rate. Those little drop rate increments matter. What's up, Waddles? What's happening with you, cuz? So we got a level 80 Yalan. You actually want to, first off, you want to ascend all 4 of these characters. Yoimiya, you want to ascend for crit damage, or crit rate, my bad. Yalan, you want to ascend for crit rate. The Shogun, you want to ascend for ER. And Venti, you want to ascend, I think his is EM? Or ER? It's one of those two. Or Animo. Maybe it's Animo. Yeah, I think it's Animo. But either way, you want to ascend these folks. Like, ascend them as soon as you can. Particularly Yoimiya and Yalan. Right? Leveling them to 90, that's up to you. Anyway, so let's look at this Yalan. So we have a Favonius, which is good. We got it's a level 80, which is good. You got her burst to level 5, which is good. Her skill level 4, I concur. We're 50% crit rate, your AR54. Where are your efforts going? They are going to probably real life, which is a good thing. So we have 50% crit rate. That's not entirely bad, by the way. The crit damage is 108. We could use a little bit of work there. I'm not really tripping too hard on that. We do not have a 4-piece Emblem of Severed Fate with 199 energy recharge. You really could have banked on that, but that's okay. We have a unleveled goblet, which I'm not tripping on too hard because it's missing crit rate. It's probably gonna need a reroll anyway, but it's on set. That circlet though is kind of extra. That circlet is nice. So your flower, I would re-roll. Your timepiece, you already know you should re-roll it. And in this situation, you can keep it as HP. It depends on how you play. If you're okay with a burst downtime, once again, it depends on how you play. But if you're okay being on the cusp of like a burst downtime, then yeah, I would recommend keeping it as HP, but make it onset, right? You're missing a metric ton of bonus damage. Where your ER is at right now, you're missing 50 bonus damage for 20% HP scaling, which is not good. It's the same as running think of it like this. Would you run an HP goblet or a Hydro goblet? Well, you're going to run a Hydro goblet, and the 2-piece tenacity at 20% would be the same as a 2-piece, would be the same as 20% burst damage. It'd be the same scenario, is what I mean. The burst damage would be a lot stronger. Except in this case, we're talking about 20% HP versus 50% burst damage. And that's what makes Emblem so strong. Not only is it a stronger bucket, but it's a much higher number. Right? So, and then the feather would need a reroll. Now in her case, HP does hit kind of hard. Like almost regardless of what weapon you use, but it's pretty particular if you have her weapon or not. Right? So, anyway, your priority is going to be your flower, feather, and timepiece. I like the fact that your goblet's on set, and I love your circlet. So reroll your flower, feather, and timepiece, do not accept the pieces unless they have crit rate and crit damage. I don't have examples as far as rolling to 4. I usually keep like a couple, but I don't have any on me right now to show you. Maybe, okay, maybe I do. I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to pull it, but you know what I mean, right? For 90? For 90 what? Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. I missed some. I'm missing something. My bad. Brain farts, all the things. I should probably hit my coffee. Woo, woo. I just made a bark sound because I'm tired and I wanted to fill in that blank air. I honestly didn't understand. All right, so TLDR, turn your flower, feather, and timepiece all emblem. I know your feather's already emblem, but make those 3 emblem, but re-roll them for crit rate and crit damage. And you do want to look for energy recharge as a substat, but I would not replace a substat with energy recharge. Meaning that if you have a okay, we're doing the try hard build. Let me switch this back. Okay, so if you have a circlet that looks like that, which you do actually, then except you have flat HP on it, then I would. It's better, by the way, for anybody wondering, right? But anyway, because you're missing energy recharge, that doesn't mean don't use it. But you would like to get a piece that has crit rate, crit damage, and energy recharge, even if it has a very powerful. Okay, all of mine do, but you get the point though. Like if your timepiece doesn't have energy recharge but it has crit rate, crit damage, use it. If your flower doesn't have crit rate, if it doesn't have energy recharge but it has crit rate and crit damage, use it. Like so, energy recharge should be your 3rd substat. Does that make sense? Or we can keep it super easy. Like here is the initial approach. Just focus on crit rate and crit damage. That's it. Let your Favonius and the 2-piece of the emblem set, that will take care of your energy recharge. That way it's not as complicated. So you would just be looking for an HP timepiece, crit rate, crit damage, a flower, crit rate, crit damage, and don't worry about energy recharge. If you get it, great. If you have a pool of artifacts and you can pick one that has the stats, great. If you don't have energy recharge, don't worry about it. You have 80 out the box. Actually 81.1. I can feel it. So yeah, you know what I mean? Any question? Could you look at my new stats? Wrapping up with Rise. You trying to cut the, hold on, you trying to cut the line, cuz? Because we still got Slav in the queue. Are you trying to cut the line? You trying to cut in front of people? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that what we doing around here? You trying to cut line? Be honest with me. Rise, you got any questions? I'm assuming Rise has no questions. Let me see. So, EU server. Mbowski, are you trying to cut in line? You trying to cut line, huh? Homie, like, yeah, forget about them. Look at mine. Oh, Slav? Who's Slav? Don't nobody care about Slav. Look at mine. Like, boy, if you don't chill. Alright, so where is Slav's UID? There it goes. Alright, so Slav, you want me to look at Xing Cho. Watch this be the most busted Xing Cho in the Genshin community. Let me see. There's been some Xing Cho energy lately. Alright, so let's see. 56. Oh, you on Risley? Nice. You're building Zinch. Let's go. So you're just starting out. Okay. Xingqiu's super easy. When you first start, what in the world is this? What? No worries. He's holding a pipe. I like this weapon. Not the design per se, but I like this weapon. No, this is fine. It's fine. You have to supplement the energy recharge a little bit, but it's fine. You're double the sack sword gives you double energy recharge. Period. This weapon is giving you double the weapon's energy recharge, which is not necessarily great. But it's something, right? But this one I feel like is going to give you at least a little bit of something towards your stats. Not a lot, but it's going to give you something if you're running emblem. So, which you are, right? By the way, because he doesn't snapshot, a plumber's rate, right? That's why I'm like, am I tripping? So this is gonna go up, and because Xingqiu doesn't snapshot, his new energy recharge is gonna be captured by any swords that come out with that new energy recharge. That plus 32%, that does matter. You know what I mean? David Juans. Felix. Yo, hello. I don't know what that means. What's going on? So we got C3. I hope all is well with you, by the way. So we got C3 on the Xingqiu, which is good. Yes, of course you want C6. C0 is fine. Really, as long as you got like C1 or C2, you're okay, in my opinion. All right, so we got his burst at level 11, which means at level 8. If you can get that to 12, great. If you can't, I'm not even joking. I don't know if I would trip that hard at the current state of the game. It's not like it is going to hurt your account, right? But it's not like it's going to help your account as much as making like, you know what I mean? I'm sure there's something else that would benefit you more than worrying about leveling his talent to 12. Does that make sense? You know, but if you can, I would do it. Anyway, so as far as the artifacts, I saw your crit rate was a little. Actually, you're doing really good. That's actually really good. So let's see. So and there is a lot of what's going on. Oh, we're super offset. Holy Jesus. Oh, I'm not gonna cap, bro. I would be pissed. I would be so pissed. Can I ask you something? Why my Nouvelette turn into green and have some animal ears? Is this banner a scam? If he has a bow, then you're probably not playing the right Genshin. You're probably playing some other game. If it says Nouvelette, but he has ears and animals, if he has animal ears and he's green, but it says Nouvelette, I would uninstall whatever you installed. Let's start there. Banner's not a scam, though. Here's what I would do. Kid you not. Pick up dice. You have a 50% chance to roll like 1 to 3. You also have a 50% chance to roll 4 to 6. If you throw the dice and it lands on 1 to 3, you just got Tainari. If you throw the dice and it lands on 4 to 6, you just got Nouvelette. That's how it works. The scam is the fact that it's gambling. That's the scam. We are kind of stupid, so we bite into that. Okay, I like that response. He doesn't believe in evolution theory. I like that. Okay, so we got 714. That's actually really good. I like how much energy recharge you have in substats, by the way. I would not worry about rerolling that right now. And that piece is kind of making me angry, but you probably don't have onset emblem piece like that. The attack is helping, by the way. Okay, so if you were to re-roll a piece, I'm going to be completely honest. It would I don't know if I would. Looking at all of them, I don't know if I would. If you're gonna re-roll these two, you have to re-roll these two in conjunction. So I'm sure you have this perspective already, but you are sitting on a 714. You're literally sitting on 714, 714. That is when you smash them together and you cut the cake in half, you got 714 on each piece, which isn't necessarily bad. Is EM Sands better than HP on Hu Tao? It depends on your HP subsets. What's going on, Sophia? My Xiangling feather is also cracked now. Ah, okay. Okay. So yeah, so as far as the Xing Cho, I don't know if I would worry about your stats right now. I would just be waiting for a sack sword, multiples, at least R3. I would just be waiting for the R3 sack sword, and then I would just worry about leveling him to 90, at least ascending him to 80, or at least leveling him to 80. Really, level him to 80, you should be all right. Now, I will say this. This is after playing this for quite some time now. Based on the landscape of where we're at in Genshin Impact, if you want more damage out of him, just pull Yelan. Don't spend £1 million of resin on him. Just pull Yelan and you're stronger. Because the amount of work it takes to make him stronger at this point is so unnecessary. He can use Bennett, you have to stay in the circle, which is fine. But Kazuha exists. He's Bennett, but in a different damage bucket. Anyway, any questions? Unrelated to Xing Cho, but do you have any good Melt Diluc teams? I need to use Diona to keep the Serpent Spine stacks now. Say what now? Am I missing something about the Serpent Spine? Every 4 seconds, a character is on the field. They will deal 6% damage and take 3% more damage. This effect has a maximum. Okay. And will not be reset if the character leaves the field, but will be reduced by 1 stack when the character takes damage. Why don't you just pull Zhongli? Look, okay, you're probably not gonna like what I'm gonna say, but I think at least one time per stream, pull Kazuha, Venti, Zhongli, and that's all you need on your account. It doesn't matter who you play after that. So the answer to this is Zhongli, not Diona. Or you could use Layla, but you have to put your foot so far into the HP stat and her talent to even come close to Zhongli with no HP stats. You know? So I don't want to use Xing Cho with Diluc. Do you have Nilo? I mean, you would lose damage doing that. Yeah, you would want to you want to use Yelan. If it was up to me, I would say you know what you could do? I kid you not, cuz. You think I'm lying? Bruh. Virgin Diluc kinda slapped though. EM on the timepiece, he kinda slapped though. I'm just saying. He kinda slapped. You only need 2 of them. Oh, you lost it on both banners? Okay. Do the guarantee strat. You know, I talk about the guarantee strat all the time. You know the strat, right? You have to save across 2 banners. You have to. It's only for the Raidner, I'll hate them. I got you. So for your D-loop, so here's, Yeah, you would be looking at virgin. I would do like a virgin. I wouldn't. I don't know if I do vaporize. I would do virgin. It comes with vaporized, but I would do virgin personally. It's like this weird hybrid virgin kind of thing. But you want Nilo, Xingqiu, or Yalan on that team. Yeah. Well, Yalan's not gonna be back for a minute anyway, so I wouldn't worry. But make sure you get the Archon. I'm not telling you to get the Archon, but I do not want to deal with I can't do the thing because I don't have the Archon conversation. Like you want to get that Archon. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so as far as your Xingqiu though, and the Diluc thing, your only options reliably is Xingqiu, Nilo, Yalan, or Ayato, but you still looking at like Ayato with like Barbara or something, like Ayato and Barbara, you know, or something like that. You know what I mean? Because you need that much hydro application. It's gonna be weird. Or you could just pull the Hydro Archon. If I am not mistaken, the Hydro Archon should be able to apply Hydro similar to Ayato with some wonky little weird mechanic thing that she has. Is this fact? I don't know. Google her kit and watch her do dungeons. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there. But we are in the Fontaine patch, meaning that there's going to be more, there should be more Xingqius coming out as far as Hydro application. 200 ER is enough. That is enough. 200 ER, technically 180 is enough. But I don't like to think and I don't like to babysit my stats, so I use 220 plus. I'm not going to go hit my skill every single time it has a cooldown. And I'm not going to do the most optimal rotation because I don't have time like that to invest in Genshin. I'm investing that time in my business. I'm going to min-max my button presses on my business, not Genshin. So I run 220 ER. But whoever told you 200, you technically can run 180, believe it or not. Yeah, so anyway, I would rather pull Shinha instead of the Hydro Archon. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Unless you're pulling the Cryo Archon. I'm like, you don't know what the... Do what you do. I love you regardless. All right, so... Oh, you use too many cryo characters. Makes sense. That makes sense. That, I can support that. That makes sense. I would, yes. I'm good with you on that one. Any questions, though? Because I got to pull the next one. Which is, who was it? It was Mixoplex. Mixoplex. Who was it? Mabowski? It was Mabowski. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Mikaluski. MBCW, whoever that is. I got to pull their account. I am going to assume that we're good. Hopefully they are in the queue. If not, it's okay. Like, I'm not worried. Please be in the queue. Because if I don't remember that you're in line and you're not in the queue, you're probably going to get skipped. And they're in the queue. Okay. By the way, if you're not in the queue, type !join. It's pinned in the chat. Like, just do that and I'll be with you as soon as possible. So let me pull... Mick Cheeseburger. Where's that UID? What server am I playing on? I'm playing on that. Could you look at EU server? Yes, I can. Because Nuvalet. I need your UID, MC Boutsky. MC Bukowski. Bukowski, Dowski, Howski, Mowski, Mikowski, who has created their channel literally today. Just to come in and ask that question for some reason. Mm, mm. Okay, so because Mikowski is not here, we're gonna pull Life with Sprinkles. So let's do that. Why did they create their account today? Is that a C6? No, this is so not a C6. I would never do that. You know what I would do instead of C6 and him? I would do a giveaway. I would do a scholarship giveaway. I would give away $500 scholarships. That's what I would do. I am not joking. I told you a year ago, there's only one character I would wail on, and that's Zhongli. And who is the one character I wailed on? Zhongli. That is probably, I've been the most consistent, cuz. That actually reminds me, swag. Give me scholarship. If I had C6 Nouvelette money, I would. Alright, so anyway, so you said Hu Tao? Let's go. Well, you might not get a scholarship with that name. I got the money. I'm going to go buy drugs now. Like, hold on now, evil mind. Don't use the evil mind. I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, so we got AR60. World Level 8, love it. Respect to the swag, right? You got another scholarship this past week, another 500. That's what I'm saying, Newts. You feel me, cut? See? Newts. Same page, cuz. Great mind, think alike. You feel me? All right, so we got crit rate 61. I think that's good. Crit damage is 238. I think that's really good. We have 82 EM. Falling a little short. I'm not gonna hold you accountable to that like crazy though. You know what I mean? As far as the rest of your, let's look at your artifacts real quick. Your talents are good, by the way. I would at some point start putting some efforts into her burst, but not until you get that skill to 9. I am not kidding. Get the skill to 9, then go crazy with the little whatever that thing's name is. The ghost. The ghost thing. God, I gotta quit letting people kill characters for me. I just think about, like, I want to pull this character, and I'm like, but I hate this character. Somebody killed Mona for me. It took me a year to get over that. To get like Mona again. Alright, so anyway, because I take stuff personal. Alright, so we have the flower. Good flower. We have a good feather. The timepiece is good. I'm not... We're going to come back to that timepiece. As far as the goblet's really good. I hate the fact it doesn't have crit rate, but that's fine. And then your circlet is actually pretty good. I wish that flat HP was HP percent, but it's fine. So you are in a situation where you actually don't qualify for AEM Sands. You're in a interesting spot, Life with Sprinkles. You're gonna crown all... Oh, you got it recently. Oh, well, that makes sense. Now I have 1.5k left over for the semester. Let's go, Newts! Let's go. Is HEC 0? I don't know what... Is he C0? Yeah, he's C0. Yeah. Alright, so if you're gonna crown all 3, then... I'm just giving you the strategy, which I'm sure you already know this. Do the skill 9, then do the burst 9, then crown normal, then skill, then burst. And then you should be alright. The only thing with your because here's the thing. So it depends on how min-maxy you want to get with Hu Tao, right? If you want to get so min-maxy to the point where you're having conversations at school about it, you need more EM. Like, I don't know if you have like a friend group you talk to about this Hu Tao with, like you have a Hu Tao phone and all that. If that's the case, you need 150-ish EM. And that's going to have to either come by substats or by your timepiece. But in order to run... Let me know if you need me to slow down when I'm talking too. Right, so if you want to run an EM timepiece, you don't need, but you want... about 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in substats. Then you run an EM timepiece. 30% HP in subs right? If you want to run an HP timepiece, you need about 150 EM in the substats, whether it be, and typically it's going to be on the circlet. It's pretty much going to be everywhere. You're pretty much going to have EM as a substat on like every piece. At that point, you're looking at 3 substats on every single piece. Lonely, I am so lonely. Look at it this way, life with sprinkles. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I've been on this planet 40 years. I've known and met a lot of people. I've built a lot of relationships with a lot of people, and I've had to leave a lot of relationships with a lot of people. I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably life's way of filtering people for you. I hope that hits somebody in a heartstring. Does that make sense, though? You know how they say, you are who you hang with. Filter who you hang out with. Be careful who you hang with. Block all that. If you're like lonely, it's probably life's way of doing the filtering process for you. Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't hang out with anybody that's around you right now. They're all bad for your health and your future. What statement did I miss? Death said, life with sprinkles, death. They said, lonely. I am so lonely. I said, you know, it could be life's way of filtering people out of your life without you having to do it. I'm old. I've built and lost a lot of relationships. And what tends to happen is you'll build a relationship, something happens, and then you leave. Or, like 99% of my relationships, you build a relationship and it sticks. And that's great. But you could end up, I have nobody, all alone. Like I said, it could be life's way of filtering out people you shouldn't be hanging out with. And if there's nobody, you're probably surrounded by a bunch of not good people. It's the perspective you have on the situation that's important. Doesn't mean they're all bad. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, you will get, as you get older, you will appreciate not having people around you all the time. You know what I mean? They will pull and tug and ask and request and be mad at you when you don't respond. That will happen. They'll need your attention, and that's going to get to a point where it's like, why do I know so many people? I know too many people. I know what you mean when you say alone, though. It does suck. You know, I'm not interested in stuff, GF stuff, until I have a job. No, you good. Me personally, the only person you can count on is yourself. That is facts, yeah. You count on yourself. It's nice to be able to, I know we're sidetracking, but this is important. So, I know, like, yeah, you want something done, do it yourself. Yeah, it's nice if you can count on people. Here is the perspective, though. Like, don't count on it happening, but appreciate it when it happens. It's like the cake is, you bake the cake. If they want to add icing and sprinkles, great. If they like adding icing and sprinkles, great. You said, how are you ever not going to be lonely if you can't be content with yourself? That is true. What's going on, Hifumi? Shout out to you, cuz. I also pulled him, and he's so good. Like, oh my God, like I only did the Abyss 12th floor once before, but after building him, he carried my 12th floor. Are you talking? Wait, who are you talking about? Oh, you talking about this dude? Yeah, I'm going to be the truth teller. Okay, so in Genshin Impact, whoever the new hotness is, they're going to cater the Abyss to that character. Yeah, so the Abyss is made for him, to be fair. But, yes, what you felt in the Abyss, that's going to be consistent, though. It's built around him, but it's going to be like that going forward. Like, he's going to have a role. The only way to combat him is to space out enemies or put enemies in there with, like, hydro shields or something. You know what I mean? I like him being alone, but it kind of hurts sometimes. Like, you want to talk to someone, but you can't. I don't know if you're in our Discord, but you could literally hit public chat and just talk to somebody. I don't know how other Discords are, but we are, how we are here is how we are in the Discord. Like, we are this. We're not. I'm gonna be, if you talk to me, I'm gonna be honest with you though. Like, I'm unapologetically honest. You know what I mean? Because I have to be that way for myself. I run a business. I don't have time to hang up teddy bears on the wall and make myself feel better. I have to be honest with myself. If I'm messing up, I can't afford to be messing up like that. Okay, Saif, you're messing up. Okay, back on track. You know what I mean? Yeah, online friends are real friends. They're not the same as real life friends, but you can still have that emotional connection. I'm not going to get into that. That's a whole nother conversation that I'm not equipped to talk about right now. No, you always need to rely on other people. Even when baking a cake, you rely on people selling the eggs. All right, you getting too deep with it, man. I'm talking about, like, you got the eggs and all of that. Plus, you probably paid somebody, so it wasn't a favor. You know what I mean? They did a thing. They probably grunted while they was doing, here's the stupid eggs. You know what I'm talking about? But in the whole of humanity, yes, we are packed creatures. You know what I mean? In this generation, enemies are, no, okay, now you're tripping. Now you're living that name. You're doing the name thing. Here's what you're doing. I'm going to tell you exactly what you're doing. And I would say this in the Discord, right? What you're doing is you're taking the moniker of I'm sad, life sucks, and you're wearing that as a badge of honor, if that makes sense, right? So the world is bad narrative is not a badge of honor. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the psychological equivalent to heroin or like really bad laced weed, right? You know how smoking weed is like, oh, you're cool if you smoke weed? Well, this is the psychological version of that, but it's laced, right? So it's like cool to be in pain. Well, is it cool to smoke cavies? Is what we call them in California. Is it cool to smoke lace weed? No, it's not, but you're cool if you do because the guys with the big gauges in their ears do, and the girls with the big things on their noses, they do. Yeah, but why do that when there's like a millionaire right here, and there's like a really nice person right here, and there's like a chef right here, and you're probably into something that they don't know about, right? You'd rather be in. See, exactly. You are psychologically smoking right now. That's what I'm saying. You're a psychological crackhead, if that makes sense. You're doing the drug pain but you're doing it for the wrong reasons. What I'm saying is you don't have to be in pain. You're choosing the perspective of pain for the sake. I see through it. You're choosing the perspective of pain for the sake of acceptance. What you need to do is you need to talk to somebody about this pain. If you're having pain, you need to get out of the pain. But if you are enjoying being in the pain, then you need to be honest with yourself and say, I enjoy being in the feeling of pain. You know what I mean? To be honest, my mind is, no, you're not. You're wearing the badge. You're psychologically smoking drugs. That's what you're doing. You're like, I'm emo, I'm edgy. You're doing that right now. You're not. You're a regular good person. I've been around this a million times. No one's like that. I have not met, and if you are, you're just clinically depressed, and there's a place for that. It's called therapy. But you have to choose to, see, here's the thing. If you don't like it, you'll do something about it. That's what happens, right? When you got to pee, you go to the toilet because you don't want to pee your pants, right? If you don't want to feel the pain, you go seek therapy. Does that make sense? But if you don't want to address it, and your name is death, and your other name is evil mind, and you're talking about sad stuff, you're wearing it as a badge of honor, which tells me it's probably not that deep. But if it is that deep, talk about it. And if you can't talk about it, there are a million places where you can talk about it. Not Better Health Online, but there is a place called therapy in hospitals, and they have millions of therapists everywhere. It is literally a university field of study. People spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn how your emotions work. It's called psychology. People have dedicated their lives to your pain. So you should probably find that person, unless you like the pain. Does that make sense? My life is messed, like things don't go the way I wanted them to. That is literally everybody's life. It's perspective. You should have been here last Wednesday, right? So Wednesday, I'll tell you what happened. So Wednesday, so first off, I got into it with two loved ones, three technically, right? So I got into it with some loved ones that hurt, right? And then I lost my wallet. The stream shut off 3 times, right? I just got paid, but I felt like my account was at risk. I didn't get to sleep till 5. I had a backlog of a bunch of work coming in, right? I found out there's a snooper on my channel. I found out that for some weird reason, I was getting dislike bombed by magically 7 people because only 7 dislikes would show up on my channel, which I thought was a little weird. But that didn't start happening till right after I kicked DPS, which was odd. So now I'm dealing with that. I'm not dealing with it, but it's like, oh, okay, well, I just found that out, right? So weird stuff, right? Taxes. Just things happen, right? Not everything goes the way that you want them to go. But this is why you would hear me say in my streams, count your blessings. Because if you're only focused on the boo-boo in the toilet, rather than the flush handle, well, there's your problem. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking, like, who would admit that? Ain't nobody finna admit that, Faith. I could care less. I've said it a million times. I don't care about the channel. I care about the people. I don't care about the metrics. The only metrics I care about are in my business. They can dislike bomb everything about Dome Precision. That's not what drives Dome Precision. My wallet and my connections is what drives Dome Precision, not my like and dislike ratio. So they can do whatever that is, whatever that happens to be. It's not that big a deal. I really don't care. They literally don't show up in my feed. So it's not even a thing. I just thought that was interesting. So don't go do anything to their channel. They just being human. Humans are humans. You feel me? Just let humans be humans. They'll get over it. I'm getting over it the way I need to get over it, which is you don't exist because I have other stuff to focus on. So it's out of sight, out of mind. Cool. If I'm not seeing it or thinking about it, I can focus on this. That's what I'm doing. You know what I mean? But the point is, life with sprinkles. If there's boo-boo in the toilet and you're focused on that instead of the flush handle, there's part of the problem right there. Why don't you just flush the toilet? Right? Get rid of the boop. Stop paying attention to it. You're looking at it. That's what I did. I hit the flush handle. Cool. Now guess what? There's a clean toilet now. It's gone. All right. Awesome. Out of sight, out of mind. You know what I mean? I'm assuming in COD. They continue keeping in in the also games. Okay, no, fair enough. But just if you're in pain, one, it's okay to cry. Let's start there. It is okay to cry. I don't know if that's a thing, right? I don't know what your family's. I don't know what your family relationship is. Maybe Clash of Clans, yeah. I don't know what your family relationships are like. But if you have someone that is like your person in the like for me it's my mom and like my sisters, and it's really like my mom. You know what I mean? So it's like everybody's got like that person. Like, oh, I cling to that they cling to for whatever reason, right? Maybe spend more time with that person. Say what? I hope there was a rest button on the human body. There is. It's called sleep. There is. You lay down and close your eyes and breathe, and you just stop flexing individual parts of your body, and then you go to sleep. Like, if you notice you're clenching your eyes or your jaw, you do that. You don't have anybody? Okay. Then you don't have anybody. Keep in mind, there's a billion people everywhere. So new people will show up. Here's the thing that I realized back when I was about 24. I'm replaceable. So if I'm replaceable, guess what? They're replaceable. You don't get sleep, it's 3:22. Do you have a job? You better not say you have a job. If you have a job, you have people in your life. You probably just feel like they don't. You probably just don't talk to people. You're probably an introvert. Hmm? Yeah. You're a college student? There are a billion people around you. Do you go to a college campus? I'm so happy we're talking about this right now. Do you go to a college campus? If you're not on a college campus, then okay. But if you are at a campus, then I can guarantee you're not on a campus. Are you lying? I have to ask. I have to ask. I have to ask. I'm sorry. I don't think you're lying. I have to ask. You stay at home? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so is there a college campus? If there is no college campus, that's fine. Here's the thing. There's somebody somewhere around you. If it's a matter of being alone. There's two different alones that I usually get from people. It's either they're alone friendship and family, or they're alone relationships. I want a girlfriend. I want a boyfriend. Companionship. It's usually like one of those two. But it typically boils down to companionship. You don't have a best friend or a boyfriend or girlfriend. It usually boils down to that. And that alone is it's a very lonely feeling. It sucks. It's a very lonely feeling. Right? All that tells me is you probably have love to give and no one to give it to. Which means go out and show love. So go to the coffee shop and buy someone a coffee. Not creepy like that, but just if somebody needs help, then you just, oh, I forgot my, it's cool. It's just a coffee. $2. Bam. There you go. Or I don't know where you're at or what your finances are like, but I can help you with that basket. Obviously, check your surroundings because I know things get weird in different countries, right? But, you know, you're probably alone. You're alone for a reason. Talk to people. It's like I have a mask on, like would laugh with them, but it's not the actual laugh. Don't laugh then. Yeah, if you don't want to laugh, don't laugh. Don't fake laugh. If it's not funny, it's not funny. Here's the thing. People don't know who you are. You have to show them who you are. And if they don't know who you are, here's the thing. If I tell you, you know what? Peanut butter and chicken taste really good. And you tell me, you know what? Peanut butter and chicken does taste really good. I'm going to assume what? I'm going to assume you like peanut butter and chicken. So you can't be mad that I'm bringing you peanut butter and chicken. Yeah, sincerity. Thank you. It's sincerity. Just be yourself. You might have a fear of being yourself. That actually is extremely normal, depending on how old you are. I noticed it's super normal Super normal. And people don't start growing out of that until like their mid-20s. But that's because by the time you're in your mid-20s, you're talking to OGs now. But you don't even talk to OGs until you hit your 20s typically. You don't even listen to OGs until you hit your 20s. Old folks be talking to you your whole life, and it's not until you pay your first bill, now all of a sudden old people know what they're talking about. You see what I'm saying? And what do old people say? Be yourself. Ain't nobody gonna punch you for not liking what they like. Now, that might happen in high school because high schoolers are weird sometimes. They are still figuring out how emotions work. You see what I'm saying? But you can't be afraid that somebody's going to do you dirty because they don't relate to you. Really, no one cares. If you wear cardboard boxes, somebody will chuckle, but that's about where it'll end. And then they'll be like, did you see the guy wearing cardboard boxes? And then they'll get their little chuckle on. You're going to buy your coffee, be really nice to people, and maybe in 2-3 days, guess what? Somebody's going to be like, that cardboard box guy is actually pretty dope. Don't talk about the cardboard box guy. That's the homie. That's how it works. Insecure people talk about people. Insecure people compare themselves to you. Being alone is peaceful. But you know, like sometimes you get bad thoughts when the life isn't going good and you talk to someone, but there's no one you trust. All right. Step one. You are saying that your life is not going as good as it should. Have you ever considered that maybe somebody has it worse? Maybe. And it's not about saying they have it worse. It's about saying I do have good things that are happening in my life. That's the point. Count your blessings, though. And I understand to know when you can trust. That could just be, like I said before, life filtering out bad people. Maybe you might want to express something and they judge you for it. You don't need to be talking to that person, hence they're filtered out of your life. Does that make sense? You know, but I'm pretty sure if you sat back and you really thought about it, there are good parts to your life. You have, I'm assuming, you should never assume, but I'm going to assume you have both hands and both feet, and you can breathe. I'm going to assume you can move and think and do math and read, and you have eyeballs, and you can sleep and wake up and stuff. And you said you were in college. Do you know how big of a blessing that is? You have a Genshin account. That is kind of a blessing because you need a thing to play Genshin on, and that thing can't be a potato. So that just means you don't actually have a potato. If you want Genshin to run like a PS5, you need a PS5 or a not potato. If Genshin runs like a potato, you probably don't have a potato. You probably have a $500 mashed potato dish. But it's not a potato. Does that make sense? Metaphorically speaking. You see what I'm saying, though? Yeah, not everybody could go to college in the first place. Some people don't have unfortunately, some people don't have the IQ to go to college. Some people can't get into the military because their IQ is too low. Stuff like that. Like some people. So here's something I had to explain to somebody. Everyone has flaws in their life. Some people's flaws interface and I'm speaking kind of tech jargon here, some people's flaws interface with society. Some people's flaws are hidden. You don't see them because they don't interface with society. This person has the stinkiest feet ever, but they wear boots. This person has perfect feet and health and riches, but they're mean and horrible and stuff or whatever. No, I'm not talking about anybody specific if there's anybody here like that. But what I'm saying is, who's, you know what I'm talking about? But what I'm saying is, somebody might be, it looks perfect, but they're super mean. But somebody might seem like they're downtrodden, right? And it looks bad, but that, whatever stuff is, you know what I'm talking about? Everybody's got flaws. The feet stink, but they're not bothering you because you got boots on. This person, everything is perfect, but it's interfacing with you because it's bringing down your mood. You see what I'm saying? So some people, so everybody got flaws. So your flaws, you know what I mean? Whatever flaws you have in your life could be that, but you also have blessings. You need to count those. You see what I'm saying? Play games to avoid sadness and pass the time. What do you think most people do? We all do that. Not necessarily to avoid sadness, but just to get our mind off of things that are not. See, because here's the thing. It's like sadness is effectively like a state of mind. Okay? So you can't really choose to be sad, but you can choose to entertain the sadness. So if you're sad, but you just sulk in the sadness and you're choosing to stay in the sad, you're choosing to amplify the sadness. Right? But that's because you're what they call it ruminating, right? Or cycling. You're thinking, I do it a lot actually, right? So you're thinking about the negative, but you're thinking about it and you're entertaining your thinking about it. You're okay with yourself thinking about it all the time. That is the moment where you need to hit the pause button on your brain and you need to say, wait a minute though, I have a car. I'm going to use this car and make myself happy. I'm going to drive to an ice cream shop and get ice cream or something random. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Sat around feeling sorry for myself. I wouldn't be in the position I'm in today. I chose to fight. Yeah, you do got to kind of fight though. That's what I'm saying. You're choosing to sit in the sadness or whatever that thing is. Like you have to pause that. Look, I'm not minimizing what you're going through. Please don't take it that way. All I'm saying is you do actually have more control than you think you do. And that's something that a lot of, I'll say like what your feelings and whatnot, a lot of times it's just you feel like you lack some sort of control. And that's because your brain is trying to talk you, it's trying to avoid pain. But what's happening, believe it or not, is by avoiding the pain, you're causing more pain. It's like you're anticipating or something. The thing is, there was a time when I trusted some people, but they broke it. And now whenever I talk to people, I get, thoughts like I might get used and thrown. Yeah, I could see that, but that's not everybody, and you learn from that experience, right? But if you're afraid of getting used, once again, that's your fear talking for you. I just got done saying this, where you're anticipating something, right? You're anticipating something that might not be the case, right? You're talking to me right now. Right? I could make shorts out of this or something. I'm not going to. You're trusting me right now. You see what I'm saying? It's okay. It's going to be okay. You have to know it's going to be okay. Part of I had a whole thing that there was a moment in time on this channel where all I was talking about was acceptance, right? And acceptance is, I've been saying this for probably 3 days. Take it on the chin. right? If something weird, like if something bad happens, like, oh, it's a bad day, take it on the chin. That day is so temporary that you can't remember 4 days ago in its entirety. If you think back 4 days ago, you can't remember probably what you did first thing when you got up. That's how temporary the pain is. First time you're talking about this, welcome to Dome of Precision. We don't judge, well, I don't judge people. And we don't judge people. I kind of pride us on that. Because I filter judgmentalism out of my group. Because I'm the ultimate judge. Because I be roasting people. If you want to judge, I'm finna over roast you so hard. If you, for example, if somebody tried to call me out on something, you better be prepared. Because there's a notion. If you point one finger at me, there's 3 of them pointing back, cuz, and I have all 3 of those bullets in my chamber at all times. So be careful before you pull that trigger. I have 3 of them. Try it. Right? Now, the minute somebody starts judging in my group, if I catch wind of it, you got to be able to get judged before you judge somebody. So you can talk about whatever you want here. And no, it's not a Batman thing. What is it? Batman, he figured out how to kill the DC. That's not what it's about. What it's about is don't judge unless you, don't punch unless you could take a punch. You know, so yeah, God's the ultimate judge. That's why I'm saying I'm not like the judge. I just be cooking. Like, so it's like I'm not going to let somebody cook somebody in my group. Because if they cook, I got to cook. Like, you want to cook, I'm finna cook you. Don't cook nobody in the group because nobody's better than nobody. Everybody going through something. Everybody got their own life. Life before the game. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? So it is kind of all full circle. You know what I mean? That's why Dome of Precision is. That's why Dome of Precision is Dome of Precision. The YouTube is just here. The YouTube is just whatever. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, what it sounds like to me, life with sprinkles. That's why I call you Life with Sprinkles. What it sounds like to me. Well, to be honest, if there wasn't a judgment thing, I wouldn't have myself. We all have that. We all, it's natural. We all see, oh man, what's up with this dude toes? Them is some weird toes. That's natural. I'm talking about if you're, because you're going through something, right? So the point I'm getting at, Life with Sprinkles, is that count your blessings. I promise you, it's not that bad. It's perspective. It's your perspective on it, though. Right? You're eating the food you're eating. Okay, how can I explain this? So if your thoughts are food, you're eating expired food. Right? This happened in the past. It's old and it's not good for your health. Right? So you want to not worry about that. But instead, you want to have faith in the future and move towards that. I don't want to be alone. I want to finish college. Then trust that the world will be good to you. But for that to happen, you have to be good to the world. It's called reciprocity. It's reciprocal. It's you put good out, good should come back. It's not karma or magic. It's just people remember how you treat them. And people is what you're interacting with. There are going to be weird people out there, right? That art of what we call discernment comes with time and figuring out what signs equals what. This person is probably a good for a good example. Hifumi is such a light-hearted, good-hearted person that I don't care what Hifumi does in the Discord. Literally, he can walk in and post the stupidest thing, and I'll be like, "Oh, that's not even somebody probably hacked his account." I can read Hifumi through his text messages. I can read just about all of you guys through your messages. I don't know the details, but I know who's good. I know what's good and what's bad because I've dealt with so many people. This right here is insecurity. This right here is depression. This right here is happiness. This right here is contentment. This right here is comfortably numb. This right here is blah, 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 right? That comes with time. You will pick this up as you get older. This right here is trying to buy happiness. This right here is lack of trust in the future, or too much trust in the future of their finances. This right here is probably a parent situation. This right here is blah, blah, you know what I mean? And that discernment comes with time. But you can't say that people are bad. It's just that, and you can't just not trust everybody. People are going through what they're going through while you're going through what you're going through. And all of us are just trying to be happy. Once again, people have flaws or things going on in their life. It's just, does it interface with society is the question. If it does, maybe steer clear of that. If it doesn't, that might be somebody you could connect with. See what I'm saying? It's been months since I felt like I'm losing myself a little by little. I'm telling you, think about it. Look, pay attention. Here's what I want you to do, Life with Sprinkles. Go through this chat and look at everything you said. Look at what you're saying. So this whole loneliness started from college. Before college, I was doing good. Yeah, so say what now? You said something. My religion is against, well, yeah, suicide ain't the answer. I'm a suicide survivor. So it's not. And that, there's an answer to that. You call a phone number. There are people, remember I was talking about people who dedicate their lives to studying psychology? Yeah, that's a whole thing too. And there's a phone number for that. The point is, pay attention to what you're saying. You're entertaining your sadness. You need to acknowledge that you're entertaining your sadness. That's what's happening. That's really all that's happening. You've bitten into the notion of your own sadness, instead of biting into the notion of what makes you awesome. I believe everybody is either awesome or capable of being awesome at bare minimum, right? You have bitten into you've bitten into the details and the description of yourself that are negative. Stop eating that food. Pay attention to what makes you awesome and eat that food. What's good about you? My name is Death, and I'm Evil Mind. I'm edgy. Woo! All right, you're edgy. Cool. Chains and black leather pants. Let's go. You know what I mean? So, you feel me? College is very draining too, but you do have to learn to find balance in it. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Need to find the right people. Yeah, I mean, that's it. What's up, chillin'? How you doing? You know, so it's just stuff like that, you know. It's just, you know. But you got to recognize that you're awesome. But you got to acknowledge what makes you awesome, and you have to be sincere about that. That's where you start to find peace and whatnot. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? You know what I mean? I know we're having like a whole moment or whatever, but, you know. Now, you don't have to trust me. You don't have to believe everything I'm saying. But you go ask a 78-year-old OG, they're going to tell you exactly what I'm telling you. You ask somebody that's super old, like one of them old monks, you got to find, they're going to say it more cryptic though. You got to find the answers within, and but life itself and all that. They're going to hit you with all of that. Really all they're saying is count your blessings. Life is not as bad as you think it is. Life is what you make it. Well, life is what you focus on. That's what they're saying. If you focus on the bad, that's all you'll see. Here's the thing. Good and bad happens. What are you looking at, though? If you look at the bad, it's going to feel bad. If you look at the good, it's going to feel good. Both are happening at the same time, evenly. They're both happening, the good and the bad. At the same time, my life is good. At the same time, my life is bad. I'm not paying attention to the bad because I don't care about that. I care about looking at the good. Let's say it's like a Genshin account. So am I going to build, and I'm using a meme here, okay? Am I going to build, okay, I need a hydro DPS. Am I going to build Barbara and pay attention to that and then complain about, oh my God, it's so bad, I can't do this, blah, 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 blah. Or am I going to build Xing Cho and pay attention to that? I said I need a DPS. Why am I building Barbara? You say you're sad. Why are you paying attention to the sadness? Pay attention to the happiness. What's the happy parts? Count those. Repeat them to yourself. I don't know if Burger took my advice, but he seems like he's doing okay. I said, every time you wake up in the morning, look in the mirror and say 3 good things about yourself before you even start the day. Don't tell me you're doing it. It makes it weird. On you, it makes it weird. But just do it and don't tell me if it's working. That's between you and you, Burger. But if you do that, you should notice a change. Because he would beat himself up constantly, but that's because he wasn't paying attention to what makes him awesome. So I'm giving you the same advice. Pay attention to what makes you awesome. Life is definitely... And find a therapist. Like, for real. The thing is, if I talk to people about the problems, at the end of the day, I feel like I did that for sympathy. No, you're not doing it for sympathy. You're doing it probably because you need to talk about it. I have been depressed, chronically depressed, before. Right? Everybody here know my story at this point. I was making a lot of money, and then lupus hit with alcoholism, and I dropped. I've been through more things in life, and life was a roller coaster emotionally. But I'm here to tell you that sitting in the depression is not what's going to help, right? And I know what it feels like to need to talk about it, especially when it seems like you're habitually being negative, but you're not trying to. I know what that feels like. I just wish I had someone telling me what I'm telling you right now. And what I'm telling you is that what I'm telling you is what a therapist told me. I'm just saying it like a normal human being rather than a therapist. But the therapist was right. That's the thing. It wasn't like they made up something. This is something that they literally went to a university and paid thousands of dollars to learn from somebody who went to a university and learned it so well that they could teach it. You see what I'm saying? That person is where I'm getting this information from. And I went to that person in your state, and they talked to me about all the things that I'm telling you right now. I'm not a therapist, but I'm telling you what the therapist would say. I'm telling you what they say about this situation. I don't think you're looking for sympathy. I simply think that you're feeding into the idea that you're not as good as you actually are. You're actually you're a much better person than you are. First off, you don't come to the stream disruptive. You come here super cool. You don't ask me nothing weird. You're not weird. You don't do weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's a garage. You know what I'm talking about? Busy day today? That part. You gonna leave now because you don't have the time? No, you straight? Hey, take it easy, Kazuko. Head in the sky, man. And what I tell everybody, chin up, chest out. Chin up, chest out. You know what I mean? Keep your head up, stick your chest out, you'll be all right. Life is going to try and punch you in the chest, but you got your chest out. Ugh, that don't hurt. You know what I mean? I'm back. No, you good. You said it's been years since I have cried. I want to cry, but there are no tears. It takes time. It takes time. You probably been holding. You probably got in the habit of holding them back. You know what I mean? But just if you do though, don't start talking to yourself. I'm this and I'm that. You're not all that negative stuff. Build your confidence. Acknowledge what makes you dope. And acknowledge what makes you like lit. Like I can sit here and compliment you all day, but you need to compliment you. Hola. Should be unlocked. Mm-hmm. All right, we good? How everybody doing? I'm assuming we good. Are we good? High fives? Can I get some high fives in the chat? What is it, the clap? The high fives? You said, well, see what happened was, I'm gonna throw some hearts up. I'm gonna throw some 100s. Here's some 100s. Boom. Boom. High five, Ari. You feel me? Binga bonga, swag swag. Boom, boom, boom. Choo choo train, swag, swag, swag. All the things. Ha 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 ha. Ding, 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 things. Bam. You're gonna be alright. Alright, so, let me check the queue. Boom. I believe in the human. Everybody's human. Just be, you'll be alright. You'll be swag. Stay swaggy, cuz. What's going on, Mass Chilan? What we doing, Mass Chilan? Sleepy Chilan. Sleepy Chilan. Who am I looking at, Chilan? Or what are we doing today, Chilan? We give the handshakes. We give the handshakes. We give the handshakes and all the things. You feel me? Can you take a look at my Hu Tao and Xing Cho? Oops, sorry. Don't accept my invite. Yes, I will. And you accepted my invite. That's fine. Okay, so I'm looking at Hu Tao, Xing Cho, and Raiden. Yes. All right, let's go. Artifact runs. Yeah, that's fine. Are we doing? Okay, hold up. Y'all keep showing me these Hu Taos. I'm gonna pull Hu Tao, and I'm gonna regret it. I will not regret it because I like her voice lines in Chinese. All right, we got a Dragon's Bane, amazing, and it's R5. Let's go. Been getting cold outside as well. Cold medicine. We got 90, love it. 90, love it. Artifacts, Shimenawa, love it. C1, even better. 6, 7, 6. Rank her normals. I know, I see. That is amazing. Do you know about this constellation? I know you know what it does, but do you know why this is the only constellation that matters? It was an accident. That's one heck of an accident. Like, this is... You know how on the Shogun, you can stop at C3? It's even crazier on Hu Tao. You can stop at C1. Because none of her other constellations they don't increase it. The only ones that increase damage directly is C3 and C5. And that's it. And that's talents. But you could kind of, in a way, supplement those with, like, builds or stats, or not stats, with, like, artifacts and, like, your team comp and whatnot. You got the rating crit rate to 100. You should post that on Akasha. You will magically become the #1 Shogun with a 100 crit rate, which is crazy, right? I was on there yesterday trying to figure out what is the deal with this system, and the whole system is CV based. It like mildly accepts like set bonuses, but it doesn't consider everything, and it lumps you into like this random team. So it's not really like giving you your actual performance. It's giving you this kind of amalgamated performance. Like this, it's giving you a theoretical performance, not your actual performance. I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, so what's your ratio? 57, 138? That's actually not bad, but we do need to get your crit rate up. So what is Golden Zone here? Oh, wrong piece. Good actually really good in my opinion. Wait. Oh yeah, you got the Dragon's Bane. Are you going for a Homa? Because that's going to change your artifacts. That's actually really good. You need the crit rate, but something's going on there. There is a huge portion of your problem. Superfluous. I like that word. That piece is not gonna work. So we'll, but I mean, you are doing okay. You're not going for the Homa. Perfect. The reason why that's important is because I need to know what your, like, what's the word I'm looking for? The reason why I'm saying that is because you don't, long story short, you don't need EM. You can focus on the HP substat if you're never going for the Homa. Because you only need about 150. This weapon by itself gets 220. So you're really in good hands. Tell them to farm for a crimson. Oh, that's a girl, but yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so tell them to farm for crimson. They can farm for crimson, but it depends on their resin thing. It depends on how their resin is, right? So it depends on if it matters or not. Now, if you're trying to do this, like, oh my God, I'm going to compete with Hu Tao, then you farm crimson. But if you're not going to compete with Hu Tao and you just want to actually perform with Hu Tao, you can perform with Hu Tao with Shimenawa. Crimson is, the only thing you get out of Crimson is her burst. You got fragile stuff for Venti? Let's go. Oh, I'll talk to you about Venti if you're going to be maining Hu Tao. If you're going to be maining Hu Tao, there's like little things then that matter. Yeah, so if you're going to be, well, they're all going to perform, but it depends on if you're, the reason I'm using competing is because are you comparing yourself to other people is the question. If you're comparing yourself to other people, you need Crimson. If you're not comparing yourself to other people and you just want to beat the game with Hu Tao and her still stick it to the man, you can, Shimenawa does that. You do 3 charge attacks, you get a burst, and then you hit her burst while you still have a buff active. You don't benefit from the Crimson set on burst, but you benefit on charge attack, which is a good 60% of her DPS anyway. If not more than that, it's probably like 80, 90% of her DPS is from a charge attack. This right here is so important in comparison to the rest of the constellations. I think that's what I'm saying, Hifumi. If you're going to get a constellation, this is the constellation. And it's really more of a, like... Here's what's funny. The constellation does not really anything, really. It's just, you don't use stamina anymore. That's it. That's all it does. But in the case of Hu Tao, that's kind of a big deal. You can jump cancel, and you're fine, but now your teammates don't have stamina, which is not even that big a deal. But if you're going to get one, that is the constellation. You know, but that's pretty much it. You won your 50-50 like 6 times, so, well, you're doing something. All right, so as far as your Hu Tao, focus on your normals. Your normals should be at 8 before you put your skill at 8. Just be mindful, her normals account for about 60% of her charge attack damage. The skill accounts for about 40% of the damage produced per charge attack. Right? So just give you a heads up. As far as the artifacts, you need to replace your timepiece and your goblet and your circlet. You only need to replace your goblet because you need more crit rate. You need to replace your circlet because you need crit damage. And if you want HP percent, and you need to replace this guy because you do want crit damage on it. But you want crit rate here to balance with this. Your soft goal is 60%, and you should be good. Your real goal is like 65. Your final goal is 70, which is hard to hit on a non-crit rate scaling character with a non-crit rate weapon. 70 crit rate is not easy to hit. And it's only because the crit rate stat is sometimes pretty hard to get. Right? So, did you want to do the run, or did you want me to look at the Shogun first? Who is it? The Shogun and who else? I use Nilo more than him. Can I show you how to do the jump cancel thing? The jump cancel thing is easy. Oh, I can't do it. It's like that. and you are on PlayStation. So for you chilling, you hold circle for a second, and then you just rub your thumb down to X. So you just do that. You just rub down to X. You just move your thumb down to X on PlayStation. That's how you jump cancel. So that, and then just push your thumb down. You're gonna play Hu Tao, okay? So I'm gonna bring him, and that works too. Well, I'm gonna bring. Oh, you got Kokomi. Okay. So if you got Kokomi, I'm going to bring. Rosaria. And because I don't want to waste your time, I'm going to take this. And I'm going to do the most try-hard situation you probably have ever seen. And we're going to do that. Actually, I don't need Rosaria. I'm going to bring... Kea, because why not? Hu Tao, Zhongli, Xingqiu, Yilan. Swear to God, that is like the best team, bruh. It's probably not, but yeah. I'm not wasting your time. Fantastic. Because what I'm about to do is stupid. Because I can. We're going to pop that. And we're going to do hydro things. Yep, and I'm going to do HP things. Because reasons. I got C something. Oh, C6 water dude. Yeah, he is a great character, by the way. By the way, oh, side note, before you start, pop Kokomi's skill right here. Yeah, you just, oh, never mind. You can't run. You can't run. Yeah. Where you trying to run, good sir? Oh, that's what we're doing? Oh, I thought he would die off that. Well, he died. What? Yay! This feels derogatory. It's the most laid back and foolproof team. It really is. It really is such a chill team. Like, you don't have to really think about it. You can just kind of chill. Nouvelet is so... Yeah, he is. I pulled him, bruh. I swear he feels like a Hydro Zhongli. He feels a little more emotionally monotone. It's almost like he's Zhongli, but he doesn't smile as much. And I don't know if I don't like that, but I like that. Thanks for all the talks, guys. Really appreciate it. I would try to get some sleep before it's morning. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, just if you ever, you know, just make a habit of seeing yourself in a better light. You know what I mean? Like that will make the difference. I can promise you that. But yeah, you take it easy. It is always a pleasure. Come on. Oh. Come on, Kea. Okay. That looks really cool. Oh. Oh. I should have got a burst for Kea. That's okay. But yes, life with sprinkles. Life with sprinkles. That person is actually really dope. Here's what's funny. They're actually... Oh, you're still here. Yeah, take it easy. I was going to say, they're actually really dope. They come in, never cause trouble. They never say nothing weird. It's like, yeah, they're actually really cool. You know, so... But yeah, I've noticed that, like, everybody's going through something. Everybody be alright. It's perspective. I have to tell myself that all the time. that little story when I lost my wallet, what was it, Wednesday? I had to just accept the fact that, oh, okay, well, I just don't have a wallet then. And sure enough, after the stream dropped 3 times, I look up, there's my wallet. Kokomi's skills should go here, by the way. Oh, never mind. It happens. Ah! I feel like I should kill the little guy. No! Okay. Okay. You're not gonna like me when I'm angry. Energy? No? God dang it. Should I? No. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. How many more we got left? So that's 48. 72, we almost there, y'all. We almost there. We are almost there. Yeah. To what? 72. That'll put me at 96. So I got 3 more abysses left, by the way. But almost there. Yeah. Somebody challenged me to get 100 artifacts before I open my abyss artifacts. 2 runs? Okay, no worries. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Right here. What's going on, Primrose? Yeah. Hola, ¿qué pasa? All right. By the way, you heard the little swing thing I sent? Oh, I did not. I did not. Hold on. I just like the opening to it. Hold on, cuz. Call you Marley? Swag. What's up, Marley? All right, so let me see. So, where is this música? ¿Dónde está la música? I got tagged in here for something. Right, it would be 2. Oh, that was for the crit rate. Okay. That was a crit rate thing. Already on it? Swag. Where is... Oh, hold on. Oh, my buffs are down. That might explain something. No. It's, I'm streaming from the PlayStation, but somebody sent some music in to Discord, and I was gonna check it out real quick. So let me see. Make sure Pop Kokomi right here. Right here. Oh, or not. No! God dang it. Nope. Big fella? Why, hello, big fella? I would feel some type of way if I was that little guy. I gotta fix my audio real quick because I'm pretty sure, yep, it's on a Bluetooth headset for some reason. Hold on. Hey! Hey! Hey, he fooled me. Please. You know I'm a weirdo about samples, bro. Is it cool? Please tell me it's cool. Please tell me. Can I sample that and can I put some trap drums behind that? This Kamehameha is so dope. It is though. I cannot get over this. Kamehameha. Hold on. Kamehameha. Even though it's water, it's still amazing. Of course, hold on, watch this. Tell me if I'm tripping. Where's it at? Or I can even do UK drill. Hold on. So, hold on. That'd be fire, bruh. Thank you. Anytime. Okay, so now I'm going to leave your world and look at your Raiden. Your Raiden. Let me see if anybody's in the queue before I do that. But yeah, I need to look at your Raiden. No, not a problem. Let me see something real quick. What's going on, Romello? How art thou? So Waddles is next. Let me knock this out real quick. So the Raiden, so initially I saw her crit rate, or crit damage was really low. You are rocking, thank God. Alright, so we have, I kind of want to look at your artifacts before you rank them. Because I know that as of late, you have been ranking artifacts, not prematurely, but you have been ranking not powerful artifacts. That is a copium artifact, super duper copium. What I would like to propose to you, whoops. What I would like to propose to you Here's what I would, I see. Okay, so it's going to be your circlet and your goblet of all things. So see, this is going to be a pain in the butt, but see if you can move the needle on this, on the crit damage, and then see if you can move the needle on the crit damage on this guy. If you can get attack percent, great, but that would be really kind of it. I like the fact that she's crowned. Side note, you only need 58% right here. Depends on if you're using her as an abyss rat or not. This is kind of universal amongst every character in Genshin. If you're using that character borderline exclusively in the Spiral Abyss, you can deduct 8% crit rate from the minimum crit rate. So in this case, if she's Abyss only, you can technically run what is it? You could technically run like a 50% crit rate with the catch. Technically. In general, then at that point, 58% would be what you want. Minimum. That would be like as long as you're around that, you're good. Like right now, you're good, right? You're good. 61%, you're 3% away. So for all accounts, you can sacrifice 3%. Don't, but you can, right? But I would seek more crit damage, mainly because you're using so much attack, right? You're fine with attack. But yeah, technically, bro, I hate that word too. But you can sacrifice 3% crit rate, right? If required, technically, right? But this piece right here is what's kind of killing me. The crit rate is fine, but it's the fact that it didn't hit crit damage. It didn't really bless you anywhere else, right? And then this one, the crit damage is fine, but it's the only stat doing anything on the piece. Right, and typically on pieces you want at least 2 stats, unless you're overcompensated in a different spot. Like let's say this had like God knows how much crit damage, then this one doesn't need it as much. You know what I mean? I'm not really tripping on the energy recharge because this piece has 20%, so I'm not really tripping on it here. That's why I was like, okay, you might want attack percentage as your second stat, but try to get like 2 stats on the circlet if you can. If you can. You know what I mean? Would I build Water Dude like Yelan? Yes. The Water Dude is literally Yelan. The only difference is, are you running HP or attack or energy recharge? Right? So if you're running an energy recharge Yelan, the build is literally transferable. With the exception of like, are you running crit rate or crit damage on your circlet? Like that's really the only. There's nuanced differences, but they're built the exact same. It's just he scales with attack, she scales with HP. It's the exact same. It's the exact same character. Perfect example that I can give you. Please only pay attention to the main stats. So, not that. There we go. Oh, I could have just did that. Okay, so how about this? Great, whatever. All right, so attack, hydro crit rate, and HP, hydro crit rate. That's it. Emblem. The only thing you might want to consider with Xingqiu is that you may want to run energy recharge. That's the only variable really. With Yelan, you can, but typically because it's Yelan, people are more likely to run HP because they want the numbers out of Yelan because she's capable of it. That's like her whole thing is Xingqiu, but damage focused. Xingqiu is more of a utility character. Him just being there is what makes him good, right? So energy recharge is typically what you'll find on this guy, but you can run attack if you want to, right? So, yeah. I'm running him with Yelan and Hu Tao. Oh, if you're running him with Yelan and Hu Tao, just run attack. You know what I mean? Just take your 160 energy recharge. You know, the sack sword energy. Just take your 160 energy recharge. It's because you'll have double hydro. It's because you'll have double hydro going. So between him and Yelan, they should be able to battery each other. Just off the 140, 150 on Yelan and the 160 plus on him, you should be able to power both of them. Should is that's a big should though. I can't make that promise. Yeah, not a problem. Was there anybody else or are you good? Because I feel like there was a third character, but I don't remember if you gonna go nap now? Never mind then. You enjoy your nap? Get your rest on? Listen to your body? If a body says sleep, go to sleep. And we will see you when you get up from your nap. I swear you have the sleep cycle of a doctor. I'm giving you a hard time. That's an inside joke. All right, so next up is what am I doing? Next up is Waddles. I will is fall break. Oh, definitely get your sleep on. All right, so we have what are we doing? Waddles. Give God the praise. I'll say that out loud on stream. Give God the praise. Woo! Where is my Hu Tao and Zhongli, please? Will do. I'm at 140. All right, good. All right, so Hu Tao. So we got 90. Good. Oh, we got a homo. Hold on. Shiminawa. Okay. No C1. Not a huge deal. Once again, get her normal to 9. If you get her, doctors have a sleep cycle. Facts. So, yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah. So, get her normals to 9, and you can actually chill on her talents. Unless you want to get her burst to 9, that's going to be up to you. I'm only saying that specifically for Shiminawa. What does this goblet look like? That is actually not that. That's actually not bad. Okay, so, you are 68, 226. That's actually really good. We have... Sorry, runny nose. Okay, so you got 10, 7, 35. Okay. Well, what's your E? Ooh, okay. We got 19... Wow. that is really strong. And then we have EM timepiece. Okay, that one is really good. I don't like the crit rate on it, but I would keep it on her for now. This piece is bugging me, but it's not. Like it is, but it's not. Like it's respecting you, but you could use a little more crit damage on this guy, or EM. You could use a little more. I would say crit damage at this point because you have so much EM, right? Either that or HP percent. What's your HP? 24. Oh yeah, you need HP substats. So you're actually in a very good position right now. So your circlet, you can hold on. What's your crit rate? Yeah. So your circlet, I would 100% re-roll this for more HP. Like a strong, like don't forget crit damage. Like 14% crit damage, 14% HP, 20% crit damage, 10% HP. Something like that though. I know you can't choose the artifacts that you want, but that would be kind of like the direction you would kind of want to go in my personal opinion. Because the thing is, you have to make up for the fact that you're not running an HP timepiece. Now, because you have so much EM, right, you can counterbalance that with 30% HP. You don't need 46% HP, right? If you had 46% HP, you could counter that with about 150 to 200%, not percent, 150 to 200 EM in substats. This is typically the strategy I would recommend going with, is an EM timepiece and HP percent substats. Why? Because HP percent is way easier to get in substats, let alone get it to hit on HP percent, typically. Now, you got EM here. That's good. You got EM not there, but you do have EM here. That's good. And no EM there. Okay, so if you re-roll a piece, if you happen to re-roll this because you want more crit damage, please do it with HP percent or EM. That's that piece. If you do the goblet, I don't know at this point if I care about that EM stat. I just want stronger crit stats. And if you are going to get a stat, maybe HP percent, you can get EM if you want. The circlet, I would 100% get crit damage and HP percent. Are you in diminishing returns? Not necessarily, but I would still want to get some HP percent because she has so many damage buckets. That's a pool that I wouldn't necessarily sleep on, right? Your goal, in my opinion, would be around 27,000 with an EM timepiece. Like 27 plus. If you can get like 27,000 HP, and believe it or not, you're only 2,200 away. You know what I mean? I have 3 of the same flowers. One has 63 EM. If you can hit 150 EM with an HP timepiece, you should be close to breaking even. But EM is so strong, I don't know if I'd do that piece. Because you still need crit damage. It's the damage buckets. You want to make sure you're distributing in your damage buckets properly. For all intents and purposes, I'll show you something. I show this all the time, but I only show this because I got tired of arguing with Hu Tao's. For all intents and purposes, this is super strong. It is. But this is situationally super strong. It's situationally super strong because there's about 4 or 5 ways to supplement EM. Diona, Nahida, Instructors, what's her name? Sucrose, Kazuha C2. I'm pretty sure there's more, right? So if it's that serious, they are far from diminishing returns on EM. If that's the case, it's just they have to work with a specific team. But EM is actually that strong. So your damage should be close to what we're looking at now because of where your EM is at. And if you're only vaporizing with your Hu Tao, then yeah, you might have a stronger Hu Tao, I hate to say it. Right? So the cosmetics of what that was versus what this is, technically yours should be stronger. because of how much EM you have. It does not make sense, but that 41% on vaporize and melt should be a true multiplier, meaning that if you hit 100k, you should hit 141,000, which is a huge difference. Whereas if you just keep dumping in the crit damage, now we're just looking good. Does that make sense? Yeah, EM is super hard to rebalance. Yeah, so I think you're fine with your EM, right? But I don't know if you necessarily need to hyper invest in EM anymore. That's why I'm saying I would just worry about a HP percent on the circlet. Because once again, if it is that serious, just give Xing Cho the instructor set and call it a day. Because he is so not where the damage is going to be coming from in that team. You just give him you give him a relatively strong, really hyper ER focused instructor set, and there's your EM. Once again, if it's that serious. And all you got to do is be that guy. Furina is going to be stupid with Hu Tao. Every Hu Tao is going to be leaking in their pants from Furina. Every Hu Tao is going to call Furina a Hu Tao buff, even though she's not a Hu Tao buff. She's just a really strong buff. Not every Hu Tao. Hifumi wouldn't. Hifumi is so different. That's why I love that guy. It's like Zhongli's. Like, Zhongli's flex their HP. I'm so glad that... I like Zhongli's that don't flex HP. They don't flex HP or burst damage. I love those. The ones that flex burst damage is like, dude, why are you even playing Zhongli? Just play Ito, bro. Anyway. Not sure of the second person, though. Let's see. So we got Zhongli. Well, any questions on Hu Tao real quick? I'm assuming the second person you're talking about Zhongli. What piece should I change? You should change the circlet. Your circlet should have crit damage and HP percent, and it should have more crit damage than that. I'm giving you a cosmetic number, and that's 14%. I want to see 14% crit damage, but the HP percent I want to see at least like 9 or 10. She doesn't deplete the HP. Yeah, she's not. No, you still got to play Hu Tao for Hu Tao. Like, you still have to play Hu Tao. But Furina, somebody's going to, I promise you, Hifumi, somebody's going to make it work, and they're going to say that they found out how to. I already know what's going to happen. There's going to, you know, the Hu Tao community, Hifumi. You know how it gets. It's going to be a battle for who. It's going to be it's just going to be showcases, bro. Who has the strongest Hu Tao, and I made it work, and this is how you play Hu Tao with Furina, and blah, blah, blah. I'm better than you, all that. It's going to be nothing but that. That's basically what all of them are going to be saying. They're all going to come together in the end, and I can't wait for that to happen, but it's going to be this weird small man complex race for like the first month. That's probably why I got so much respect for you. I'm like, man, I'm so glad he is not that guy. Would be pretty cool because you could run a circlet. Yeah, I mean, that would be dope. You could run an EM circlet. That would be fire. You know, but yeah. So that is Hu Tao. Any other? I'm going to assume there's no more questions on Hu Tao. Are you C1? You're not C1. That's okay. Okay, so you might, hey, but you'd have to try it, Hifumi. Just keep in mind, there is a such thing. I actually have a video I'm working on, and one of the subjects in that video is cosmetic DPS. Cosmetic DPS is a definable term. I'm glad I have to meet people like that. I'm glad I have to meet. Well, you have to learn how to deal with people like that. So I'm assuming that it is a good thing to meet people like that because you have to learn how to deal with them. Yeah, you test it anyways. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. All right, so you got a black tassel. That's good. Sorry, have not. Oh, if you have not met them, you will meet them. It's by
用力
definition
挥
called the
霍
small man
仍在久，
complex. By definition,
只
it's a
可惜
small
故
man
人
complex.
何日
People who
再见？
compete over stuff that they shouldn't compete over is just a sign of small man complex. Little man complex is what they call it. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it. You can call it competitive. We all, like all people, have that in them. How amplified it is can be dictated in how much they compete in something that's non-competitive. For example, if I walk in with a cup, but you insist on having a bigger cup than me, that's little man complex. Does that make sense?
欲买桂花同
All
子
right. So anyway, so we have a black tassel, and that's what I had to cut out of Dome Precision, for anybody wondering. So we got 4, 8, and 6. We have this right here. We have this right here. Okay, hold on. This be right. Okay, so I like the. Okay, hold on real quick. So what is your goal with Zhongli? HP, Geo, HP. Okay. So what is your... Oop, shouldn't have G on. Yeah, what's your goal with Zhongli? Because you can do a hybrid. You can 100% do a hybrid. But there's an approach to the hybrid. And it's not that bad. It's really not that difficult. I would just have to know which one is more important, his shield or his burst damage. For the shield to last and freeze people with the burst. Okay, does the damage of the burst matter? Or does the uptime matter? So the shield is top priority. The CC is second priority. The damage does not matter. Okay, so if the damage does not matter, this number needs to be higher. And what I'm going to propose to you is that you switch this for HP with a ER substat. And when I say an ER substat, I'm talking a stupid ER sub, like one of those stupid substats. Uptime a little? Yeah. I'm just saying if the DPS doesn't matter. So what's going to happen if you switch to HP, you're going to lose a little damage. Your shield's going to get drastically stronger. And then you're going to have a incredible burst of time. Because tenacity, first off, tenacity doesn't work the way it works, but it's you have to okay, so if you're because you're not C2, you have to your positioning of your pillar is going to make a humongous difference unless you play like Albedo or something. Cuz Albedo can help extend the range of your trigger on your tenacity. Right? So if that's the case, great. If not, the 4-piece set, it doesn't matter as much as you think it does. It does, but it's the positioning of the pillar, that's all, right? But if you're comfortable with that, stay on the 4-piece. But the biggest outlier in this whole set is your goblet being Geo. That's the issue. You know, and if, what's going on, Rain? How you doing? And if any stats do matter, the priority stats on your Zhongli would, in this case, be crit rate, energy recharge. You would actually be taking my build. But in this case, you would want to run a 2-piece or a 4-piece tenacity instead of the set that I run. Oh, I know he fooled me. It's like, bruh, can you get off the pillar? And then it kills your rotation. That pillar kills your rotation. When you stick to it, it's like, okay. Yeah, exactly, bruh. It's like you on fire, and then you just stick to it. You're like, come on, man. And then whole rotation messed up. Should I give the goblet to Albedo or use it as EP? Well, what is his goblet like? I would so not use, well, Knock. Well, he needs the crit rate right now. Harbinger, right? Yeah. 28 plus 48, so you're at 76, meaning that you might be able to sacrifice the 6%. You're at 14% right there. Yeah, I would switch the goblets for now. This is Geo, right? Yeah. Oh, that's defense. Defense will make it'll make your whatchamacallit stronger. Your shield stronger, but it'll only make it stronger for Zhongli. So I would not do that. I would just get a HP. I kid you not. I would just get an HP goblet with energy recharge. And if for whatever reason, Burger, why do you insist on coming in here speaking Chinese? What wackiness are you saying now? Google Translate. Oop, that is not what I was trying to do. I don't think any... Oh, you don't think they play Genshin? I'm pretty sure they do. They can't... They probably don't care. They probably just don't care. Like when you're demoing something, Burger, you're not trying to demo high level play. You're trying to demo what the actions look like. And then it's up to the viewer to decide how they're going to put stuff together. You know what I mean? But anyway, so it feels like a punch of inertia. Yes. Just got back on Genshin after a long break, and I got the new Hydro unit, and I don't know how to build him. HP Hydro Crit Balance. I recommend the 4-piece set. Try to get 34% crit rate minimum, and run a crit damage circlet. That's pretty much it. Try to build all crit damage. If you get HP substats, fantastic, but for some reason, he multiplies on crit damage like a beast. Crit damage is just stronger on him. I'm sure it's because of his base HP. His base HP is probably insane, and that's probably why. Which you would... I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, so... but yeah. Oh, use it as XP. No, don't use it as XP. No, I read that wrong. Don't use this as XP. Just get an HP. Just wait for one to drop from one of these domains when you're farming them, and then when you get it, just slot it right in. HP percent with crit rate, or energy recharge, my bad. I want HP percent, energy recharge on the goblet, and then just do that. Just great. Or that, just put that on them. You have one, just not leveled. Level it over time. I'm being honest with you. I don't recommend leveling trash artifacts unless it's hyper specific, unless you have you're sold on the approach of that character. Barbara does not need damage. And she doesn't need hydro. That's why she has this piece. Flat HP. Diona needs all of nothing in her kit. So I don't care. It just needs to complete tenacity. The 2-piece set at least, right? So if you're Zhongli, if you're dead set, you said it has crit rate and crit damage. I mean, that's cool. If it's like a crit rate, crit damage, energy recharge like that, level it. Your goal is the energy recharge. I'm not joking. If this didn't hit crit damage, but instead it all hit energy recharge, this would be fine for my Bennett, because it's Bennett. I don't need the crit stats. I wanted the crit rate, but it gave me crit damage because Genshin. I wanted it to be like this, but with way more energy recharge. You see what I'm saying? But the goal is HP percent, energy recharge. If it has crit rate, crit damage, fantastic. I will show you the most cutthroat piece that I have right now, and this should paint the picture of what you are actually looking for on your Zhongli. You are going to say, what is wrong with you? You want that on your Zhongli, but with an HP main stat. This was a troll piece. Shout out to Faith and I think Ari. They said level it. I said, okay. I leveled it. That happened. Love you, Faith. Thank you. I wanted more crit rate and crit damage on this piece. It gave me 27% energy recharge. I don't know why. But that's what you want. Does that make sense? Not 27, but your focus. This is the most disrespectful piece ever. All right, so anyway, yeah. Wait. Okay. Yep. It's a good piece, but it's not. It's a great piece. That's why it's on Rosaria. But it's a great piece for like you know, they have to be physical or they have to support physical, and then they actually need energy recharge. That's all I wanted to do. I got tired of looking at low HP. Any questions on that Zhongli? That would be literally the only change. Actually, not literally the only change. I need to look at your talents real quick. But as far as artifacts, that would be the only change I would make. And then as far as talents, yep, get his skill to 9. Everything else is up to you. You were here when it rolled, man. It was, I think it was Faith and Ari, and I was like, let's just pick a piece. Just pick a piece, and I'll roll it. And they were like, this one, and I'm like, okay. And I rolled it, and that happened, and I'm like, oh my God, like, dude. One of y'all prayed for that. Like, who in here got their fingers crossed right now? Yeah. You good, Waddles? Fantastic. Fantastic. But that is some amazing news, though. What's happening, Barry? How you doing? So, that is the fantastic news, is you don't actually have to worry about getting, like, the greatest piece for the Zhongli that you're running. Right? I actually still... Hold on, let me see if anybody's in... Nobody's in... Oh, Haizo. There we go. I was going to show you that... Oh, y'all remember my old Zhongli, the Black Tassel Zhongli? That's the one I'm kind of trying to push you towards. It's the Black Tassel Zhongli. Like the shield bot. I saw a Dory. You saw a Dory. Stop it. Okay. So, Ramello, which is PB&J. Swag. What we doing, cuz? In Germany, we call it keeping an eye out. Yep. That is what you're doing, sub to bruh. Sub to DWP and Kinkle or Suffer. Swag. Both of us are amazing. All right, so who am I? First off, am I helping you with runs, or am I looking at some characters, or like what are we doing? Exactly. How can we help you today? Swag. I don't know why. I'm like smiling because you typed that. felt like customer service. I'm like, oh. Felt like I was in a retail store. Like, how can we help you today? You ever see? Oh, never mind. My old life came up. You see somebody walking up with a tablet, and they about to. How can I help you? What phone are we looking for today? All right. So, but yeah, what's going on? Wagwan, cuz. I'm going to do this. I'm going to assume that this is going to be a try co-op, which is fine. It is not. Okay. So what are we doing to wait? What's your AR? AR53. You are, I think you're working on Yalan. 180, okay. 81, okay. 126, okay. You got some good pieces. 7, okay. So still need talents. She's almost 90, good. Funny enough, that if you want to ascend this, that's up to you. It's because you're well beyond your minimum. And that's no constellations, right? And then that is a reroll. That might, it's not, it could be though. That is, in my opinion, not a reroll unless you're min-maxing. That one is good. Wish it was HPV percent, but I do like that piece. You must have a strong circlet. That is an okay circlet. Okay, so hold on, where are you at? Okay, so you're almost at, in my opinion, I call them tier 3 artifact, or yeah, you're almost at tier 3 artifacts across the board. So this is knocking at the door of tier 3, right? Tier 3 being 20% crit damage. This one is barely tier 2. 1014 is tier 2, right? So we want to get you to, it's just my opinion, right? Because I want you to be consistent, but I want your damage to be like ramped as well. And in order for this to ramp you, we need more crit damage out of the piece. This piece, your damage is ramped, but we're lacking on the crit rate now, right? So, for example, you put these two together, what do you got? 6 plus 20 is 26. We're going ahead and say 27. And then 3 plus 10 is 13. So we got a 1327. Cut that in half. What do we have? And that is where you're at, right? So you said a banger. Well, you got a 1326, but it's across 2 artifacts. So because it's across 2 artifacts, you cut the number in half. 13. So you have a 6.5 by 13 across 2 pieces. So 613, 613. That is what those 2 pieces are, right? So you would be replacing those pieces in conjunction. So I wouldn't touch these pieces until you have both to replace it with. You know what I mean? So you want a 14 and a 14, or a 20 and a 20, but something along those lines is what you're looking at. But we want to get close to the equivalent of a 20 and a 20 crit damage across both these pieces. That's what you want. And then we want at least, if it's either going to be 20 and 20 across both pieces, or it's going to be 10 and 10 across both pieces. You know what I mean? As far as your crit rate or crit damage, but we want to see a lift in one of those 2 stats. And then as far as Yoimiya, whoa. Oh, hold on now. Okay, we're going to look at that in a minute. You got to level the normals. 80, ascend her, you will love yourself. You'll be at 91% when you level her when you ascend her. I think it's going to be like 90.7 or something, but you'll basically be at 91. Love the weapon choice. Refinements are going to bless you. Your AR53, you have more than enough time to R5 this. You will get an R5. I can almost guarantee it. By AR60, 58, you'll somewhere up there, you will have an R5 though. And this weapon is entirely too strong on her. But 90 the weapon. As far as the artifacts, I'm assuming these are already really, wow, that's really good. And wow, okay, that makes all the sense in the world. That's going to be replaced. That is going to be replaced. And that is going to 100% be replaced. So this is going to be kind of hard. This one is going to be really hard. I'm going to tell you from experience, I don't know if I would trip that hard on this unless you're competing with Kinkle. But you got to remember, Kinkle burned, I think, close to 20,000. How much resin? He burned like, I don't know how many fragiles the day he hit AR45 on Yoimiya. So you're not going to even come close to matching his Yoimiya specifically. So I'm telling you, I would just chill at like 80. 80, you should be fine. You'll miss crits, I know, but unless you're going for 100%, 80 is fine, bro. I would worry more about trying to get the EM up and get the crit damage in the pocket. You know what I mean? Can you also look at, yeah. You got 41. Oh, nice. And you're at 30 pity. Ah, okay. You might pull for Hu Tao. You can. There's nothing wrong with Hu Tao. We still have... No, keep in mind, Natlin is coming in, what, 6 months? So we're getting the Pyro Archon. I don't know what that means, but Pyro is an attack thing. I would do this. If you're going to pull Hu Tao, I'm going to tell you from my personal experience and foresight of the world, I would, 11 months, that's fine. My foresight of how the world works and pattern recognition, I would only pull Hu Tao for the fun factor. Because you have Hu Tao power on your account, I can almost promise you. It's somewhere on your account. It's either that or you don't need it. So, but if you want Hu Tao, she is an absolutely fantastic pull. You would be servicing your account in the right way. It's like either character you pull doesn't matter. And if I'm not mistaken, because of how Hu Tao's team works, Hu Tao should be stronger than him. So if you pull her, I mean, you'd have to min-max your face off, but you should be stronger. Hu Tao should be stronger. Until we get the min-max numbers for Nouvellette. Once we get those numbers, God only knows. But yeah, you will be fine. If you want to pull her, I would just go on ahead and pull her. My concern is, are you pulling the Archons, though? That's where I would be, like, tripping. Yeah, the Natlin Archon is probably going to be, like, something else. Like, I don't even know if I don't know. The Natlin Archon is going to be some other something. Like, so I don't know. 11 months? Hey, how old are you right now? Type energy, you know what I mean? So if you're going to pull Hu Tao, then pull her because you want Hu Tao and she's fun, and I would do that. I would not pull Hu Tao purely for a performance. You know what I mean? Pull her because you really like the character, all the, you know, that whole conversation. Nope. Look at Bennett trying to put in work. You go, Bennett, with your little fab sword. Bro, I can only imagine what the Pyro Archon is like, bro. Off-field pyro capabilities seem nice. Maybe all Xiangling mains will stop yapping. Oh my god, you right? It's like, dude, like, I'm just tired of mains acting like mains, bro. Like, I never had to deal with this in the fighting game community. Like, ever. Like, you would have some people complaining and whatnot, but the boasting, bro, it's like, the boasting is like, dude, how? Like, what is wrong with y'all? Xiangling is da-da-da. Bro, shut up. It's a character. Jesus Christ. Why don't you take that energy to Street Fighter? See if you don't get smoked in one day, bro. You will shut your whole face playing Mortal Kombat. You'll get laughed out of here. Who was that? Somebody in the Mortal Kombat community. Somebody came to the Mortal Kombat community and got smoked, bro. It was like it was Dr. Disrespect, bro. He got smoked in, bro. It was like, this is not Call of Duty. This is not some I main a character community, dog. This is a I have skills hitting buttons community, and it's either you're dope or you're not. Not screw the character, cuz. We've seen Honda beat people, Chun-Li beat people, Blanca beat people, Bison beat people. It don't matter who you pick. It matters, but your skills matter way more. Like, Magneto is super broken in Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but you have to be able to hit the buttons to play that fool. Same thing with Sentinel. Sentinel is the most broken character next to, like, Storm in Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but you got to be able to do a double quarter circle back and hit 2 kicks at the same time. You got to be able to hit a backward fireball with 2 kicks at the same time twice. Blop, blop. You got to be able to do that, bud. It's called an unfly refly. If you can't do that, Sentinel is going to be trash. So when that Pyro Archon come out, bro, I ain't even finna cap. I'll be 100% honest with you. I love Kokomi, and this is going. I hope I ain't pissing off any Kokomis. But bro, I was waiting for that Pyro Archon because I'm like, bro, I've met some Kokomi. I'm not talking about Leon. I've met some Kokomis though, bro. Like there were some of them came in the stream at some point, and it's like that Kokomi energy. It's like, dude, I got to fight. Y'all remember I got in an argument with Ace? Shout out to Ace. Much love to homie. But y'all remember I got in that huge argument with Ace? And he was talking about Kokomi's required on an account. I'm like, nah, she cool. This fool lost his mind. She's required. She got to do. I'm like, bruh, chill. Like I'm telling you, if she was that required, you would see her all in videos everywhere. You would see her in the background on every video, bro. She's good. She ain't required. You see Zhongli twice as much as you see Kokomi, cuz. You see Kazuha 3 times. You see Venti more than you see her. Like, chill, dog. And I was like, dude, I cannot wait for the Hydro Archon to come out, because you would think I'm like, when you talk about a Xiangling main, you would think you talking about the person. Like, bro, I'm not even. Since when were you Xiangling, cuz? I didn't know that you identified as a little Chinese cook in a made-up city in a video game. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, let me stop. Let me stop, you feel me? But we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. All right. They defend these characters like they mother go bankrupt. Yeah, I mean, sometimes. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. God forbid something, bro. Watch what happens. Somebody come in and talk about Yai Miko trash. I'm gonna be like, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody come in and Ningguang is. Somebody tried to do that. Like I was finna defend Ningguang. Like I know what Ningguang is, bro. She's not Yalan. I'm not gonna act like she is. Zhongli, yeah, he's just God mode enabled. That's all he is. But it's kind of amazing. Have you never played Doom before on PC and typed in God mode or whatever that? What is the God mode cheat code in Doom? God mode code Doom. It was in Doom and Doom 2. Doom, no, on PC, because you have to pull up a console. No, that's on a 3DO. Game Boy, PlayStation, Super Nintendo, Xbox. Nah, I need it for PC, cuz. There it goes. Where is it? IDB. Where is it? Ooh, no clip? I forgot about that. ID SPISPOPD. Oh, yeah. That's the no clip cheat, man. Where is... Yep. IDDQD. God mode enabled. Can I show you something? Absolutely. This right here is IDDQD. That's all this is. All right, so what are we looking at? You know what I do see though? I see that right there. You know what'll make me really proud? Is if you say, I'm not getting that because I have a job, I would be like, you know what? I respect that way more than anything that's about to come out my mouth. I'm going to hit my burst so you have a shield. Nice. Yalan, let's go. Ooh, ooh. Okay, you doing really good. You know where you want to here's what I would do. That's really good. Watch this though. Where I found is probably a little bit more of a forgiving baseline test. I would do tell me I'm lying. I would do this boss and see if you can kill it in not one rotation, but see if you can see how fast you can kill this guy. But based on your Yoimiya, right? If I'm looking at her correctly, based on her, I think you're doing fine. You're just missing the EM. That's all. It's just the EM. That's it. Plus, you don't have the set bonus. That set bonus by itself is 50 bonus damage. That's more than a goblet. Just in case you're wondering, that's more than a goblet. Here's what I'm going to do though, so that we can. Are you down? You're down there already. All right. I was going to make a really weak albedo, so I can have particle generation, but that works too. Cool. I swear I love that. Okay, I cannot shield you forever. And if I hit Albedo's skill, it's probably going to die. Not soon, but it will die. So Yelan's not going to matter in this fight. That's kind of the point. It would be testing purely your Yoimiya. You can face second. You're fine. Well, when you have that. Yeah, this thing is perma electro. Ow. I don't want to kill it. I just want to... There we go. Okay. No, don't kill it! Okay. Okay, so... I think your Yoimiya is coming along great. I think so. I just wanted to get the baseline on your Yoimiya, right? So, in my opinion, you're doing great based on the performance. I think it's just the set bonus, right? So you're sitting really good in your crit damage and the consistency, which is fine, but you're missing 50 bonus damage. And you can technically, believe it or not, you can move about 20, maybe even 30 crit damage to 50 bonus damage, because you don't even have a power goblet, right? So you have effectively no bonus damage right now. So that pool has 0 in it. We need to get something into that pool. Something. Right? And typically, at least without a Thunder and Pulse, typically you want to have those numbers as even as possible. So if you have 100 bonus damage, then you want 100 crit damage. But you don't want like 200 crit damage and no bonus damage. I know it sounds a little weird, but 200% is less than 100 times 100. Right? So, you know, you know what I mean? So if we can get the 46 plus 50, there's 96 just in that pool. And then the rest we can, and then you got vaporize and all that, right? But the rest at that point we can put into, you know, crit damage, attack, and all that jazz. And then EM is like a final multiplier. You got 14 animal. Wow. All right. Welp, that is painful. I think I know how you feel. You're probably going to have, by the time you're said and done, you're probably going to have an account kind of like mine. Because all the goblets I got were Animo. And I keep getting Animo goblets. I've gotten so many I start throwing them away. Because I don't need them. They'll be like 2.7 crit rate, 5.4 crit damage. That's going in the trash. Because it's not going to multiply into anything powerful. I can say it will, but it never does. You know, so if that's the case, I wouldn't lean into your goblets too hard. Lean into balancing your artifacts based on how many pools, based on how many artifacts you have available. So you want to increase the pool of artifacts to select from. And that's what's going to make your account a lot more successful. It's up to you to determine how important that is, though. Like, I can tell you right now, it's important, but it ain't that important. It's important, but it's not that important. Shout out to you, Burger. What's going on, brother? Got too much to do today? Then, yeah, take care of that. Leave the stream. Don't be here several times a week because I can't find time to play if I want to still sleep on time. Burger, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're fighting to find time to play a video game, you're looking at the situation mad wrong. You should not be worried about a video game. If I need to, I don't play the video game. It's a video game. Is it paying you? I can't find time to play, so I just don't. Yeah, then don't worry about it. Until the game is paying you, and I'm talking paying you what you're going to be getting paid, probably not a big deal. Yeah, being busy is always better than having nothing to do. What's going on, Gustav? Show me the map. I can't find any pictures or videos about the map, and for me, the map is buggy. It isn't displayed correctly. Yeah, that's fine. Is there a part of the map you want to take a picture of? I'm assuming you want to go to Fontaine or something? I did 2 pulls on a standard banner and got C1 time. Let's go! Yeah, Tainari's fire. Man, keeping it 4.0 is so hard. It is, but it's worth it. It is worth it. The fact of the matter is this. If you can maintain a 4.0, that's great. Don't kill yourself in the process, but rather optimize how you're maintaining that 4.0. I cannot tell you, I'm from the Bay. I cannot tell you how many kids are walking out with 4.5s talking about it was easy. Is it? No, but for them, for some reason, it is. Yes, I would like to save the new part of the map that was added with the update with a screenshot. Yeah, take a screenshot. Okay, you can have my UID and all that. Ain't nobody finna do that. But yeah, just take a screenshot. And then take a screenshot of down here. Here's the bottom part. I mean, I don't know how to do it. How do you do this? I thought there was a way to... Oh. Well, I guess there's that. But, yeah. And then there's, like, zoomed in, I guess. So there's these. Yeah, no worries. And then there's these. I don't know if you want to take that. And then there are these. And then there's layers. I don't know if you need the layers. Like, it's not a big deal. I can just, you know. These. There's D. Stop it. There's these. You know, there's a layer here. Here's some layers, I guess. I don't know what you need. Like, here's the underwater, like, layer, I guess. Like, there's the underwater layer. Kid you not. Looking at it now, this looks exactly like my client's company logo. That's crazy. I should send her a screenshot and be like, I think this game is biting your logo, cuz. I'm joking. I'm joking. I feel like biting is going to be a conversation on this channel for a while. But everybody's biting. Sure, everybody's biting. Anyway, you got what you need? I'm going to assume Gustav got what they need. Looks like the road runner. Hey, kind of dude, shut up, man. Man, I'm done with you, Hifumi. I'm done. Oh, that was funny. It looked like Daffy Duck, like when I looked at it again. Yeah. All right, cool. Any other maps or whatever? Anything else you need, or are you good? You just let me know. I'll take a picture or whatever. Where's the bosses? Oh, they're here, here, and here. But yeah. Why there's not a map? You know what? There's probably not a high quality map. That I can agree with. Some of the maps that I see, they got this weird, not good quality to them. For whatever reason. They're like pixelated. I don't know why, but like they'll be like mad pixelated. You know, whereas these, like, I don't know. I'll just do this a little bit in case he wants to screenshot part like frame by frame or something. And then you could just cut out that stuff in the corner or whatever. I don't know. Somebody wants to make a project out of it. I don't know if anybody will, but if they do, whatever. There you go. There's the zoomed in map of Fontaine. Make a giant map and sell access to it for $1 donation. All right. I'm going to take a break. Oh, nice. Oh, word? Bruh. Watch how much water I'll order. You tripping. What is it, Safeway? Hold on. I did not know that was a thing. Hold up. You lying. You lying, lying, lying. You trying. You lying. Water's what we need. Water's what we need. We need the water. 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 Not Crystal Geyser. Just that water. That cheap old stuff. Something like some filtered sink water. Long as it's filtered, baby. Long as it's filtered, baby. What is this right here? I think it's made by Safeway. It is that, and I will add it to something in my account. Let's go and order this water because we don't have a way to use a kitchen sink, or we don't have a way to hook up refrigerators to the water supplies. I need to find out how I can just stop ignoring my chat for this. Water for sale? Nah. Insurance is gonna they're gonna reimburse me because the kitchen's getting redone, which means we don't have access to water. The water supply or whatever. And since that is the case, well, guess what? They're going to cover it. And now that I know that, I'm going to order a astronomical amount of water. Not because I want to, but we do kind of need water because we don't have water here. Huh? So I'm trying to sign in. You know what? Let's do this. By the way, I'm on break. I should probably issue that. So, boom. And boom. Just go to the beach real quick. Take a buck. Stop it. Nah, cuz. Nah. No, what did he say? No. So I'm going to hit you with the Chief Keef. No. For this, say what now? I don't care at this point. I just want to order water. Are they really finna do this? Like, bruh. I can't even sign. Are you for real? Yeah, I was gonna say, you better let me in. It's my account, cuz. Alright. Queue is empty. Awesome. With the French accent. I'm just saying. I need them to give me the water. Like now. All of the water. Okay, that's not necessary. I need the agua. For me. No. I need to go here. Give me the water. Add that to my shopping cart. Why am I still doing that? I don't care if there's a delivery fee, but I would like all of the water. All of it. All of the water. And I'm black, so I want chicken. Do they have chicken? They have. Why is chicken so expensive? I'm going to blame it on COVID. How about that? Holy Jesus. $50 for chicken. We're not going to do that. Sure. Say what now? I got a savings. Great. Is there a fee to something? Yep. I don't care about the fee. It's $3. I'm not picking up. I need a delivery, cuz. No? Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. About to put my foot up in it. Chicken always fire. It is. All I'm trying to do really is I just want to order water for my family. That's it. Delivery. Thank you. Shop. Okay. Add. And I want whatever 24 times 5 is. Say what now? Oh, by tomorrow. Okay. Well, how about that time then? As long as it's by tomorrow. That's a lot of money. $10 in taxes and fees for a $20 purchase. What is a chicken but a chicken that chickens. I don't know what a chicken that does not chicken is. Are you trying to confuse me with your chicken descriptions? Or are you just upset that chicken is more popular than burgers? Hmm. 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 How is there a 20? There's 25% in fees, and that's not even the shipping fee. Oh, I guess it does. Fresh pet. What in the world is a fresh pet? Oh no. They about to DoorDash me, cuz. Bro, they want me to pay $30 for some water, cuz. Amazon. Oh my lord, they tripping. They want me to pay $30 for some water. You tripping? Y'all, whatever they smoking, they smoking. Oh, I don't care about the time. Say what? Nuggets, fresh peppermint basil soup, probably not even a thing. Say what now? But what about the chicks? I don't know. What's up with the chicks? And yes, we are still on break. I'm looking. I need 24 pack. Bro, it's so hot in this room. Amazon has a brand of water. You lying? That can't be true. You got y'all lying. Y'all lying. No, there's no way. They lying. That's crazy. No, there's got to be a fee somewhere. Need anything else? Nope. There's got to be a stupid fee somewhere. There's a stupid fee. There has to be. What? Doorstep. Tomorrow? Yes. See? Exactly. I'm like, there has to be a dumb fee somewhere. It's because that... Okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, it's because they're trying to do... So, alright, so what happens is... I know what's going on. So, there's this Amazon... So, there's this grocery thing. Off-brand water. Well, no, it's not that. It's the shipping method of the water, right? So, it just depends on how the water is being shipped to you. If it's being shipped to you using a service called Amazon Fresh, at least in the States, it's using a grocery delivery service. That grocery delivery service is where the fee is coming from. For example, if you order headphones, then you don't pay a grocery delivery fee. You pay whatever the Amazon fee is, right? They have some kind of deal with like grocery stores or whatever. And they also have like their little Amazon. I think it comes from like their Amazon place, right? But for what it's worth, realistically speaking, it is more expensive to ship food. You know what I mean? Because you have to keep it refrigerated, fresh. You can't just be driving all kind of crazy. You have to have insurance on it. So, so it's, plus it's more stringent because you are dealing with food, right? If you have a whole bunch of eggs in the same truck that somebody's delivering my water in, they have to be more careful. It's a little more meticulous of the shipping. That's going to incur higher costs. It's a higher value of shipping that's going to be required. Hence the fee. If you're just shipping random cheap $5 headphones and feet stuff and like glasses that are coming from like New York made in somebody's basement, you know what I mean? Like, and they're selling them for 50 cents. No one cares about that. You can drive off the road and back on the road drunk and still get them to you fine, right? The cost is lower. So, with that being said, I need to look for water that is sold and shipped like that because it's water. Are they going to ship it like that? I don't know. I can get fruit snacks shipped to me like that, right? But we are dealing with a liquid, right? And liquids are not, you can't just ship a liquid the same way you ship like a solid because a liquid can get all over the place. So, you know what I mean? So, but if I can find it, I'll let you know. I shall let you know. I don't want to be in Amazon Fresh. I want to be not in Amazon Fresh. No, all departments. I need to be not in Amazon Fresh. I'm good. Amazon Fresh trying to get me. And ooh, nope. Nah. Well, look like we just gonna have to take a trip to the grocery store. Not now, but soon. And we just gonna have to do it like that. Well, it's kind of solid with the plastic bottles, but the thing is, if it's a little more risky dealing with the it's just a little more risky dealing with that. Dealing with the water, because if it breaks, then you know it's kind of like you know what I mean? Like it's not necessarily like the greatest situation to be in. You know, so you know, so I mean, I understand it from a deployment perspective. You know what I'm saying? Give me one sec, yo. All right, cool, y'all. So how's everybody doing? I think we had a pretty good chat today. I think we was chilling today. Hifumi, how you doing? If Waddles is here, how you doing? M, how you doing? Burger, how you doing? How's everybody doing? Everybody ready for that TCG swag? Y'all ready to watch some TCG or participate in some TCG? Because in a second here, oh, can I spectate somebody playing TCG? Because I'm going to be making a promo video. I just need to spectate anybody. If not, I can just play a TCG game real quick. Unless there's a way to... Because I just need to get a couple moves in TCG. Maybe like 30 seconds of TCG. Like clips total. So I'll probably have to play for like a minute or two. There's that. And also... Say what? Wish I could, but I got a banquet that day. No, you good. Looking into things kind of stressful, but it's all right. You know, so it's you and I think Ori, Faith, that got something going on the 20th. Right? So this is going to be a priority to DWP, right? But everybody on the internet is invited. So, but I want to know the logistics of it with waves first, because if it's possible to push back, then I don't mind pushing it back 7 days to the 27th. I don't mind that. Right, and then we'll just make it a Halloween thing or something. You know what I mean? Because people got stuff going on. But at the same time, I need to pick a day where people aren't going to be as busy. looking into things, kind of stressful, but it's alright. That's all you can do. You know, it's going to be stressful, but that's just take it as lifting weights or something. It's just making you stronger. Learning how to deal with stress is a part of the battle to greatness. The easier you can deal with the stress, man. There are days if I can sit here and sulk in my own misery for 2 seconds. There are days I wish I didn't have lupus. And it's only because of stress tolerance, right? So I'm technically not really allowed to stress. So I kind of have to employ practices to not stress. So it's kind of a blessing in disguise, right? Like, I'm not allowed to stress because I have physiological ramifications for that, right? I get tired, I have a flare-up and, you know, inflammation and blah, blah, if I stress too much, right? So the thinking is great, right? But there are times, like life is life, right? It's going to throw stress at you at times, right? And sometimes that can be kind of like, and it'll knock you out for a little bit. You just kind of got to be strong through the process. But being able to take on stress is a blessing too, is I guess what I'm trying to say. You know, so if stress can hit you and you can still keep it pushing, like at full capacity, that's a blessing. You should take advantage of that. You should 100% take advantage of that. And from my perspective, from my shoes, I look at it kind of like a superpower in a way. Like, if you can do that, holy Jesus, you are in a good position. Because to bust big moves, it's stressful. To make tough decisions, it's stressful. You know what I mean? So, dude, use that to your advantage. Don't stress yourself out, but yeah, man, like, for real. Well, I'm inherently positive. Yes, you are. It's difficult for me to be stressed for really long. You are right. I know that about you. You know what I mean? And what happens, Mr. Hifumi? You get back what you put out. Swag. All right, so let's see. What are we going to do? I need to farm stuff. I guess I technically need to do my weeklies because that's what I was actually going to do. So let's do that real quick. Sure. I don't know if I have a burst or not. Hopefully I do. If I do, great. If I don't, whatever. I do not. We'll get one. Hi! That's for Ayaka. Thank you. I did not proc for some reason. You should have... Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay. Holy Jesus. Thank you. Yay! Aww. Get ready for the Big Bang Theory. That is for Kaz. Pyro. Yay, that is Electro. Oh. Please get rid of her shield. Kazuha, do Kazuha things. Aww. I get one back. That's why I wasn't tripping. So it's stressful, but also not. So it's stressful, but also not necessarily a bad kind of stressful because I know that it is necessary for progress. It 100% is. Please do it before she does her thing. No! God dang it. God dang it. I wanted to... Yeah, it's okay. Bang! Oh, should probably do that first. Oh, whatever. Do I need this? No, but why not? Yay! No, no. Alright. Last one, I guess. I have not fought Ashtaha, and I don't know how... Oop, wrong one. I haven't fought this guy in I don't know how long. Oh, you know what? Did I do this one? I did, right? I did not. Let's do that. We're gonna do this. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. I probably should have got Lisa, but that's okay. Where'd he go? Oh. Awesome. Bomb, 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 bomb. Uh-oh. Oh. Say what? The beginning of that boss's theme sounds like the Knight Rider. Does it? I never paid attention. Oh, I should probably do this. I'm about to listen to it again. Awesome, man. I got a burst. That's kind of what I wanted. Let's go. Come on. I wonder if I should have waited. Restarts after you're done for a second to hear it. No, I definitely will. Yay! I'm never gonna... Yeah, I'll get it at some point. What's this? God dang it. Ooh, instructor. Alright. Let's see what this sounds like. Oh, wrong way. And then I'm gonna go start another thing of coffee. I probably shouldn't have done that. So I can actually hear it.
Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Okay, hopefully I don't echo, or the game doesn't echo. Huh. Hold on. Huh. Huh. You talking about the movie or TV show? Hold on, which one are you talking about? Just the beginning intro of the fight, right? Why is his voice so loud? Nah, it kind of do. It's got a similar pattern. It's that. I mean, that's what I got out of it. I mean, not really, but yeah. Sent it? Hold on. Hold on, let me turn the game audio down. I can leave it at 10. Okay. Music chat. No. Good music. Is it D? Oh, DM. Oh, Knight Rider. What? Oh, yep. Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. Knight Rider. Why did I think Ghost Rider? Yeah, you said Knight Rider. Wow. Lost points for me, cuz. But yeah, no, that's, in my opinion, facts, bro. That beats facts. That beats like mega facts. That's crazy. That's dope. I want her for the buff. No, because I feel like this is a stronger buff. Yeah, no, it does. I don't know I can't put my thumb on it, but yeah, no, it does sound like that. Okay. Thank you. God dang it! I did it on time. So if you swap characters right as it switches, you can Yeah, never mind. Maybe I should do that. Haha, see? Told you. Then you can like prep and do all that extra stuff. Come on. 1, 2, 3, heal. Pillar for your thoughts. Pop. Sure. All right. Oh. Okay. All right, cool. Let me redo this coffee and then we'll get right back into the queue. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all.
接下来想去哪里？如果想游历璃月名胜的话，我有一些不错的参考方案。欲买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人。
When the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and rest is right around the corner. Swag, 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 swiggity, swag, swig, swag, swag. Say what? Say what? Say what? Hi, Dior. That's a nice goblet. It is a nice goblet. All right.
Let me check the queue. I don't think the queue is... Nothing's going on in the queue, right? Queue. Was that supposed to be bro... Oh, Korean... Oh, yeah, I don't know. Good news. What's the good news? Holla at me. Oh, by the way, how would you guys feel about some Scarlet Nexus today? Because I've been wanting to play that since the last stream. Because that game is absolutely amazing. I love that game. I think I'm done with my weeklies. You got 11 out of 10 on social commentary I made. Oh, the essay you made? Really? Hold on, let me close my door for this one. You about to have me mega turned up. Hold on. You say you got an 11? Like literally, I got bonus points for it. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jesus Christ. Do you have the essay? First off, what was, you said social what? Social commentary. Yeah, what was the social commentary? That's fire. What was the social commentary? Or maybe that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, huge congratulations. You got 11 out of 10 on that thing. Your opinion on a social issue? That's why I'm saying. And that's why I'm like, I don't need to know the subject. The subject doesn't matter. It's probably gonna cause a debate. That's why. But no, I'm assuming they graded it. I'm proud that you got 11 out of 10. Grammar, I'm assuming, was there. Structure was there. You had your thesis. You made your point. You did it clear, concise, all that. You definitely get 0 out of 10, probably. I think most all of, well, I don't know. I don't know anything about anything when it comes to social commentary. I stay out of social commentary until it's a podcast. You know, but at the end of the day, what I would be looking for is the context of your argument. And I think the context of your argument, you got 11 out of 10. You know what I mean? And if you did that, you probably were able to support your argument really well. On top of the quality of the writing. You know what I mean? If you got 11 out of 10, like, that's swaggy. You know what I mean? Just know, I'm about to say don't put it online because you're going to start a whole conversation that people might not be ready for. Depends on if the teacher is biased or not, I guess. It does. Well, the teacher is supposed, if it's a good teacher, they're supposed to approach it unbiased. Let's say, for example, it's an issue that I don't agree with. Period. Right? I have to look at the ability to make the argument that the social commentary, document is trying to make. And it's not, is it convincing me? Is how is it presenting the argument is what I'm looking for. Are you presenting the argument in a qualitative manner? And if you are, that's what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? People should put their pants on one leg at a time instead of two legs and then pull up. The argument is blah, 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 blah. Like, if you can make that argument, then, and it's quality, the argument itself is quality. It's engaging. It's not, you know what I mean? The grammar, like the quality of it. That's what I would be grading it on. If they're a good teacher, that's what they should be grading it on, based on what teachers have explained to me. So yeah. It's almost like kind of like charisma, yeah. It's charisma, but that's more of a nuanced approach. Not nuanced, but that's more of an abstract part. That's an abstract part of it. Yeah, that's the abstract part of it. I would be looking more for the systematic parts of it, the controllables, because charisma is something you develop over time. You can't really teach it. No, I was just admitting it. That's still fire though. Like charisma, you can't really. I swear, I hit that on accident, and it looked like he tried to hit the kid or something. But no, I would be looking for the immediate controllables. And charisma, that's usually something that has to come over time. You know what I mean? Let me grab my coffee. Be right back. Congratulations, by the way, Dior. Huge congratulations. Be right back.
我既认可我自身工作的价值，也认同分担大众所作所为的意义。我想，我还是会以我的责任为荣的。
All right, swag. If it was a presentation, I would just cease to stop it. Well, but seeing how you got extra points, the teacher probably did have some biases towards your views, right? Is that a fair assumption? See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I would just not. That's why I was like, yeah, I wouldn't even. I mean, they could, but they're not supposed to. You know, and if it's a good teacher, then, you know, they did a great job. If it was unbiased, if they first. All right, this is going to be my opinion. If they were biased against it, then they would have got a 9 out of 10. If they're biased for it, 11 out of 10. If biased is a part of the equation. But I believe if they got 11 out of 10, it would take the teacher being biased against it. And they would still get a 9 out of 10 based on a bias. Right? That's like something like what's something relatively controversial, right? Is Andrew Tate good for humanity? Right? If the teacher's like, yes, and you say no because of the gravity of that argument, right? The work still speaks for itself. You know how many emotions are involved in that argument? And if the emotions are that high in that argument and they still got a 9 out of 10, that would be kind of impressive. Because, and I'm only saying that, I would believe that would be the case because they got 11 out of 10. I don't know. It's hard to, first off, it is hard to do a social commentary piece and not have bias. But I am going to have faith in the teacher that the teacher was able to remove their biases. Because there are countless stories. I know there's countless stories of biased teachers, but there are also countless stories of unbiased teachers that completely disagree with a super sensitive topic such as LGBT blah blah blah. Like that's a sensitive one, right? Like, but they still give the kid an A+, even though the teacher may agree or not agree, or the teacher may disagree. You know what I mean? And that's when you know you got a good teacher. Not because they grade you even though they disagree, but it's can they see the systematic integrity of the piece itself. That's, yeah. My kids is going, if I have kids, they're going to hate me. Get some little ones in today's age, they're going to hate me. Be like, Dad, why you got to agree with everything? I'm not agreeing with everything. I'm giving you both sides of the argument. And then you use that information to make your judgment. Why did it just fully stop working? Why did what fully stop working? Oh, I'm trying to get on and it won't even load. I'm going off chat. That stream is in fact bugging. Say what?
为流通而造的船
Hold on.
遇到港口也会停泊，所以离月是一切财富沉淀的地方。
No? Nah, we good. We good. What's going on, Ashwin? How you doing? Yeah, no, 60 frames a second and all the things. Yeah, no, I am good. All right, so are we? And now we're lagging. Hold on. That is weird because I am fine on my side. No, I'm literally watching the stream right now. You want me to stream it to Discord? I mean, I'll show you. Like I'll stream what I'm looking at to Discord. YouTube mobile, maybe? I mean, because I am looking at it on PC and it's super smooth. Not PC, but I'm looking at it on a computer and it's super smooth. It could be YouTube mobile. They do use different servers. YouTube really, yeah, YouTube is tripping. I'll stream it to if people want to see. Like, I'm not capping. I mean, I know you guys know I'm not capping, but just for extra you know, I'll mute myself and I'm in public and I will share my Genshin stream and there is the Genshin stream. It's fine for you now? You never know. No, just so I'm saying that so that you're not just looking at it like it's not my device. Like, no, just you might have to rotate the device or move to like or something. It's for troubleshooting. It's not to alleviate blame. it's to troubleshoot. You know, yeah. I got a resin thing. All right, so it's first off, does anybody need anything in Genshin? Because I am itching to play some Scarlet Nexus. Like, I want to play that game. Like, you can't join Discord? Oh, no worries. So I will stop the Discord then. It was 3 in one of y'all favor. That's 3 potential jalapeno phones. I'm just playing. But yeah, no, I mean, I can't even call it. At that point, I can't call it. I need a hyper ER set for Lisa. Like right now, she got 244, but she need more than that. Like, so I don't know what to give this woman. And she yeah, she's 2-piece right now. And she don't need damage. I literally just need energy. Well, I need crit rate too. What do you know? That works. Alright, so let's see. So this is gonna be the goofiest like team like ever. Gotta go sleep like a sheep. I can dig it. Come on. Yay! Yay! Yay!
潮水啊，我的归来。
Who's massaging the mic? My fan.
天动万象，
Yay! I just want to get her a burst before the next run. Awesome. She did no damage even after I gave her my best artifacts. I believe it. I can 100% believe it. Yeah, Lisa, well, she can do a lot of damage, but she takes way too much. Like, she takes a lot. Like a lot. Like, you can use attack and all that, but yeah. So if I was to give her like this, right, and you see how the attack went to 16 or whatever, I would have to give her that plus God knows how much additional attack and whatnot, and it's just like not. It's worth it, not worth it. Oh, side note, Yai Miko is terrible. She is horrible with whatever this thing is. Like horrible. Like, so don't do it. It's her damage. It felt like her damage was like cut in half or something. All right, so I guess I'll do strongbox things and then check my teapot. But yeah, I mean, y'all cool with me on Scarlet Nexus or? Cause I ain't got no. Oh, you know what? I'll just do a poll. Boom. We'll do that. Because I don't know if anybody needs help. You love watching me play? Yeah, Scarlet. Oh my God, Scarlet Nexus is so fire. Yeah, we had a blast that last stream. Wait, why did I say yes or no? Hold on. I didn't mean yes or no. I meant, hold on. I meant Genshin or Scarlet Nexus.
桂花
Oops.
同载酒，
Sorry. Scarlet Nexus
只可惜故人
stream
何日再见。
now. And then I'll say Genshin. And then Scarlet. You know what? I'm going to pull a psychology move on y'all. I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens. Hello! No. Well, it's order bias. It's a whole nother conversation. It's order bias, but then you can also use the first and last trick, like which one is first, which one is last, in order of things. I don't know if that makes sense. Why do I keep farming emblem? Oh, never mind. Probably because everyone uses emblem. All right, I'm gonna let you guys choose. Emblem, Blizzard, or Husk. Emblem, Blizzard, or Husk. You're choosing Genshin just to mess. No, you gotta choose which one you want. Don't forget to hit that like button, all that stuff. Who do you want it for? I literally don't need any of these. I don't necessarily need Emblem. I don't need Blizzard. I don't need... Well, Husk is for... I don't even really play all the Geo characters like that. I have like one super solid set, and that's it. And I'm not playing Ito. I'm not playing Albedo like that. Like, you know what I mean? I don't care about like my Ayaka's fine. You know, it's whatever. Like, You know what I mean? I do not have streamer luck. I wish I had streamer luck. No. I have one instance of streamer luck. I have, what's the names? I have general luck, I can say that, but I don't have streamer luck. What I mean by that is if I had streamer luck, what I asked for I would get, but I didn't get it. I actually wanted a Homa. I wanted a Homa. But instead, what I got was this. That's not streamer luck because I didn't get what I want. I got what maybe the audience wants, but I didn't get what I wanted. But I did get this in a single pull, so that's streamer luck. But that's about it. But I feel like everybody has that. Yeah, see the tears. Yeah, see y'all want that. I don't want it. I wanted a Homa because I want my Zhongli to be R5C6 more than I want whatever that dude's weapon is. I would like his weapon is just a means for me to compare myself to other people, and I don't do that. You guys know me by now. I don't do that. All right, um, so I could do, I guess, emblem. I got a Yaka by accident, which was luck in disguise. That's what I'm saying. Stuff like that, like because she is now my pride and joy. That's what I'm saying. It'd be stuff like that. It's like stuff like that happens, but it's not like I want this. You spend $60 on Zhongli and don't even use the guy. Oh, you haven't needed him yet. That's why. When you need him, you're gonna be like Jesus Christ. Like when you need him, you'll see. Um, I don't even need that. Because Noel is better. Hilarious. What, for a shield? I hope you're not talking about for a shield. If you're talking about for damage, yes, Noel is way better. But for a shield, it's not even close. Noel is dope, but yeah. Try try jump canceling Eula's auto. She will get mad at you. Are you for real? Based on that name, I don't know if I should believe you. but, but yeah, I don't have Eula. That'd be funny though. I don't know what to get. I don't know if it matters actually. No, think about it. It don't even really matter. So where's the votes at? Genshin. Okay, so if y'all want me on Genshin, then what we doing? Anybody need help or review? Am I looking at anything or? Because I could just walk around and kill crabs for the next 4 hours. You know, just so I can do this stuff. What are you talking about? Noel? What about show you what? Raiden, Yalan, Nahida, and who? Oh, Raiden, Yalan, Nahida, Layla. Which server are you on? What server starts with the number 6? If you can answer that, you play Genshin. If you can't answer that, you probably don't play Genshin as much as you think you do. I can look at your UID and tell you what server you're on based on the first number. Watch this, don't say anything. What server is 7? Yeah, it's not us, but yeah. 7 is not Asia. What server is 1? Yeah. A lot of people can't answer that one. They know, but they don't know. It's China. If it's China, then what server is 8? Now watch this. This 8 and 1 always confuses people. It's Asia. Is China a part of Asia? This gets people all the time. Yeah, is China a part of Asia? No, globally. So if I say I live in Asia, is China not a part of Asia? China is in Asia. I know, I'm just giving you a hard time. So if 8 is Asia, 7 is EU, 1 is CN, right? 6 is what? So in posture gaming, if you look in the bottom right hand corner and you see 606, that means what server am I on? I'm not the one who's asking what server I'm on when my UID, when everyone's UID is always in the bottom right hand corner. You shouldn't even have to ask. You should be able to just look and know what server I'm on. Yeah, so I don't even know why you asked. Does that make sense? Homie hit me with the bruh, but you asked me what server I'm on. Come on, cuz. What's your... Come on now.
如果想游历离越名胜的话，我有一些不错的参考方案。
America. Oh, you like Ultra Instinct. Oh, you that person. I got you. You cool, but you chase... Yeah, nah. You cool, but please don't wear Jordans around me. And please don't like Yeezys. Please don't be a Kanye fan. I feel like people who like Ultra Instinct like Kanye. Like the current Kanye. But they say, separate the music. Like those people. Like, please don't be that person. That got me a little, hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, hey, am I tripping? All right, so you want to see who? Ain't nobody say his music wasn't fire. But the music supersedes the person. If somebody came to me and said, hey man, I don't like black people, but they made fire music, I don't know if I would listen to that person's music. If somebody was like, yeah man, your mom should probably go to jail, even though she's not a criminal, and your family is slaves and stuff, but my music is fire though, subscribe. I'm gonna be like, what? Like, I don't know what world you come from, but guess what? You're not the only musician on earth. Do we not listen to Jadakiss? Jadakiss kind of prophesied about this. What's up with brother up north, better than Jordan, who didn't get that break? Plus, there is a thing called a popularity complex, and there's popularity, like, hierarchies. I'm not going to listen to somebody because they're popular. You know what I'm talking about? So I don't care how quote-unquote fire his music is. When his music, when you break it down, his music is good. It's good. But Jay Dilla's is better from an artistic standpoint. But I can say that because I do music. I got Wolf's Greystone today instead of staff. And now my whole Discord server is on. Why? They want me to build D-Loop, but Crimson Witch is a pain? Don't build Crimson Witch. Why are they tripping on you so hard? It's a Wolf's Gravestone. We listen to Cardi. You can listen to what you want. But I can't say Kanye is the man because his music is fire. That's like me saying Donald Trump is amazing because he got people into politics. I mean, did he not? I mean, you know what I'm saying? So please don't wear Yeezys. You can wear them, just don't be around me if you are that person. Do what you do, but if you're that, stay over there. We are not the same. You know what I mean? There is a clique, there's a whole society that you could blend with. I am not part of that society. Yeah, we listen to everything. Yeah. Music is subjective, like it's super subjective. What I'm saying about Kanye is my opinion. But I have a hard time saying Kanye is the dopest person as a DJ. So, like, he's dope, but I can't say he's the best as a DJ. When I have, like, I'll take a screenshot of my library and show you how many songs, and I've listened to, like, almost all these songs. So I have, and this is not a joke, I have, where's my music library? And this is just the music. I haven't DJ'd for what feels like 4 or 5 years, so I'm missing a lot. And I'm only gonna, yeah, so this is, how many songs I have. It's calculating. I don't listen to any mainstream artists, just done, nerdcore, and underground artists, and then some I vibe on. Yeah, do you? No. I used to be a DJ, so I have. So here's what's sad. There's songs that I've heard that I can't even remember. Like, there's so much that I don't know what I've heard. But I can pull the most random records out of that. If you notice the songs that I post in Discord. Mega random. Super random. Like, it's like, cause when it comes to music, I've been flooded with it for so long that who made the music matters if I know about that. If I don't know about it, I don't care who made the music. They could be an unknown dude around the corner, and if it slaps, I'm listening to it. Period. But just because Taylor Swift made a song doesn't mean I'm gonna slap her music. But then that's a whole nother conversation. Like I'll put it to you like this: Taylor Swift and her writers and producers are geniuses because her music is marketing. I have 84,000 songs. So this is what I have in my music library. I'm sure some are duplicates, but that's a lot of songs. The Monster heck of funny. I see a window and I want it painted black. Say what now? Hey ladies, when's your man get buck? What? I probably got Monster Mash. I ain't even finna cap. Spooky, scary skeleton. Sin shit. You know who knows music? Like well? M. Like a lot. Nowadays, which language the song is doesn't matter. There's a guy named Sidhu who he made bangers, and yes, he is Indian. There's a guy I listen to named Saad Lem Jarrett. He made a song called Into My Island. Watch this. Lem Jarrett. Look this guy up. The song is technically, I think it's spelled like this. I think it's spelled something like that. Look that up. That song slap. Like, it don't even matter, bro. That's what I'm saying. There's an EDM song where I don't even know what the guy is saying. And the dude's just getting a haircut and he's just sitting in the chair getting a haircut with a razor by a random guy. And it slaps so hard. It's like an EDM song. from the crib to the ride and the clothes. I feel like I've heard that before. I personally really enjoy Maximum the hormone, so y'all better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up. Japanese metal slaps. I don't listen to rock. Not a lot of it, but there is some dope rock. What's amazing about music is there's been all these like hybrids. Wait, who wanted to see this team? With Layla, right? What happened to the days when we used to trust each other? Depression became cool. And trolling became an art form, I guess. No, you didn't miss the Furina talk. We never got to the Furina talk. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. Like, so the whole thing with Furina, right? I guess let's talk about that a little bit. So let's look at some Furina things, right? So clearly I can't show it on stream, which is funny because I would regardless, but so Furina, she has a really weird kit. Alright, so her skill, she invites the guest. First off, she has some wacky normal thing going on. So, normal attack for normals, charge attack, whatever. And then she has this thing called Seat Sacred and Secular, because secular religion. Gotta put it in there somewhere. Right. At intervals, when Furina's normal attack hits, a surging blade or spirit breath thorn will descend based on her current alignment, dealing hydro damage based on her current alignment. When Furina takes the field, her starting that thing will be Usu, whatever it's called. Now, what is that? I have absolutely no idea what her Usu levels or whatever that thing is. But I'm assuming that has to do with this thing she has called Fanfare. So, say what? Future Cloud Retainer main, if she ever comes out. Why are people still voting on Get? Y'all really like Genshin, huh? Alright, so that came out of his mouth in another. Oh, yeah. Are you singing the whole song? Hey, do your thing. Alright, so the skill, she invites the guests of, it's just these 3 hydro things, to come forth and abet in Furina's performance. It will summon either the salon members or the singers of the streams based on Furina's current alignment. Usia, the O one, I guess, is foaming bubbles like celebrants shall dance, dealing AoE hydro damage based on her max HP and summoning 3 salon members. The ball octopus shaped thing, I guess that's Usher. The bubbly seahorse thing, which is Cheval Marine, and the armored crab, which is Craboletta, naturally. They will attack nearby opponents at intervals, prioritizing the target of the active character, dealing hydro damage based on Furina's max HP. When they attack, if characters with more than 50% HP are nearby, their members will consume these characters' HP and increase their current attack's power based on the number of characters who have offered HP in this way. If the characters who have had their HP consumed are 1, 2, and 3, or 4, right, or whatever, the members' attacks will deal blah 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 percent of their original damage. Numa, when she does that on skill, she summons the singers of the streams, who will heal nearby active characters based on her max HP at intervals.
The salon members and singers of the streams share a duration. And when Furina uses her charged attack to change the guest type, the new guest will inherit the initial duration. Alright. And as far as her burst, that's still a little confusing, but that's I kind of want to see. I've seen it, but I kind of want to see it more in action. Anyway, so ruses. This is her burst. So ruses the impulse to revel, creating a stage. Her burst is fire, by the way. It looks fire. It looks fire. Not the stats, but just looking at it, it looks fire. It looks super fire. Anyway, so ruses the impulse to reveal, or revel, my bad, creating a stage of foam that will deal AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and calls all party members to enter the universal revelry state. It's a buff. During this time, when nearby party members' HP increases or decreases, it basically is like the artifact set, they will grant Furina one fanfare point based on the percentage by which their max HP has changed. Who is this? At the same time, Furina will increase the damage dealt by an incoming healing bonus of all party members based on the amount of fanfare she has. When the duration ends, Furina's fanfare points will be cleared. So, fanfare to damage increase conversion ratio at talent level 9 is 0.21%, which is okay, I guess. And then fanfare to healing bonus conversion is basically a third of that, which is fine. Xenochromatic something aberrant, whatever. So her first passive, which is odd, is that her whatever a xenochromatic, I don't even know what that is. Some abilities cooldown is decreased by 30%. Her other passive is when the active character in your party receives healing, if the source of the healing is not Furina and the healing overflows, then Furina will heal a nearby party member for 2% of their max HP once every 2 seconds for the next 4 seconds, which is a strange way to issue the heal. The last one is every 1,000 points of her max HP can buff the different arc-aligned Salon Solitaire in the following ways. That be her skill. It will increase the member damage, which is the 3 little people, by 0.7% of her HP, up to a maximum of 28%. And it will decrease the active character healing intervals of the singers of the streams, which is something, I guess, by 0.4% up to a maximum of 16%. Oh, singers of the streams is her skill. So her skill, you could reduce her skill cooldown by up to 16% on heals. So she's just kind of got an all over the place kind of kit. I will say this. If she can summon 3 things that just randomly attack stuff, and she can just randomly heal, and if she could hold her charge attack and just switch what she's doing, that's kind of dope. And as far as this fanfare thing that they're talking about, I'm about to cry. So, the way it sounds like, it's kind of like this. Where is Mr. Fancy Pants? Okay, so let's say bubbles, right? He's got his 3 bubbles. So you do this, and then her 3 little minions come out, right? Her 3 little minions proceed to attack stuff, right? And what they do is they drain your teammate for energy
or health, and every time they drain them for health, the little minion things get stronger, basically. Now, if you do a charge attack with her, it'll change what they're doing. And from what it sounds like, they go from doing damage to healing. But when you hit her skill, initially it's going to depend on if she's popular or not, which is weird. But her popularity is going to be based on how often the HP of her team is changing. So in the case of like this guy, because he can do this and just incrementally change his HP, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Those 5 increments of a change, he's going to cause her fanfare to basically max out. Like by himself, right? It's just based on how often their HP is changing over time. Right now, you got 200 followers. Is that enough? In my book, yes. In a person who is not doing really well with real life relationships, no. I'll put it this way. If you're trying to treat that like a business, no. If you're using the 200 followers to dictate how good of a person you are or a status situation, then definitely no. But if that's the case, there's much more wrong with the story than 200 followers. But in my book, you're good, because I'm assuming you're not starting a whole business off of your followers, and you probably don't use your followers to dictate your status in society. If that makes sense. People don't have 200 friends in real life. You can know and get along with 200 people, but you're probably not kicking it routinely with 200 people. And if you are, that's not friends, that's family at that point, or a gang. Anyway, so Furina, she's kind of all over the place as far as her burst is concerned. It sounds like she just does her skill again, kind of like this guy does. But on top of that, wait a minute, where is it? That's not it. So she creates this thing in this high. You guys have to see the burst, I guess, for me to explain it. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, it's not literally a stage, but it is a pretty big AoE, right? And that initial AoE it's pretty strong. It's stronger than a Yelan skill, not by much, but it is stronger than a Yelan skill. But when you do it, I'm not going to explain what visually happens, but your account, your screen kind of does it. Your screen does a thing, right? And it's during that moment is when you go up or down in HP, she gets more fanfare. And the more fanfare she gets, the stronger her heals are and the stronger her buff is. Now, I don't know what the cap on her fanfare is, because I don't see a fanfare stat or description. I just see a fanfare conversion, but I don't really see a cap on fanfare. You just get 1 point of fanfare. If you get 5 points of fanfare, you get a 1% damage increase. I am positive that is not how that works, and I'm missing a multiplier somewhere. But for the most part, that's basically what it looks like. I'm going to assume it's the whole team. So for what it's worth, she might be kind of cracked against corrosive, really. So if you take her against a bunch of wolves, that buff is going to be kind of stupid. Now, with that being said, the day she comes out, I want you guys to do this. And this is just the first time I'm really sitting down and looking at her kit. The day she comes out, I want you to go to Tony Toe's channel and see if there's a nuke against wolves. If there is, then we know. And what I'm going to ban from that day forward is people trying to nuke wolves on my stream. Because that is if that's how it works, that's going to be a fixed scenario, meaning that that's not actually how strong your Furina is. And if you want to look like you're pushing a bunch of weight, then just put foam pads on a bench press and go do that in public and leave me out of your insecurity syndromes, if that makes sense. That's mean what I just said, but that's the reality of it. I apologize, but you guys are better than that. So, but she looks like she's going to be pretty strong. Now, the fanfare to damage increase conversion thing, if I'm not mistaken, that buff is oh, I see. Never mind. She can get up to 450 fanfare. That is a lot of fanfare. So that means she can buff up to, this is not a crown, she can give a 94.5% damage buff. That's kind of a lot. To put this in perspective, Mona can buff really close to Bennett, but it's a buff. It's a non-conditional buff. It's not a damage bucket buff. It is, but it's like not. It's hard to explain. But it's just damage bonus, right? So take that 60% and convert that to 94.5. Mona at 60% is similar to Bennett in performance as far as the buff is concerned. So if I'm looking at this correctly, her buff should be significantly bigger than Bennett's. And when I say significant, I mean significant. It's probably going to take the most absolute get away from me try hard. You guys ever met a try hard that tries so hard you need to separate yourself from them? It would take that Bennett to match her buff because he's only based on base attack. The person who needs the 741 base attack weapon, Bennett, that Bennett with the crown burst C5 and get away from me. She should beat that Bennett. Should. Will she? I don't know. I'm not running the numbers. But that is a humongous buff. As far as her heals, she's going to give a 45% healing bonus. What makes that powerful is that characters who heal with 35% healing bonus, 35% healing bonus across any healer, for the most part, you can consider that 1.5 HP timepieces or 1.5 HP stats, right? So if you have Barbara, I'll look at C2 in a minute. I'm not going to talk about spending money right now. I'll talk about that in a sec. So with Barbara, right, this healing bonus circlet by itself is 1 whole and 1/2 of these two pieces with 35%. She's going to give 45%, which is going to be close to closing the gap between these two. She's 5% short of a 2-piece set bonus and a circlet, which is huge healing bonus. That's like 4 HP circlets. Or HPP. That's like 4 HP, 3 or 4 HP pieces on a healer. That's what this in a 2-piece set is. So with her, she just in her kit, she's going to have the ability to heal 2 pieces worth of healing. You can remove 2 sources of HP, and just her bonus healing is going to be 2 HP pieces worth of healing. effectively, right? This is not including her base HP, which is in the 15,000s, which is, if I'm not mistaken, higher than Zhongli. She's up there with like Nilo and whatnot. Like she's got, right? So she's going to have a lot. But her dependency is the team. She is going to be dependent on a team that has a variable HP mechanics. So healers and self-destructive characters. This would be like Kuki Shinobu, Barbara, Kokomi, who else hurt? Hu Tao, who else hurts himself? Obviously him, right? If there's anybody else who can heal or particularly hurt themselves. Characters who hurt themselves, she's going to synergize well with those characters. Who drain their own HP. Lenny, stuff like that. I am going to make this prediction right now. If you hit skill and burst, she should be able to vaporize with Lenny. That's my prediction. And if that's the case, I almost want to take a brick and smash every Lenny argument in the face. When I made the call, I want to take that brick and slap everybody with it. Like, excuse me. I've been doubted about 10 times in 10 years, and every time I was right. Please don't do that. When it comes to something like that. You don't know me, I don't know you. Please don't doubt me, though. I'm not doubting you. So that's that. But she looks like she's going to be a really powerful character. This is going to be contingent on her ICD, though. I don't know what the ICD of her skill is. Now, if each little person has their own ICD, be it 3 of them, and they all do their own attacks, then that would be fantastic. Right? You said, does she need the Whopper Flower? She does need a Whopper Flower. But yeah, so if she does need... if each little person has their own intervals at which they attack, the way I would recommend you kind of looking at it is like Kokomi times like 1.5, if that makes sense. So they'll all have their own attack intervals. I just don't know if each one has its own ICD, let alone an ICD in the first place. For example, that and then this. Matter of fact, let me do it like this. So Kokomi, right? So Kokomi's skill has no ICD. Meaning that this skill, right? What's going on, Scare? This skill is going to attempt to apply Hydro every single time. Right? If her little minions have the same ICD properties as this skill, you will be able to vaporize with her. Once again, I've said this about 50 times at this point. The Lenny thing, brick in the face, right? Let's shut that down. I made the call. I'm pretty sure he can. Let's wait. That's that. So anyway, so that we got to wait for. I don't think it's going to be that way. If it is, she's going to be broken. Because what's going to... The problem... And I'll look at your Xingqiu in a sec. The problem with her working this way, where she has 3 enemies with no ICD, is that is going to be such a dramatic buff to Yoimiya, it would almost break Yoimiya. Yoimiya would surpass Hu Tao at that point, so I don't know. You know, so might want to be... So we're still waiting. But from the way it looks, if my prediction is going to be that Furina is going to have 3 individual fighters, right? There's going to be 1, and then there's going to be 2, and then there's going to be 3, and each one will have their own standard ICD. This one will hit, they'll be able to reproc Hydro, you know, every couple of seconds. This one can proc every couple of seconds. This one can proc every couple of seconds. I anticipate it's going to be that way for the sake of balance. Because if it over applies hydro, we're gonna have characters that are too busted. And I'm okay with Lenny not vaping. I would rather him not vape. But on the flip side, I would rather Yoimiya get a mega buff. But that still doesn't address Yoimiya now I think about it, because she has the ICD issue, not the hydro. Just remembered that. So anyway, at the end of the day, that's what it looks like. She seems like she's going to be a great character. Now, here's the thing. How in the world do you hit 450 fanfare in whatever amount of time that you have to hit the fanfare, which is 18 seconds? How do you hit 450 fanfare in 18 seconds? I don't know. What are you talking about, Paradigm or Dior? If Yoimiya surpasses Hu Tao, then I leave Genshin. No, I apologize. I misspoke. Ashwin, I misspoke. Yoimiya has the ICD issue. It's because she can't reset her ICD because she uses normal ICD. It's not a mistake on Yoimiya, it's just the way normals work. I don't think there is a character in this game who has normals with an extraordinary ICD. Every character has the same ICD on normals. Yoimiya is no exception. So I don't think it's a Yoimiya buff. You know, so oh, there's your I'm sorry. I don't know why it didn't show on the computer, which is weird. Let me pull that. So that's Furina. Should you pull her? Yeah. I could not tell you a reason why you should not pull her. One, because I'm pretty sure first off, her HP at base is incredibly high. And then her multipliers on some of them, for example, her burst hit is incredibly high. Her buff is incredibly high. And then the damage on her teammates is incredibly high, excluding the buff. So on skill, she is at 29% cumulatively. Right? So that's why, wait, what? 663, 387, 573. Wait, what happened? No, you good. 387, 573. Yeah, that's what I got. 663, 387, 573. Yeah, what's happening, cuz? So yeah, but I think that she is going to be relatively balanced. I think she'll be balanced. I don't think she's going to be cracked, but I think she'll be balanced. I wonder if we have your UID. We do not. I do not. Dior, you bored? You spamming a lot. Yeah, just check your UID. It's okay. I could wait. You're fine. You are perfectly fine. Kind of bored? Spam away. Spam away. I was just making sure you weren't on like a sugar rush or something. No, do you think? I'm not tripping. I just wanted to know what was going on. Like, you still got your wits about you, or are you uncontrollable? If it was uncontrollable, I'd have been like, I gotta pause you. You know, but yeah, no, you fine. Yeah. It's when it's like, hey, can you stop that? And then you can't stop. Like, right, like you stopped. Like I asked and you responded. I'm like, oh yeah, they fine. But if I'm like, hey, can you stop? And you don't, it's like, no, I gotta, you know. It says the same number. Is that your account? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so who am I? I'm looking at Zing Cho. Oh, you gotta unhide it. So what you do is, I mean, I feel like you know how to do this, but you hit that, you hit edit profile, and there's a little button at the bottom. Make sure that the eye next to character showcase is not showing. And there's a check mark on show details. Make sure that is the situation, and then I'll be able to see your account because I can't see anybody right now. Yeah, and I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And then let me know when you did it. I'm gonna go throw 2 punches at a cigarette real quick. Don't smoke, kids. M is probably napping right now. Oh, it's on? Okay. So let me see. It's probably gonna take a second. So I'm going to go and be straight. Oh, M is here. M! If you're gonna take a nap, get your rest on. But yeah. How are you doing, ma'am? Are you doing fantastic? Just checking in on you. All right, cool. So that is Furina. Looking at her kit, should you pull? Yes. I'm not going to stop saying that. And it's purely because of the way Archons typically end up working. Plus, this is pre-release data. They could buff, they could nerf, they could change ICD, they could do a number of things to adjust this character, right? By the way, if anybody's wondering about paralysis spamming, it's because nobody's talking. So spam away. The room is yours. It's like a ball pit, and people are just sitting around the ball pit. They're in the ball pit. So have fun, you know. But yeah, taking a page out of Alex Lazarenko's book, All Good. Alex Lancer, I'm gonna have to look homie up. If it's something I should look into, I will look into that. Yeah. So I already have a broken nose because of, say what? 4 notes? Okay. 4 notes, huh? What was it? Ding, 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 ding. Something like that. That was his name? That was his name. Oh, Brett, yeah, dude, yeah. We just got done talking about music, too. I am ready to review your Zing Cho. I was just 2-piecing that thing. All right. It's still on, sir. So what you might have to do is this. If you want to force it, you go to the Paimon menu. There's a button in the corner. You may have to tap it. You may have to hold it. It depends on your platform, right? You see the little thing going off in the corner? Let me turn this way so you can see it. See that little thing in the bottom left-hand corner? That thing? Hold to quit. That'll put you in the title screen, and it'll force reset your showcase page. There we go. All right, Zing Cho. All right, so you are early game, so that's good. Level 20, that's fine. Skyrider, that's perfect. We're gonna look at those. Okay. First question is, are you farming artifacts? I have a script written and everything. I'm going to be talking about this in an upcoming video. Defense, that's fine. Income and healing, that's fine too, actually. You haven't unlocked artifacts domains. That's a good, okay, 2 parts. Unlock the domains, do not farm them. Do not. What you are going to do, because you are in this point where you can start getting 3-star drops, right? In early game, what you're going to be looking for is you're going to be looking to level this, and you're looking to level this. And then as far as these stats, in your case, you're only going to be leveling attack, attack, and attack. Right around AR30-ish, you're going to switch this to energy recharge.
Yep. Do not, I'm going to repeat this a million times. Do not farm artifacts. When you pull artifacts, because you're doing the right thing right now. Obviously, a sack sword is what you want, but the Skyrider is perfect for you right now, right? But when you pull artifacts, you're looking for an artifact in the Berserker series, which I don't know if I have. Yeah, you're looking for this series. So it gives you crit rate, or even better, what am I doing? Even better, you're looking for something in the Exile series, which gives you energy recharge. What I am going to highly recommend, pretty much all the way to AR45, until you get like Gladiator stuff, is you're going to be using a 2-piece Exile, 2-piece Gladiator, and 1 flex piece. So you can put on attack on your goblet. You can put on attack or energy recharge on your timepiece. Do not, I am going to repeat this a million times, do not worry about your substats. And then attack, make sure your feather's leveled, make sure your flower's leveled, and make sure at least 2 of your attack pieces are leveled. You should have at least 2, if not, a flex piece is an offset piece. So you'll have a 4-piece set, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 can be offset. That's your flex piece. Typically, the goblet is a flex piece because elemental damage bonus is extremely rare, and it's going to generally come in any set. Like, it's hard to say, I need hydro on a hydro piece. Okay, well, here's my hydro pieces. I have Animo, Geo, and Pyro on a hydro set for some reason, right? So typically you want to reserve your goblet as your flex piece and more so try to get your circlets and everything else on set, right? So in your case, looking at your Xing Cho, you would do Exile and Berserker. That's my recommendation. Keep your feather ranked up, keep your attack pieces ranked up, and keep your HP ranked up. Pretty much your Xing, just keep everything ranked up. And hey, what's going on, Logan? How you doing, brother? And then the side note, yes, I would do exactly what Ashwin said and just keep an instructor set aside if you can. Keep an energy recharge set aside, maybe with a little crit rate. As far as the instructor set, these drop from bosses, and they're a 3 to 4 star set. But with this set, this is one of those like hidden gems as far as artifacts are concerned. Try to get like an EM piece or, you know, whatever, but try to get something with some energy recharge on it or something like that. If you can get those, you should be all right. Yeah, if you get use the 4-star piece. Yeah, you can use it. What I'm saying is don't farm it. So the game is going to give you artifacts, right? It's going to give you artifacts from like here, right? You'll get like Gladiator, and you'll get kind of like random artifacts from here, right? Maiden and Instructor and blah blah blah. Yeah, that's fine. Like if you get like this is a domain piece, if it gives you domain pieces, that's fine. What I'm saying is don't actively go in and spend resin in the domain. Rather, what you want to do is you want to use the resin to farm your weekly bosses, do 3 a week, farm your weapon domains, and farm your talent domains, right, for talent books and whatnot, and farm your bosses, and focus on your character's level and whatnot. The reason why is because you will save 5 times the resin it takes to build a character. Meaning it will take you 5 times less time to finish a character when it matters. To put this in perspective, if you farm artifacts, you're going to have a bunch of 4-star pieces, which is fine, right? What's going to happen is you're going to end up having to replace them with 5-star pieces. So now you have to refarm the pieces. Whereas if you just wait till AR45, you can start at the finish line. or you're closer to the finish line because you're guaranteed a 5-star piece. When you go in sub 5-star, right? You know how there's like levels to the domain? The final level to any domain, it unlocks the minute you hit AR45. You don't have to ascend the world. It just unlocks at AR45, right? So, but when you do that, it says you can get 5-star pieces here, but there is only a 20% drop rate. There's a 20% chance. There's a 1 in 5 chance for a gold piece to drop. At this level, there is a 100% chance to get a gold piece. And that's why you wait. So effectively, you're going to be waiting 5 times. It takes 5 times the resin to get an attempt at a good piece. So 100 resin gives you 1 gold artifact, and the 1 gold artifact is an attempt. This one, 20 resin gives you an attempt. And why am I saying attempt is because the concept of re-rolling. Hey, I have her or whatever, and I need to re-roll this for crit damage. Well, I can get an attempt to re-roll this for crit damage, but then when I roll for crit damage, it's probably missing other stats that I need. So now I need to re-roll it again. But I don't want to spend 5 times the resin to get re-rolls. That's why you wait. So your strategy, I think you're doing fine by focusing on the character, the level, and then when the talent domain opens, focus on that and use the world artifacts to build your character as far as artifacts. And you just want to be strategic how you are addressing your artifacts. Feather, the flower is going to keep you alive. The feather is where your damage comes from. And then you want to just make sure you're giving your character the correct main stats. You don't need to crit until around AR45, if that. By that time, you should have so many artifacts to pick from that, oh, okay, well, here's an upgrade to the piece I have. It didn't have crit on this exile piece. This one does have crit on this exile piece. I'm going to replace it with this piece that has crit rate. You know what I mean? Stuff like that, right? So that'll be, but other than that, your Xingqiu looks like he's doing fine. I like the weapon choice. And I'll see you, Logan. I'm going to be with you in a minute. So I like the weapon choice. I like where you're starting. I would highly recommend you keep this weapon leveled through the process. But you do at some point want to start shooting for a sack sword. I'm not even comfortable recommending this, but because Xingqiu is Xingqiu, I kind of have to recommend it in a weird way. It's your choice. But if you see a sack sword on the weapon banner, you might actually have to pull on that weapon banner. Unfortunately, if you don't get one from the character banner or the standard banner. Right? Xingqiu is, in all accounts, believe it or not, he is an expensive character. He's one of the more expensive characters. He's way more expensive than Xiangling. And it's because of the sack sword. The sack sword is what makes him expensive. Xiangling, you could just give her a catch. You don't even got to spend resin to get her weapon. You don't have to spend money or wishes to get her weapon. So, but that's it, right? Do you have any questions or concerns or anything? Anything at all? Let me know. No questions? Okay. Did you need any help with anything? I will go in and sneeze the boss out of existence for you if that's what you need. Only because I only say that because I'm AR60. It's not even the artifacts. It's the defense differentiation. Okay. Sounds good. I mean, but did you need to weapon materials, boss materials? You know. Oh, this is the last piece of information I would recommend. When you're farming on your account, try to keep it
try to keep it focused, right? So new characters are going to come out. New 4 stars are going to come out. New weapons are going to come out. All that stuff's going to come out. You can't help that, right? But figure out what your core team is going to be, right? Figure out who your core characters are. This part doesn't matter. You can main Kuki Shinobu as a DPS. You can. There's a way to do it, but figure out who your core characters are. If Xingqiu is the character, that's the character. Right? It doesn't matter. You can go on, you can leave this stream right now, type in a random character, and somebody has videos maining a C6 R5 5-star fully invested triple crown of that character. Right? And if it doesn't matter. But figure out who that is first. And once you find that character and you have the team to go with that character, focus on that team. And because you're early in the game, you will have to let characters fall by the wayside. They will just not get an investment. Right? But as you, and this is only because I'm AR60, as you finish character after character after character and characters are getting done, and you start building up a pool of artifacts and all that, at that point, that's when you can start okay, well, I'm just going to build another character. Because magically, I just have artifacts ready for that character. Because you just have artifacts. I'm going to give him a Blizzard Strayer set. I just have circlets. Here's a timepiece. I just have stuff. Like, you're just going to have stuff. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So, yeah. But focus on your core first. Get them good, and then you'll be straight. So, yeah. All right, so Logan. You saw I'm looking at Hu Tao and Lenny. All right. Uh-oh. I kind of wish there was a weapon that could sacrifice HP for Hu Tao. You know what I mean? I think that would actually be dope. Because of Furina. That would actually be stupid lit. All right, so let's see. So we got... Oh, you got the staff over! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! All right. And you 224, and you're at 30,000 HP. All right, good. All right, so let's see. So we got 7,200. That looks really good in my opinion. We're on a Crimson. No C. You don't need C1, but it's nice if you get it. You are triple crown. And, oh my god, you're super even. Okay. Well, are there rerolls? I doubt it, but let's see. Nitpicky, switch ER for EM. Doesn't matter to me. Looks fantastic. This is amazing in my... the crit damage is a little low. But it looks good in my opinion. This one's got 37 EM. Whole bunch of crit rate. You need that. Good in my opinion. That one I'm taking issue with, but it's an EM timepiece. It's going to be a hard one to refarm, but I like the crit damage on it. I'm not opposed to energy recharge on Hu Tao either, especially on Crimson. And then that one is a overly balanced Pyro Goblet as a goblet. It's good. I think knowing your account, Logan, you are at the point where you might want to scale the crit damage on the goblet. You already know how goblets are. And then, wow. Really? Bro, if you don't go get a circlet, if you don't go get HP percent, because you're way over on your, what is it called? Wait, hold on. Okay. Wait, what? Lenny? Oh. So, yeah, you're way over on your EM, which is a good thing, right? I would start, we kind of talked about this earlier. You can get a million EM, but the reason I want you to focus on HP is because you can supplement EM. Like if you need it that bad, like there's so many options to externalize your EM that it's kind of ridiculous. All right. So anyway, I would do HP. If it was me, I'd do HP percent, and what is it? I do HP percent and crit damage. But if you want EM, then you could do EM. If you're going for a 3-liner, obviously HP percent. EM crit damage, but I would prioritize crit damage in this situation. The attack percent is great, but I don't know if it matters that much because Bennett exists. You know, I might get C1, but worried I'll miss out on getting C6 Ayaka. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. You don't need C1. You just need to know how to jump cancel. Um, you're not. I don't know if you use a controller to play, but if you do, you could just learn how to jump cancel. And what I do is I just rub my finger from attack to jump, like that. That's how I do my jump cancels. So I don't think I have anybody. You play PC? Do you use a controller? Or you could just practice a jump cancel. I mean, you got a triple crown. I know you know what you're doing. But only pull C1. Oh, why I keep doing that? Only pull C1 if you're sick of jump canceling. I wouldn't, this is me personally. I wouldn't necessarily pull it for the stamina. Me personally, I would pull it because I'm tired. I don't want to be jump canceling. If I'm going to be jump canceling, I'm just going to play a different game. I'm going to go play like Marvel or something. It's fun, but I mean, you know. Yeah, so if you're just tired of using jump cancels, then I would just pull C1. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you this, and I'm not trying to tell you to spend money, but if you want that C1 and C6 Ayaka, you may be looking at spending some money. I don't enjoy playing her a lot of time because I have to jump cancel. Yeah, and that matters. Now I could tell you the meta thing, and that's get good and take it because you don't need C1, blah, 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 blah. I could tell you all of that, but guess what? Being a human being is probably more important than getting good. And why would I make you take the long way when you could just relax? You know what I mean? Like the whole idea, you know what meta is, right? Most efficient tactic available. So why is meta even a thing? Is because meta is meant to remove the try hard from the equation. That's what meta's for. It's to relax you while you play. And part of that is C1. Yeah, it's not really fun in the open. Yeah. So, for what it's worth, do you need C1? You know the answer to that. You know you don't need it, right? But if it's driving you bonkers and you're not happy, that's the conversation I would be having with myself in this situation. As far as C1 is concerned, performance-wise, you don't need it. But for the sake of peace of mind, you know, I would recommend, if you have the option, I'd recommend it. You know what I mean? But that's it. But you don't need it. If anything, you need to replace the circlet. That's what you really need. Just replace the circlet with crit damage. Try to get 2 stats on it minimum, where there's crit damage, HP percent, crit damage, EM, crit damage, heck, crit damage attack percent. Just crit damage and something. You know, but crit damage at a priority. Yeah. By the end of Yalan's burst. So 64 charge, upward or 80k. If you get crit damage and EM on this, see, because you're right next to 100k. You could hit 100k with just crit damage on a circlet. You just need a strong circlet. Like, that's it. You're missing an entire, like, you're missing a lot. You're missing CV. So you look really good with missing CV. Right? I had this talk, I think, a little bit ago, where if your Hu Tao, and you just said it, if your Hu Tao can hit 80k on charge attack, you're done. And here is the proof. Right? So you don't have to farm. But if you're competing or you're comparing your Hu Tao to other Hu Taos, or in general just trying to improve, you do need a new circlet. So it's this guy right here would be the only thing you're missing. I'm going to give you 2 perspectives. Realistic standpoint, roll for crit damage. If you're min-maxing, and I I'm going to say competing. If you're competing, you need 3 stats on the circlet. The reason why is because all Hu Tao mains have 3 stats across all their artifacts. You're not catching up to them. They have been farming Hu Tao for almost 3 years now. Right? It's futile at this point to even try to catch up to a Hu Tao. So realistically, real world, I have a job and I have goals in real life perspective, I would just get crit damage and EM. That way you can focus on work and a girlfriend and not stress on somebody hitting higher than your Hu Tao or whatever. Does that make sense? Now, you're Logan, so I know you know. You are doing amazing in life. Let's keep it that way. Yeah. My friend is learning to cook, so to help her practice chopping vegetables, you took her to the nursing home. You are hilarious, bro. Any questions on your Hu? Because she looks great. Any questions on your Hu Tao? If I could pull Hu Tao early, right now, I would pull Hu Tao. If I can go 10 pull and Hu Tao shows up, I would pull Hu Tao right now. But I can't. I'm not going to risk that. No more questions? Yeah. Yeah. So, were you here, Logan, when I did the Abyss with a level 1 Nouvelette? It was the day I got him. I did the Abyss with I 36'd it with a level 1 Nouvelette. Were you here for that? The reason I'm bringing it up and the reason I'm making that point, you wasn't here? Yeah. So, yeah, I got him. So, the reason I'm bringing that up is I try to make it a point to make sure that do your best, but try to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so do your best, but try to just keep in mind where the goalpost is, right? If you push the goalpost out too far, then it could become vain. You know what I mean? So, I'll put this in perspective, right? So here is my Nouvelette, right? I use this weapon, right? I have this weapon. Now I could have this weapon, but I don't need that weapon, so I use this weapon. But while I have this weapon is my conversation piece. This is for conversation. This is what I need. I only need this. But if a conversation comes up, I have this. This is an unfarmed Nouvelette. I have not farmed any artifacts in Hydro for 2 years. Kind of like what I did with Ayaka? Yeah, similar. No, but in this case, I'm not actually going to use the Mist Splitter. Like, I actually use the Mist Splitter on Ayaka, but I'm not actually going to use the Mist Splitter on him. This is purely for aesthetic conversation. I only have this when people are like, I'm better. I'm like, no, you're not. You're even. And if anything, I'm better. So let's stop that right now. Right? So we're going to leave that there. But you only need this. Does that make sense? What's going on, Dior? But that's where I'm trying to keep the goalposts. But if you exceed then that's great. You want to exceed, yes, but you don't need to exceed, and the reason why is because it's a video game. What you need to exceed in is life. That's what you exceed in. Rule number 1, life before the game. Swag, swag. So, Hu Tao, C1, do you need it? That's up to you. Totally up to you. C6 Ayaka, would that make you happy? I'm going to say choose happiness over performance because your account is already outperforming. Case and point. Do what makes you happy. So I wouldn't worry about Hu Tao. Just change your circlet, call it a day. Unless you're competing with a Hu Tao. No, I'm not talking about Kinkle. But unless you're competing with a Hu Tao. Me and Hifumi talked about Hu Tao today. Hu Tao mains. When it comes to Furina, there's going to be a whole thing when she drops. And there's going to be Hu Tao everywhere. Doing showcase after this, after that, and look how better my Hu Tao is. And blah. It's going to be every Hu Tao. Hifumi has been a Hu Tao main since Hu Tao came out. And he has farmed Crimson since Hu Tao came out. He knows. So, you know, just wait until a set bonus comes out for this guy. I am not going to be a part of that conversation. Leave me out of that, you know. So yeah, Furina struggles to generate stacks without another font. No, she is. She's going to be terrible without another Fontaine character. But it's going to happen, Burger, and you know it. Keep that in mind. Probably just go for what's fun being Ayaka. Be happy is the point. If you're going to take anything away from my feedback, your account is outperforming by a large margin, and that's a good thing. You are, in my opinion, at the point where you can do what makes you happy. Right? Do what makes you happy. Because half of your account doesn't need all of the things. That makes sense? You have a C4 Ayaka, maybe C5. You so do not need C1 Hu Tao. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah. It still sells this 4.0. Oh, I can change it right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. You the man, always been the man. Oops. Boom. Hey, what if I'm on like a private server though? If I'm on a private server, you know, maybe, you know, I could be on, you know, maybe I'm just joking. No, I know you did the math. Yeah. Yeah, so I looked at her kit today, Burger. All I'm waiting for is to see what her ICD looks like on her little people. My prediction is that each one will have its own ICD, but that ICD will be standard ICD per whatever it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, the spamming is bugging Burger now. I said they could spam, but that's if nobody's typing. Yeah, so, yeah, let's chill on the spamming for a sec. Oh, Lenny, I'm slow. Sorry. All right, so Lenny. Booyaka Shawagwan. Donde está la Lenny? So I can't say, by the way, I can't say if he's going to vape because I need to know the ICD of the Archon's skill. Whoops. I anticipate her ICD is not going to support vape. Vape Lenny. But if First off, are you going for the Archon? Because that would matter. That would tell me how much EM you need. Theoretically. We'll act like you are not going to vape with Lenny. Let's do that. So you're at 67. Wait, what's the set bonus? Ah, okay. So 67, 254. We have the Aqua. He is an attack scaling character, by the way. Meaning base attack matters on him. So let's see. So we got the two piece, no constellations. We are 8, 7, 6. I like where your talents are at. No. It's so theoretically, it's based on the ICD of her skill. If so, I could kind of explain it. I'm gonna try and do it as fast as possible. So with her, you have this thing. You have you'll be able to pop out 3 things that attack in their own intervals, right? There's 3 of them. So for all intents and purposes, Zhongli's pillars don't. Let's say they don't have ICD, right? But there's 3 of them out, right? So what happens is if 3 of them are attacking, she should be able to apply enough pyro to vaporize, and the buff she offers to Lenny should be able to offset whatever bonus he personally gets out of his own kit. That's not even considering, keep in mind, this is not even considering the fact that you can still have her on the team. You just run him to Pyro and then Furina, right? So, but if he can vaporize with Furina based on that ICD theory, then you might want to start including EM in the mix, right? But this is theoretical. We need to know what her ICD is on her skill. Now, her burst just spawns her skill, but it's her skill, right? And her skill is not necessarily AoE. So you would only be vape against like bosses or single targets. So we can kind of ignore it for now. Yes, but her buff can give you upwards of a 94% damage bonus. So now you're looking at a 50% plus 94%. So that's why. So theoretically, you'll get 50% plus 94%. Not the max 94, but you only need 10% of her buff to match Mono Pyro. And if you have 10% to match Mono Pyro, whatever she exceeds beyond that is going to be ridiculous. Yeah, it's not going to be like Nouvelette. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not going to be that high. Like, Nouvelette would be able to push her to the 94%. He won't. I don't think he'll come close to pushing her to that number. You know what I mean? Unless she keeps healing him. And then, but even still, he's not going to push her. He's going to be way higher than anybody outside of Fontaine. I think, if anything, Zhao would make a killing with her. But I'm not going to get too deep into that. Anyway, so let's look at Mono this. Would Furina replace... No, because Kazuha has CC. I mean, you can, but it's the CC of Kazuha that people are probably still going to use. If anything, they'll use her and Kazuha. What would make more sense to me personally is Bennett and Kazuha. But I'm not going to get... Because at that point, it's like Mona Kazuha. It's like just run Mona Kazuha. It's the same damage bucket. But you want to diversify your buffs, meaning that Bennett, Furina. I don't want to get too deep into it because it's case by case scenario. Anyway, so 67, I don't mind the crit rate. The crit damage I really like. The attack is fine in conjunction with the crit damage. We have this weapon, which is good. I still kind of want you to have more attack, but let's see what's going on with these guys. Side note, I would recommend the new set bonus personally, only because of how much it gives you. You could theoretically add 72%. You could add 72% crit damage based on the set, the new set. Whereas in this case, you're taking 15% pyro and 18% attack. The new set, you could run 15% charge attack damage, which is the same bucket as pyro. But then you would get the equivalent of 72% crit damage instead of 18% attack. And that's what makes that set really strong. It's inconsistent for Lenny. It can be. If you're not running a healer, then most definitely, yeah. So we have that's a good piece. That's a really good piece. And then we have this piece, which is not bad. This is a good piece. I don't like the set bonus, but that's okay. I only don't like this piece because the game trolled you. I know you don't have control over these pieces, right? This one's great. This is set bonus. This guy, yeah. Once again, I don't. It's if you can, whenever you can, see if you could get that guy swapped out, and then this piece is fine, but I'm not gonna harp on you for the million. I'm not gonna harp on you for not having all 4 substats or 3 substats, right? But at least 2 of the substats. You know what I mean? He could switch flowers and then with Hu Tao for 70 crit rate. Well, I would only switch with Hu Tao if you're not going to be working with Hu Tao like that. Yeah, the goblet is kind of like, you know, but I'm assuming there will be a better goblet coming somewhere down the road. You know, so with the goblet, yeah, really the outlier is going to be the goblet and the set bonus. I'm not going to trip too hard on the set bonus, right? But you are kind of leaving a lot on the table with the set bonus, like a lot. Like you're leaving a lot on the table. Theoretically, let's say for all intents and purposes, you're taking 18% attack for 24 crit damage. We can even go that low with it, because you only need 1 stack to beat this set out, the 2-piece set. Do you want 18% attack or 24% crit damage? You see what I mean? So, but anyway, so what are we looking at? You said the feather, 14 crit rate. Ooh, It depends on who you use. I'd almost say keep this one because of the energy recharge. I would keep this for the energy recharge. You know, if you ran a hydro character with instructor, I have a feeling you might beat out. I'm not gonna get into it. I should have just pulled Lenny and did it myself. Anyway, so here goes. So as far as the situation's concerned, the only thing keeping you above water right now is this flower. But he does look good. He gets 5 particles on his E. I don't think that matters. Oh no, because he's got a 40 cost burst, right? Is it 40? Kaz and Zhongli are on Fav. Oh! But then, well, Hu Tao still needs the EM. But yeah, you do not need that piece if that's the case. Like you could probably strongbox the whatchamacallit. Where is it at? Where you at? You could strongbox another feather. I would strongbox another feather. If you're trying to stay on Crimson. It's up to you. But I would not be, me personally, I would not be on Crimson. I would be on that new set and I would dump everything because it's the way the pools are, right? So power damage bonus, and let's say you get a 4-piece Crimson, you'll get 37.5% bonus damage, which is fantastic, right? But if you can trigger all of it, meaning him and Bennett, right, then you should, in theory, be able to trigger his, hold on. You should be able to trigger his set bonus in like 2 charge attacks. Especially if you walk in with low HP. If you walk into a fight with low HP, you can trigger it in 1 charge attack. All 3 stacks. Theoretically. Not low HP, but yeah. You should be able to trigger in 3 charge attacks. Heal, charge attack, you just triggered the whole set bonus. Right? If you're at like 45% HP, then you go heal, charge attack, heal. And you just triggered the whole set bonus. And because Bennett's always going to heal you to 70%, you just charge attack and, you know. You like Blizzard because it's unconditional? Yeah, then I would do Crimson. in this case? You say you think it's 60? 60, I'm not sure what the 60 is. It's not worth it for you? Yeah, then I wouldn't worry about it then. But the set bonus is going to carry a lot of weight in his case. It's because the set bonuses available to him are strong. That's the only reason why. So Crimson is really strong. 4-piece Crimson is really strong. Like, oh, 60 energy. Oh, got you. Okay, yeah, you do not need energy recharge. But yeah, it's because the set bonuses are strong. So the 4-piece Crimson is really strong. So it'll be like 22%, 22.5 pyro or something like that, which is pretty strong. And you can't substat pyro, but you can substat attack, right? So you can min max the pyro versus attack, right? And then I mean, you already know the new set, but I wouldn't even do in his case. I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you're going for a consistent build, then this is going to sound a little strange, but you might want to look into Shimenawa if you're not using the burst. Unless you're using the burst. If you're using the burst, you might want to look into not Troop, but I almost want to say Shimenawa. Because he's not even a burst character. You can, but he's not. You know what I mean? So, you know, just throwing it out there. Because you're doing 15% pyro damage plus 18 attack. Whereas with Shimenawa, I mean, you already know how Shimenawa works. You just go skill and you have 50% bonus damage. Unless I'm tripping on his cooldown. Like if he has a crazy cooldown, like a 20-second cooldown or something, then I would not do Shimenawa. And it's 15 seconds. So yeah, so you have 5 seconds to do your rotation. Like get out of, 5 seconds to pop him in, hit a shield, do Bennett things, and then do whatever other character things, maybe a pyro character or something. And then you pop him back in, hit your Shimenawa, and then you're back at it. And because you probably are never hitting your burst, you'll always have energy to proc Shimenawa. Just as an option. What you are probably up against on your Lenny, is anybody in queue, by the way? Because I don't want anybody. I do want to have this discussion about Lenny real quick though, because I think this is a good. I think it's a good case. I think what might be holding you up is his flower, because it's a perfect flower. For like, this is like a Yoimiya flower, and it's an amazing timepiece. Like you do have good pieces. Burgers next, okay. Yeah, so long story short, you can stay where you're at, and if you're going to stay there, then this piece and this piece are the pieces that I would address. Keep the crit rate, but see if you can bolster that crit damage. Exclamation mark Jordan. What's going on, M? Yeah, but I would address this one, see if you can keep the crit rate, see if you can address this one, see if you can keep the crit rate. I don't have a problem with you sacrificing a little crit rate. That's not really a big issue to me, but it would be those two is where I would go. This one's going to have to come to you. Yeah, not a problem. This one's going to have to come to you. Oh, yeah, thank you, M. Yeah. So, yeah. But this is that one you should be able to do now. Crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, crit rate, crit damage, not energy recharge. It can be energy recharge, but not 15%. That 15% should go into crit rate or crit damage. You already know, right? And then just keep the same energy you have with the talents. Literally, tick each one up 1 until you're 999. If you're going 999, that's it. Did you have any questions, Senor Logan? God dang, no one wants Scarlet Nexus. I'm gonna stream Scarlet Nexus on Twitch tonight. I am going to do that. Oh, did you hear AR56? Congratulaciones, mi amigo. Scarlet Nexus is an amazing game. It is a game. I had a whole talk about it during the first stream. You did? Okay, shout out to you, M. Shout out to you, cuz. But yeah, Logan. I'm gonna assume. I hope, and obviously you already know level him to 90, but because he's an attack scaling character who already has his crit ascensions attached to him, leveling him to 90 is not gonna make or break this character in its entirety. You know, should you? Yeah, but it's not like I need to level him to 90 or he's trash. No, that's not. It's not that important. You know what I mean? And once again, congratulations on the Homa, cuz. Like for real, for real, for real. For real, Z, real, real. You know what I mean? Like for real, real. That makes a difference. Like for real. You know, unless you run an EM timepiece. What am I looking at? Uh-oh. We both tighten next. Let's see what let's see what happens. Eggs for life. Eggs, do you know how to cook eggs? Are you a egg chef? Are you a egg master chef? Burger, what we doing? I'm assuming I'm looking at Nouvellette. Yep. That's burger energy. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah, cause you've been farming hydro, man. And yes, burger, I think you are what? Oh, okay. 21, 13, 20, there it is. 18. Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, how is it so high? Swap Nouvellette build for a statistically better build. This is statistically better. Like you're just keep in mind, you're coming at the end of the consistency curve. Obviously, you can go for 100%, but you're at the consistency curve. So anything beyond 80% is if you want to, because you're not doing a million instances of damage. You're doing 8. And all it takes is for you to do 8 instances of damage for this to beat out 100% crit rate. Which you already know how that works. As in main stats? Well, yeah, 37,000% HP. So, if I'm not mistaken, you should be HP, Hydro, crit rate, HP. Oh, when Furina is involved. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's how that works. Because you would be missing an entire pool. Yeah, when Furina is involved, yeah, you might be creeping on diminishing returns. It depends on if she can hit 450 or not. But if she can, you will be creeping on diminishing returns. I don't think it'll be that bad, though. Right? Maybe it's because of the way bonus damage multiplies. 2% weaker? You know what's funny, Burger? HP percent instead of crit damage is so much weaker on the circlet. It is significantly weaker. Here's the thing. What would happen, Burger, if you were able to hit 70% or 75%, but you were able to run a crit damage circlet? What you can't switch out, and this is because you're Burger, I don't know if you could switch this piece out. Because you have 13 there, which is what you need. You have 13 there, which is what you need. That would need to convert to 13 or 14. And then you would need like 14 on the circlet. But you would need a lot of crit rate in substats. But you have it on the goblet. That's why I'm throwing it out there. No, I'm pretty sure it can. Right? I only have 3 or 4. 3. So 1, 2, 3. And I'm at 63%. I'm short 7%. So if I was able to get 3 on this, and I'm able to get another 3 on that, or 4 on that. Like, let's say this was 13, that's plus 5. And let's say this was 13, that's plus 3, so that's plus 8. So I'm at 70%. But in this case, I'd be able to run crit damage. I know he did the math.
桂花同载酒，只可惜故人。
I'm saying take away 2 hits of crit damage, add crit rate, and convert your circlet to a crit damage circlet. What's your DPS at? Because if that is the case, at that point, you would need more crit rate. If you're doing that approach. If you're doing the numbers approach, you would need more crit rate. If you're doing the application approach, your crit rate is fine. Yeah, it depends on what you're basing it on. Are you basing it on 1,000,000 instances? And that's a real thing, people. Are you basing it on 1,000,000 instances or 1,000 instances of damage? Or are you basing it on like in functional practice? Right? Because you could, with this crit rate, you could hit 8 hits in a row and crit all of them, realistically speaking. Is that, you know what I mean? You could have a 75% crit rate and crit every hit of his charge attack. You could. But statistically, and this is where it goes to the 1,000 instances of damage, right, is you would want more crit rate. You're looking to maximize it? Yeah, you would, yeah. So where that would end up coming, it can't come from your timepiece. Like, you know that. It can't. It would have to come from, like, here. Which I don't even want to touch that because of HP percent. So you might be looking, I mean, it would have, looking at it, realistically, you would have to get it from your, you would have to get it from here. If my CR is not 100%, something is wrong. No, that means you have a life, Burger. That's what that means. You're looking at it wrong. That's what's wrong. I can't allow you to look at a video game like your value is based on it. Because I know, because you have a habit of doing that. I can pull any Nouvellette right now and you are destroying them. I want you, Burger, to show me a stronger Nouvellette. With the exception of the ones on the 4-piece set. You was joking? I was about to say, Burger, like, chill, dog. Like, come on, dog. Relax. Relax, cuz. Just keep getting A's. And make $1 million. Not for me, for you. You know what I mean? Come up with an innovative product or something. Do that. This 100% crit rate is not going to get you a Bugatti. It'll get you a high five from a guy with a neck beard, but it will not get you a Bugatti. So, know what I mean? But no, you're doing, no, he looks fine. If it is a goal, you already know it has to come from your, I think it has to come from your flower. There's nowhere else it can come from. You would have to sacrifice the HP percent if, hopefully it hits HP percent, but you would have to sacrifice the HP percent and you would have to drop the crit damage. Should you? In my opinion, no. Then again, I play Black Desert where you can win 3% like chances. So, you know, I don't know. I played some stupid games with some crazy rates. 97% crit rate, missing crits. 3% chance to get a piece of pin gear, you get the pin gear. Makes no sense. All right, so I know Burger doesn't have questions because he's a theory crafter. I don't know if we took epistemological. That's a dope name, by the way. So what is your UID? Oh, you was in ship. No, you good. Wait, what happened? Brief overview. Oh, oh, wait. And which character or how can? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you, mademoiselle. Call you Epi. I will call you Epi. Can I call you Epi? You can fire me right now. I know. That was probably the most cringy thing you've heard all day. All right, so we have. Haha. Heh, bruh. Jesus, you did me the real big frighten. Nice. All right, so what am I looking at? What are we doing today? I like that. That name is fire, bro. That profile picture scares me. Oh, it doesn't. I thought it would, but it doesn't. I thought both eyes were red. I was gonna be like, you're either really cool or something's wrong. Whatever floats your boat. All right, so I will look at. Let's look at yellow. Let's do a quick. Let's do a full overview. It's a lot of ER. I like. Wait, is that an ER? Wait. Nice. All right, and then. Okay. What's the weapon? Nice. Oh, I'm gonna get to what's the name? Nice. Haha. This should be higher, but I might do Ito, but I want to look at ooh. Ooh, oh you okay. Alright, I see you, cuz. Ooh, is this a Favoni? Oh, I was finna say. Like, bro. Okay. Ooh. Ah, like it. Okay. 4-piece. Love it. That is hilariously accurately placed on Hu Tao. I was thinking about this when I first saw that weapon. That and the Shogun for Quick Bloom. Crimson C1, Triple Crown, 21-210, Yoimiya, Rust R5, okay. Shiminawa, okay. So much respect. Ooh, crit risk a little low, but that's okay. Okay, 124, okay. That's a lot of attack. Amos? Yep, that's why. Okay. Ooh. We can look at those. 10, 8, 8. Okay. If you do the burst to 9, you literally would have a hybrid, which is really good. Aloy, what we got here? 64 and 140? Uh-oh. Really? I want to look at your Aloy. What? Oh, no EM? Really? 999. With this weapon? Really? Increased by 25%. Really? You have okay. The reason why I'm saying really, it's not praise. Okay, I'm not getting at your Aloy either. But there's room for improvement. I'm always interested when I see Aloy on banners, and I'm like, ooh, where can we min max this? So that account I was looking at just before, that guy was an Aloy main. I think he's still kind of an Aloy main, right? I think he's just waiting on a Thunder Pulse or something like that, right? So this guy right here, that's a good piece. This guy right here, that's a reroll. That's part of it. This guy right here, that's part of it. That guy can't do anything about the goblet, but I love that goblet. And then this piece right here, that would be a reroll. Got it. So you are, ooh, hold on. Okay, so here is the deal. If you got, because what's that, 22, right? So if you got, oh my God, 40, so it's 48. I'm ignoring decimal points. So 48 minus 5. So if you got 43 right here in just substats, you can rock a crit damage circlet. So 43 means across 5 artifacts, one of which is a crit damage circlet, you would need, whoops, an average of 8.6 crit rate across each piece, which is not easy, but imagine if you had 14 crit damage, 14 crit damage. Oh, now we're looking different, right? 14 crit damage, starting to look possible. You're at 19, which is fine. 14 crit damage. You would be drastically, not 14 crit damage, but this would be 31.1 crit damage extra, right? So you would go up in a whole bunch of crit damage by just prioritizing crit rate on the substats on these artifacts, if that makes sense. If you did like 8, 14, 8 crit rate, 9 crit rate, 14 crit damage. Is that easy to get? No, but you could, right? And as you build your pool of artifacts, right, which I'm assuming you have like, okay, so there's a 12 something, there's a 10, what's the circlet? Do you got another emblem character? No? Okay, that's what, let me see. Ooh, that's an impossible piece. That's a good looking piece. Oh, you like Hu Tao. Ooh, I like your Hu Tao. Ooh, hold on. Ooh, you feeling special? Oh, because it's a crit rate weapon. I'm like, hold on, cuz. Like, hey, but your CV is still really high. That is 53 CV. The Homa is 66 CV. So you're doing really phenomenal, all things considered. You got some really good pieces. As far as the account as a whole, you pre-farmed her? Good. So as far as the account as a whole, let me see. Please ignore my silence. My silence is not special. Okay, good. You've been watching Toronto, huh? Oh, you got see, bruh. Okay, silence is golden. Swag. Duct tape is silver. Stop it. I would do a 4-piece VV set or a 4-piece gladiator. I wouldn't hybrid Gene. If you're gonna hybrid Gene, then you gotta like balance it. Kind of, you actually have to do what Toronto did. Like you would actually have to run physical. You know what I mean? Yeah, that is your name, bruh. But yeah, so the gladiator is fine. It's I don't know exactly where you're going with the set, but I mean she looks fine. You know, but it's hmm. I don't know if you're maining. I guess where I'm a little stuck. I don't know if you're playing her as the driver and she's supposed to be the one dishing out the damage, or if she's like a hybrid or something like that. You know what I mean? Tuanto did 2-piece VV, 2-piece physical with an animal goblet. So same build, just instead of gladiator is physical. So you would have to switch either this or this to Pale Flame, and you would have a Tuanto build. Same weapon, same all the things. This is your stat stick. This is just a stat stick. This would be your stat stick, and you would have, you know, whatever. What I'm waiting for is a 22 crit rate sword. That's what I'm waiting for Jean. Why? Because your base attack would be astronomical. Your attack would be Mist-Splitter level, which is amazing. But she has high attack anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Either way, she looks fine, you know, all things considered. He's missing crit damage. How do I know this? Because you have 88 crit damage here. This means you're running a crit rate circlet. I don't even have to look at his artifacts, and I guarantee you're running a crit rate. I can almost guarantee it. Right here. Why? Because 61 plus 88 is way too close to what it's adding to your set. So first off, that's not 61. That's not 62.2. That's why. If you had a crit damage circlet, at minimum, that would be 62.2. Not including 7 times 4, which is another 28. And that's only getting 7 crit damage across 4 pieces. For example, I think mine is on my Ito's trash, so don't worry about mine. Right, but this piece right here, right? That piece with a crit damage circlet would actually do you more justice than what you have right now. If you don't need 17 crit rate, but if you had crit rate across all the pieces, I'm not farming Ito like that, but for example, if you had crit rate across all the pieces and ran a crit damage circlet, that would be way more advantageous to you than running a crit rate circlet. It just costs more resin. It's a pain in the butt. It is, right? But that is effectively what would happen. I will say this: your account doesn't look weak right now. It does look really. It does look really good, and I love the fact that you're triple crown and everything. That means you like the characters. I love that HP, by the way, but that's hinting to me that you don't have a Hydro Goblet. Is this the case? No, you do not. So you do have an Aqua. That's why this number is high, but that number is still really low because you are all crit rate, right? So, bam, crit rate, bam. You got 12 there. You got 12 there. 3. You got 12. Oh, well, that's the circlet. 12 there. So, you said what? It took me 3 months to get him there. Do you know how amazing that is? 3 months to get your Ito here. Like, first off, let's look at him, right? So, 319 with 18 defense. 6%, 12 defense, 13 energy recharge. He actually needs energy recharge. I'm sure you know this, right? Regardless, you got crit rate, crit damage on our energy recharge timepiece. Funny enough, it took me trying it and just saying I don't care about meta to know that I actually like energy recharge. I'm using her right now, Yoon Jin. That's why she has it. But I don't have another one. So when I get one, I could use this on Ito, but I like this on Ito. So that's why he has this, because I don't really care right now. But energy recharge, I love it. The damage is not that big, but your burst up time is way better. Kind of like the Shogun with an attack time piece versus energy recharge. Not going to get into it. You need to re-roll the goblet. The reason why this looks this way is because this looks this way. The reason why you have this is because your brain, similar to all of us here, is telling you that 19 crit damage is better than 10 crit damage and 10 crit damage. Does that make sense? You could have a goblet with 10 crit damage and a circlet with 10 crit damage and be better than what we're looking at by 0.6%. It's our brain has a thing with pretty things. We like to see this. Let's see. We like to look at this. Let's see. We like this. We like the 55. We don't like the 48, even though the consistency is the buff. Does that make sense? It looks pretty. Exactly. What that's called, and you can Google this, it's a term. It's called, and all of us are guilty of it. I'm guilty of it. When I first loaded up the stream, I had a cosmetic DPS Yelan. Now, we can argue statistically it's stronger. I'm not going to do it, matter of fact. But anyway, we can argue that that's stronger. But cosmetic DPS, as long as you are aware that you're either doing or not doing cosmetic DPS or a cosmetic build, then it makes it easier to be happy with the build. I know it sounds a little weird. Hey, shout out to Logan, cuz. Got your DM, man. Swag, swag, swag. And I bet it feel better in C1 Hu Tao, cuz. Tell me I'm lying. Yeah, exactly. You feel me? All right, so anyway, right? So don't feel stuck to this piece because its cosmetics are grabbing you. The reality of the situation is the build as a whole, this is carrying weight from another piece. So if you rebalanced the build, then it makes it seem as then you get the reality of it. The reality of it is all you need to do is take this piece and this piece and you smash them together and magically the reality of the power of this piece comes out. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because typically the goblets are offset because that's where typically the stronger goblets are. Getting an onset goblet is like asking Jesus to show his face today in your room. He may not. What's the likelihood? Only Jesus knows. But getting an onset circlet is like finding a cup of coffee that you actually enjoy. Thing is, it's easier to find if you're not a coffee drinker. You know what I mean? I'm terrible with these metaphors right now, but you get my point. You know, so what I'm saying is I would offset your goblet, right? And then fish for an onset circlet. And all you need is for it to hit crit damage once. You need 2 hits of crit damage. 1 to come on the piece, and then it needs to hit crit damage once. If it starts at 6% crit damage, you have a extremely high likelihood that it's going to say 12 crit damage. At that point, you only need 8 crit damage, which is impossible to avoid if it hits crit damage 1 time on a goblet. Right? So I was just staying there for Ito. The reason I'm taking time on Ito is I feel like you really like Ito. And because you have this god awfully strong thing in your possession, bro, you are sitting on easily one of the strongest characters in Genshin Impact and might not really. I'm sure you know, but I don't think you know. But yeah, I don't like. You probably don't know, bro. Like she's strong, and she's strong. I mean, but you don't know, bro. Yeah, 100K every second and a half, 50K every half a second. No dependencies. Maybe Goro. So you need Goro, but she needs. You basically have Hu Tao Staff of Homa, and you don't have to worry about Hydro and all that. You needed a break. That's what happens. So, sounds like you enjoy life. Keep it that way. That's kind of been the theme of today. But I think as a whole, your account, for what it's worth, it does look good. And in my opinion, you should be able to 30-60 Abyss. Your Yalan is not super strong, but her consistency is on point. I would recommend, hold on, do you run it? You're not running an ER timepiece. I would recommend an ER timepiece supplementary for now. Your girl is C5, you're waiting until C6, fair enough. You know, but yeah, once you can do all of the things with this guy, you just need to reroll crit rate on your pieces and then rock a crit damage circlet. But you want to prioritize crit rate. Like you want really strong, screw that crit damage. You want crit damage on it, yes, but forget about trying to get the strongest crit damage on all the pieces. Don't nobody care about that right now. Just get crit rate and crit damage. Don't even trip on the defense, bro. Just get crit rate, crit damage. If chances are it's gonna have defense percent anyway. But try to get some pieces with some strong crit rate rolls. I know you can't just make them appear, but just keep getting them, keep rolling them. If you get crit rate, crit damage, don't throw them away, but keep doing it until you get a strong crit rate roll, right? Across the board, right? And then rock a crit damage circlet, right? You should be able to hit 70. What that crit rate looks like, please ignore the damage off of this. I have to say that because I feel like every time I show her, I went to Akasha yesterday just to see what the fuss was about this stupid website. Do you know you can fix your situation to make it seem like you're higher than you are? If you go there right now, the number one Zhongli doesn't have a set bonus. The dude literally went here, he did this, and he just clicked the first artifact in each place and uploaded that to Akasha, and he's the number one Zhongli. So I don't care. But here's the point, right? Do you think go there right now? So anyway, so what you want to do is 9 crit rate, 11 crit rate. You need 1 busted crit rate stat, 6 crit rate, which is not high, right? And then 7 crit rate. What that will do in the case of your Ito with a crit damage weapon and a crit damage circlet is you will land at 74 crit rate with those rolls. On your Ito, if you get 1 really strong crit rate roll, regardless of the crit damage, right? Case and point. You just get a strong crit rate roll. Don't care about the damage. It's not that serious. Your weapon is going to make up a large majority. Between the weapon and the circlet, you're going to make up a ton of that damage, right? I just want to let you know what you're looking for. You don't need 13 crit rate, 15 crit rate across every piece. You just need 1 with a lot of crit rate. And then like 11, 9, 7, 6. 1 strong one, couple really pretty good, relatively good crit rate rolls, and then some whatevers. This is a 3.9 that hit something. This is a 3.9/3.5. This one is like a 2.7 plus 3.5. That's what happened here. Right, so you can get some 2 okay crits, rates, right? Some pretty good crit rates, and then you need a busted crit rate. If you can get that, you can get 74% and rock a crit damage weapon with a crit damage circlet and still be consistent. And that is my goal for your Ito. Does that make sense? But you're going to be in there for a long time. And if you really like your Ito, if you have a life, you're going to be bored with Genshin in about 6 more months. Unless you get lucky. You picking up what I'm putting down, swag? Because I'm putting it down on the napkin with a. I'm putting it down on a silver plate with the napkin under it, brother. And I got a paper towel on top of the plate to catch the grease, just in case I'm laying down any fat. Fat ain't good for your arteries. You need nothing but the nutrients. I'm trying to give you nothing but game, cuz. You feel me? He said, I'm already bored. Then live life, brother. Why? Because it's a video game. We have a rule. First off, Dawn Precision is a group. I started with Release Kokomi. What, to the wild? I'm joking. But nah, so, yeah, for what it's worth, I think your account's fine, though. I think your account's fine. We have a rule in Dome Precision. Dome Precision is a group. I am Cypher Signals from Dome Precision, right? If I type, what is it, streamer or something, or DWP, boom. I was going to say, usually Bay will type it in, but I got this, cuz. Brings you chill vibes over gameplay. Current streamer, Cypher Signals. That bees I. Dome Precision is a group, and the number one rule in Dome Precision is life before the game. So looking at your account, it tells me you're a sharp cookie because you understand mechanics and you can grasp them. You just haven't farmed for 8 years like all of us tryhards did. Meaning that you probably have more real-life priorities that matter. High five to you. You are definitely Dome Precision. You feel me, cuz? I can't 36 star, but I can complete the top floor nonetheless. I can show you the cheapest way to 36 star that floor if you have Nahida. If you have Nahida and the Shogun, or Nahida and Kuki Shinobu, you can cheese that whole floor because you have Yalan. You feel me, cuz? You feel me? You know what I mean? But you can cheese the Abyss. So there was this whole argument that I was having with someone on my channel, and you do have Nahida. What if I told you?
须臾的水味道。
No. I'm not gonna do the abyss for you, but I can show you. What if I told you that with a healer Nahida, I can 36 the abyss? With a healer Nahida and a Shogun with this ratio, I can do the abyss. I would have to switch this out. Actually, no. You have the weapon. You need a crit rate weapon with some kind of EM scaling on it. Now, mine is a little busted, but if it wasn't that, I would use a Dragon's Bane with a crit rate circlet, which I have. So I would just rock a crit rate circlet or something. This is a DWP guarantee. If you don't believe me, go back to the stream where I pulled Nuvalet, and in that stream, with the Shogun, and not Yalan, but with a healer Nahida and a EM Shogun, I 36 the Abyss. With a level 1 Nuvalet, with a prototype Amber. And I did not have this weapon. That is because Dendro is broken.
但需要细品。
Nahida has sack frags? Yeah. The only reason your Nahida would even need a sack frags is so you could share the EM. But the trick to cheesing that, because you only need it for the second side. So the second side, you're cheesing it with a quick bloom team. And the Shogun is about half of the damage. No, she's about 30% of the damage. Nahida is about 20% of the damage. And Yalan is about the other 20 to 30 to 40% of the damage, whatever that looks like. But between Yalan, the Shogun, with some type of, you just put a crit rate circlet on her. Like, it's not that serious. Just make sure you have a gilded set bonus. So we'll do, I don't know, this or something. 11, whatever. It broke my set bonus. You actually want the set bonus. You just want to hit like 60%, and then you're fine. And then Nahida, you just give her, I have good artifacts, by the way, but I don't have a set bonus on her. I use Maiden, bro. So Maiden and a, whatever this is, right, 15k skill tick is what will happen, right? You do that, and you just want to make sure you got like 600 plus EM. And you just run your Yalan. But Yalan is not where all of the damage is coming from. It's coming from the taser between her and the Shogun and Hyperbloom. It's coming from all that. And when you look at the HP, it just kind of goes away. It's blah 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 blah. It just there's so many 20,000 damages going off and 8k damages just going off that it just kind of and you're like, I did one burst and half the health is gone. Okay, my Yalan is pretty strong though. But I mean, you get my point though. You know what I mean? So that's what I would personally recommend. And with that team, that's one whole side of the team. Yeah. You're wanting me to build Raiden the way I've already built Yai. Did you do EM with a crit rate weapon? By the way, there's a reason you're doing the Shogun instead of Yai Miko. The Shogun can proc Hyperbloom every time. She cannot. You're going to miss about a third to 2/3 of your Hyperblooms. You're going to miss a billion Hyperblooms with Yai Miko. You will hit every Hyperbloom with the Shogun. Effectively, what I'm saying is with this Shogun versus that Yai Miko, she will do upwards of 66% more damage than Yai Miko. That's why. So instead of your damage per second being, let's say, 10k, your damage per second would be 60k. You see what I'm saying? It'd be, instead of 10k per second once it's all said and done, you'll be doing 60k per second once it's all said and done. Not 60, I'm sorry about that. 30, I'm sorry. It'd be 30k per second, my bad. It'd be like 30k per second or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, not a problem. That's just one side though. The other side, you just run Kazuha and whatever. You just Kazuha and some other stuff. Kazuha, Pyro, figured out. You do like her, Kazuha, Bennett, blah blah blah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just do a bunch of damage and call it a day. On the second side, run Hyper Bloom. And I can only say that this works because I did it with a level 1 him. He was doing like 400 to 800 damage per tick. And I had a healer Nahida, okay? Like, you can do it with 4k per tick on Yalan. Is 90 CA, 90 crit rate overkill, or should I swap? Me personally, I'll swap for a crit damage circlet, but it depends on the ratio. So I'll give you the performance route, and then I'll tell you what I would do, right? So the performance route is 90k is not overkill, 101% is overkill, statistically speaking. But what you want is you want a 1-to-2 ratio. Now this is all math and all that jazz, but me personally, when it comes to performance, there is a curve on crit rate. So let's say Yoimiya, right? I know you're talking Yalan, but this should make my point pretty clear, right? So let's say you have 80k. If you make an S curve from 0, go horizontal, you start going up, and then you start going horizontal again as you get closer to 90. What that curve represents is the impact of the actual crit rate number, right? It's a vertical line at 50%, right? But then it starts to trail off the closer you get to 100, right? What you're looking for in your experience is consistency. It's still a dice roll. I feel like 90% is drastic overkill on Yalan. Like super overkill. Think of it, I don't know if you ever played Warframe, but shotguns don't hit 100% crit chance because it's a shotgun. You know what does hit 100% crit chance is single target, like single shot weapons, like snipers. Why? Because the shot needs to count. But when you're throwing 32 shells at something, kind of doesn't matter that much, right? 9190 is fine. You're effectively at a 90-80. That's what you're at. You want to get as close to 90-90 as possible. Really, you want to get as close to 100-100 as possible. But you're so close, you're basically you're perfect at this point. Now, I will say this: if you're doing that with an Aqua, I would say stay off math websites because in practice, you're not dropping crits at like 70. At like 80, you should not be dropping crits. And if you're dropping crits at 80%, then you should never go to the casino. You know, but yeah, statistically and mathematically, you want to be at 100, 200. And yes, 9190 is where you would typically land. And if it wasn't 9190, you would land at like 80, 210. Somewhere in that range. Imagine gambling. Huh, right? Yeah. So, math paper, nerds, tryhards, people who are going to judge your DPS, yes, you want to be at 100, 200. Me, real people, people who have jobs and kids, 70% is fine. 75, 70, 70, 75, 80, somewhere in there, you should be fine. And then just put the rest in crit damage. I just don't know. I just don't know what your goal is. It depends. It depends on what your goal is. I sound like I've been noticing the way I've been talking. I feel like I'm judging people who do try hard in this game, but I'm not saying that. I just really want people to not forget that you can do these you can put this effort in life. like you should probably put this effort in real life. My relationships suck. Well, you should focus on the crit rate of your relationships then. Just saying. I don't know. Let me shut up. Be like Schoolhouse Rock. 7 is my lucky number. Facts. Can you review my rating? Yeah, I mean, if, what is that? Epistemological. You don't have any more questions, do you? My goal is to call myself a real Yalan Main. Oh, well, shoot. If that's what you're doing, because I'm that way about Zhongli, huh? If that's what you're going for, yeah, you do want to be like 92. You want to be like 92-20. Like, you want to, like, you can stop at 90%. If you hit 100%, you're just doing too much at that point. That's too much. Like, if you hit 100% crit rate, I'll put it to you like this. If you be, and this is, I'm only saying this because of how hard it is to hit 100% crit rate. It's because of, I know what the effort looks like, right? With an Aqua, right? If you are hitting 100% crit rate with an Aqua on Yalan, I'm going to be completely honest to you, human to human, I don't want to have a conversation with you. Because you put way more effort into making that presentable than... Unless your life is just amazing, bro, there's no reason you should have 100% crit rate. Know what I mean? Let you know what you could do about Ganyu and Yoimiya, I'll let you know. But yeah, for a main, I would say like 90-220, 90-230, 90-240. Like you, that's where you want to be. To be like, I'm a main. Like you want to exceed. Basically, look at it like this. Your goal is to hit your crit rate target and have a minimum 20 crit damage per piece. Minimum. And if you could hit 80 to 90 crit rate across your whole set, which is super hard, and rock a crit damage circlet, that's where the magic's at. That is where you want to be. You know what I mean? Anyway, you said Ganyu? Ganyu's pretty easy. Oh, Tree Frog. What's that in Tree Frogs? First off, I like your EM. You could use more EM, by the way. You want to be like 150, 200 EM, believe it or not. The crit rate's fine. The crit damage can go up a little bit. I could tell you where your target should be. And this is going to be compared to that's why right there. Yeah, so it's your goblet and your timepiece. And you're probably going to be, yeah, so you can switch. I kid you not. If you get a crit rate circlet with 14 crit damage, you can beat that out by just getting this piece with some crit damage on it and you broke even. And then right here, you just get some crit rate on it and you broke even with this one. Right? A lot of times when I look at these types of stats, it's because there's 2 or 3 pieces out of sync, out of balance, right? And we all have out of balance characters. My emblem pieces have, almost every emblem character I have is so out of balance, but I have a pool I can pick from. But that's really it as far as she's concerned. You just need a crit rate, crit damage timepiece. Don't worry about the crit rate. Just make sure it hits crit rate at least once. You need a crit rate, crit damage cryo goblet. Don't worry about the crit damage. Just make sure it hits the crit damage at least once, if not twice. But make sure it has crit rate on it. It hits crit rate at least once. And then this piece right here, don't worry about the crit damage. Just make sure it hits crit damage at least once. 14 crit damage. If you do that, you should balance out relatively well. Now, if you don't want to take that approach, typically what you will see is in this situation, I'm going to recommend a 50 crit rate Ganyu to you. Now, that's considered blasphemy because someone is afraid of not hitting crits. Not someone, but the internet. I can't hit crits with 50% crit rate. You should because the case of probability states that you are extremely likely to hit a crit with a 70% crit rate. 50 on Ganyu equals 70 crit rate on a melt Ganyu, so you should be able to crit statistically with this Ganyu. You may miss 1 out of 7 or 8 or something like that. You should be okay. By 7 shots, whatever you're shooting at should be dead anyway. But that's what I would recommend. All right, as far as your Yoimiya is concerned, wait, what time is it? Oh, okay, cool. As far as your Yoimiya is concerned, this is a little No, it's not that. This is a little low. This is amazing. But this is a little bit low. Believe it or not, this is a little low too. I know that because you're rocking an EM timepiece. Why? Because your EM is way too high. You know, it's not too high. It's just too high to have that and an attack timepiece. Sorry. So the only thing happening on your account wide, that was a great feather, by the way. But the only thing happening on your account wide, is you're accepting, you are accepting non-dual stat pieces. So you might not like this feedback, but this is going to save you so much time. It's going to be kind of ridiculous. So when you are looking at artifacts, with the exception of maybe EM or some special case scenario, if it does not have crit rate and crit damage, you throw it in the trash. This is for Goro. That's not locked, so that's going to get a strong box. That's a gilded EM piece. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage. That's unlocked. That's getting thrown away. Crit rate, crit damage. EM, EM, EM. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage. So every piece that you save, that's getting thrown away, should have crit rate, crit damage unless it's a special case scenario, right? Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage. I could do this every single time. Crit rate, crit damage. Well, that's a special case. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit, and it's going to go on and on and on and on and on as you build up your pool. Same thing with circlets and goblets. Crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage. That you only accept those. Same thing for circlets. If you're walking around with crit rate circlets, right? All your crit rate circlets should have crit rate damage as a substat before you even touch them. Obviously with the exception of some, right? Same thing with crit damage circlets. Every crit damage, matter of fact, I don't even need this. Every crit damage circlet should have crit rate on it. Obviously with the exception of some. I think it was like a couple in here. Somewhere. I don't know. But you see what I'm saying? Don't accept the piece. Like basically strong box it. Strong. If it doesn't have both stats, if it doesn't have at least 2 stats that you're looking for, strong box it. I would get in the habit of that. That way, when new characters come out, you already have a crit rate, crit damage circlet that you can throw on Furina, or a whatever VV piece that you could put on that new Animal Girl, or this thing that you could put. You know what I mean? You got the Blizzard piece you could put on Saritza or whatever. You know, you know what I mean? So I would do that. That would be the account wide, because that's throwing some of your situations out of balance. And then that's pretty much it. That would be my feedback account wide. That should cover all your characters really. Any questions at all? Outside of that, you're doing good. You should be able to 3060 Abyss. Looking at your account, because you can cheese it with Dendro. You have Nahida. You can super cheese that. You can super cheese it. Like wait, who else was in queue? Yeah, not a problem. When I say Nouvelette was weak, what I'm saying is I probably could have did it with Barbara. I could have walked in with Barbara and 3060 Abyss. It's just that he can hit a lot of things with Hydro because he got that beam. So the fact that he was Hydro with a beam is what made it easy. Know what I mean? So yeah, so if no Q, review your rating. I will be 2-piecing grown folk business, but I will look at your rating. It's empty? All right, give me 1 sec. I'm about to 2 pieces grown folk. This grown folk swag. You know what I mean? And yes, I'm going to say it again. Don't smoke, kids. Do not smoke, y'all. I smoke. It's addicting. Don't smoke. I'm telling you, addicted to cigarettes. Don't smoke. It's so addicting that I'm telling you not to smoke while I'm lighting a cigarette. That is how addicting they are. Knowing they're terrible for my health, I'm going to light a cigarette. That's how addicting they are. That is exactly why I'm telling you don't smoke. For anyone new here, if that sounds hypocritical, I want you to point out a crackhead to me and say, hey, show me a crackhead that tells you to smoke crack. You won't, because even though they're addicted, they know it's stupid. So don't do that. If a crackhead says don't smoke crack, you probably shouldn't. I'm not a crackhead, but that's my example. I hope what I said makes sense. Thank you, Em. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, let me know if any of you guys got any other questions, by the way. Let me know. Let me know. And M, I got you. You said look at your rating, right? How everybody doing out there? Just don't make bad life choices that you will end up regretting. Facts. I'm not going to tell you when I started smoking cigarettes, but if I had one regret, that would probably be it. Is that I did start smoking. That's one of the regrets. I don't have a lot of regrets, but that is definitely one of them. I wish I never smoked cigarettes. I wish I never started. It is a bad habit. It's an expensive habit. It's a terrible habit. All right. Back to it. All right, cool. Where are you? There you go. Swag. Looking at rating? All right. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. All right, so I'm looking at... Okay, I like the crit rate. Crit damage is a little low, but it's okay if you had a catch as far as her personal damage. You are using this... Oh, you are using this weapon. Huh. Ah. Say what now? I thought you said one con. Okay, so what you would want to do... M, you have been here so long, you know how to build the rating. How do you build the rating? She looks way better. Like, her ratio is not bad. But how do you build the rating? Hunter set domain? Let's go. The only reason I'm doing that, M, you know how to build the rating. Hold on, let me look at these pieces and then I'll be right there. Let me just look at I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on them, but I need to see these. Are they worth it? Okay. 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 Ooh. Ah. I will go emblem. You want to go emblem. I could give you the math behind it, but you don't even know. You messed up your rating for fun? Hey, do your thing, cuz. What was that? That was, I saw the UID, and now I don't see the, oh, there it goes. 653 195 113. Oh, I worked with you earlier today. All right. Zawardo! Rating build on book dude. Yeah. The rating is like the most common build. Oh, tree frogs. Oh yeah, tree frogs is here. Yeah, tree frogs got a he got a pretty strong account. He can help out too. If anybody needs help with anything. Eggs, you need help with anything? Wait, what are we doing? What's this domain? Oh, I know what this is. Who are you? Well, it depends on who you bring. Don't look at Zhao? I won't. You're clean out of resin? No worries. What are we doing? It depends on who you bring. You're bringing these two. So you are going to be vaporizing things. And you're bringing Diona. So that means I can bring this thing, as I do not want to hold your time up. And I'm going to bring the most meme-heavy build ever. So And I will bring not Kazuha. I will bring whoever you. I'm gonna bring Zhongli because why not have Shred and not get hit all over the place? Hey, let's do stupid things. Okay, not really stupid, but this is my trying to help rush you through this domain build. 73% crit rate, way too much crit damage. Hi! Yay! Can you imagine if he could vaporize? Oh, why not? Yay! Yay! Is EM Zhao good with 82% crit rate? That's not bad. The person that is being assisted, do you want any more help? Basically, Tree Frogs wants to know if they can join. Is that okay? Rain? It's up to them. If not, Tree Frogs, you can join me. If no one else needs help, I'm going to just burn fragiles or whatever. Oh, they said you can join. And they have Diona, so they don't really need a healer. And my Zhongli is just here just to be here, so I'm not really adding anything with Zhongli. So their UID is, you have to scroll up to see it. Uh-oh. You would farm Oculus, but you don't want to farm it now. You probably should. Yeah! Take that for your troubles. No energy stuff. Okay, so their UID is 653-195-113. And Tree Frog's name is literally Tree Frogs. I should probably do my world quest, and you probably no, you should, yeah. You farm that later, swag. But yeah, you probably should do your Archon quest, because I could look at you, because I'm looking at your account after this, right? Oh, it's HP. I need crit damage. I wish I had a crit damage circlet. I want to know what he's like on Shimenawa. Yeah, Miko, please don't judge me. Alright, let's see what he's like on Shimenawa. My crit rate is going to be trash, but I don't care. And yes, I'm going to thoroughly regret this, I think. Yeah. I got 7 heals. We should be alright. Well, he heals anyway, so I'll be alright. Ready when you are. That is not that much stronger. Okay, I saw 40. Oh, that was from Vaporize. Dang, that Shiminawa ruined me just now.
低头。潮水啊，我又归来。
What? Ow. You know what? Alright, yeah, I don't like that. Okay. Hola, tree frogs. What's happening, cuz? In 1 hour and 40 minutes. Is it 1 hour and 40 minutes? Then we should be straight. Haha. I need to pop my crit buffs again. This is why you keep a million of these things on you. Yeah, it eats his burst. I don't like that. But it's not that much stronger than the Hydro set. I mean, from what it looks like. I mean, we're going to do the Hydro set now. What was it, 24, 20 to 29, or 22, or something like that? Okay. Well, I guess it's... No, it's about the same. Yeah, it's about the same. It's not really that different. Which is funny, because I kind of anticipated that. It's like 15 plus 35, or 50. It's really not a difference. Ow. I need to heal. I don't want to use my values. Whatever. Heal. Yeah, it's the same thing. Heart of Death is 45. Is it 30? Oh, it is 30. So it's 45, but it doesn't. Yeah, you're right. It's 45, but doesn't eat your burst. So 5%, but it eats your burst. I don't know if that's worth it. And he doesn't scale with attack, so Shiminawa is stupid. It's not stupid, it's just, yeah. I need a crit damage circlet. That HP circlet is not working. It's working, but it's not. If I had outrageous crit damage, then sure. But even with that, I don't think it's gonna matter. I'll try this and see what happens. Yeah, I'll take Diona or something. Ooh, with that, I would take Kokomi if you have Kokomi. Or that works too, because there's gonna be so much Hydro. There should be no reason why you don't vaporize. Hu Tao song. I almost pull Hu Tao. Like every time she comes, you know what the problem with Hu Tao is? For me, every time she comes out, I don't want to pull her. Like, there's always something else there that it's like, nah, I pull not Hu Tao. Thank you. Appreciate doing business with you. Now, this is a Call of Duty I can play. Don't you do that. You're not gonna like it. You will not. Ow. You liked it. Thank you. Call of Duty. This guy. This guy said Call of Duty. Hu Tao is boring to use. She can be. What's going on, M? If you play Call of Duty, we have a whole Call of Duty section. I don't know why people don't engage with the Call of Duty section in the Discord. Do you know how long I've been wanting to make a Call of Duty like tournament? It was a rhetorical question, but huh? What do need? What do need what? What? I don't know what that means. Oh, not a problem. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Come on. Mm-hmm. I wanted the particles. I love the fact you can just heal. Just give me that. I love that about him. Help. Oh, restart. You might have to restart YouTube. What's up, Yelan? What's up, Yelan? How you doing, Yelan? Look at all this blue energy going on right now. Wait. Hold on. I just noticed something. I'm assuming you're using what's the word I'm looking for? You're using condensed resin, right? Hold on. I'm on my little money bag. I'm gonna go back to old school DWP for a sec. Condensed, perfect. We're gonna do old school DWP swag. I had 5 stacked before I had a break. Oh, for sure. No, you good. All the bubbles. 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 Ah. Whew. I'm getting kind of close there. Getting kind of close there, aren't you? Can you imagine if he used, what is it called? Can you imagine if he used the attack stat? That J Parcel would be godlike right now. I'm so 50-50 on if I want to pull. You can't decide. I mean, he's good. You know, he's not a requirement. It's just shooting that beam is really fun. Is he the strongest thing ever? Nah, I mean, he's as strong as any other character. I would wait for Furina, personally. What it is he has a pop sound on his skill. Between that and the beam, like the dude is kind of addicting to play. Like listen to the pop of his skill. Just that little pop sound is like pop, bro. You feel like you're doing damage. But I have a feeling people are gonna enjoy Furina a lot more. If you can, I would say pull him and Furina, because he is going to be a Furina buff. Like he buffs Furina. Like him and the Archon are kind of like not one in the same, but they kind of. It's like the Shogun and Yaimiko. Like the Shogun and Yaimiko kind of work together. That's how him and Furina are. That's what it seems like, at least. Like, this dude is gonna feed Furina, like, so much. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, like, it's because of this. It's how much HP. So if you have Zhao is gonna feed Furina like a madman. because she gets buffed based on the deviations of HP. So if HP goes up, she gets a buff. If HP goes down, she gets a buff, and it keeps increasing. Every time your HP changes, she gets more impactful on the team. And because he ticks his health down, it's crazy. Zhao has an habitual tick. he habitually changes HP. So it's like, yo. For some reason, Neuvillette just feels clunky. I was gonna say like Kazuha or Bennett. He does feel a little clunky, but he's not necessary. Do I use HP? Yeah, use HP sands on Neuvillette. Yeah. Yeah, it's because he has no HP. He has no attack scaling. So it says percent max HP, percent max HP, percent max HP. Anytime it doesn't have a specified stat next to it, it scales with attack. But if it's specified, it scales with that only. For it, I'll give you one last example. Who is it? Like Hu Tao or something, right? Hu Tao, she has a number plus HP. Or Diona, or it's like one of them characters. They have a number plus HP, or like Ito or whatever, or Albedo, but not Albedo. You know what I'm talking about. Try and shoot me. What happens if you shoot me? I'm unshootable. Hi, my name is Neuvillette. I drink Kool-Aid from my cup. Mmm. That is some tasty blueberry Kool-Aid. Alright, so what are we doing? Is that all you needed, or... Because we can keep going. Or not, or so. It's up to you. Same with Hu Tao, right? Oh, well, would you say pull Neuvillette or Ayaka Kaz? I would say pull Kaz. I do have a Q. Okay. And I'm unshootable. Facts. Okay. So, Rain, do you still need my assistance? Yes, his auto animation gets... Yes. All you needed? Swag. And I am out. Who is next in the queue? I'm typing who. Let me fix this fella. Ah, back to comfy land. Alright, eggs. Eggs, what are we doing? Was it Zing Cho? It was Zing Cho, right? Copium Nahida? Well, let's see. That is not entirely a Copium Nahida. Ah. All right, let's see what we got goes on here. 21. That's a good piece. That is acceptable. That is actually good. Consider what you're doing. That is fantastic, actually. Wait, what? Yeah, that's fantastic. That is copium. Mega copium. All right, so the only thing that technically would need to change is this. But if I'm looking at this Nahida correctly, you have 1,000 elemental mastery. Meaning that you can be at a 46% crit rate. So you're past 60 crit rate on skill, right? At that point, Oh, you're trying to get her on Deepwood? Oh, I mean, this technically is her strongest set. Like, technically. So you're not doing, like, bad. You're doing great. This says temporary? Well, I mean, if you, I would recommend Deepwood for this specific Nahida. For the 1,000 Nahida. Oh, oh, you don't. Okay. I mean that. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Deepwood is better on the off-field character, and Gilded is better on the on-field character. Yeah, that's why you need her on Deepwood. If you're gonna have her on Deepwood, what you're gonna be looking for is like 80 EM across these two pieces, so 40 and 40. Because you gotta replace that 80. You might not even need the whole 80. Yeah, you only need 40. So you only need 40 EM across these two pieces. She's off field, yeah. You know, but you would need to. So you need, what was it? I think it's 40. I think it's 30. No, 41. That number needs to be 41 if I'm not mistaken. 46, right? Yeah. So this number needs to be like 41. Sorry. If you could hit 41 on this number with 1,000 EM, you will hit your crit rate minimum, and that's 70% crit rate. Keep in mind, your damage pool, this number right here is going to throw 80 bonus damage effectively into your Nahida. So think of it like having a goblet and then some is what all this EM is going to do. Now, if you have crit rate and you try to stay above 100 crit damage, optimally you want like 120 to 140 or whatever, right? But if you can stay above 100, 1,000 EM and 46 crit rate, you should be good. Hold on, let me stay on this because I'm being an idiot. Sorry, eggs. I was gonna, yeah. What's your talents? Yeah, and try to get your burst and your skill up. The skill, obviously, first. That's where pretty much all the performance is going to come from, is the skill. The burst is what you're going to use to transfer the EM to a different character. So if you're playing like Yai Miko and you want her, you can buy Core Lapis from the Rock Guide near Swag, right? So, yeah. So the burst you're using to transfer it. Now, the scaling of the burst is not going to determine the EM transferred. Her EM is going to determine the EM transferred, right? With a maximum, I think, of 250 or something like that, right? Feels like more, in my opinion, maybe because of the weapon, right? But what the burst is going to do is it's going to buff her. If you scale the burst up, that just buffs her, really her skill, but it buffs her skill. So, but you want to scale her skill, and then you can add those little extra bonuses to her skill by buffing her burst, by scaling her burst, right? So you can go like 9, 6, like X, not 2. I'll say 2. You can go 2, 9, 6, and then go 2, 9, 9. You know, but yeah. But as far as the artifacts, if you want to just get her up and going, for now, like Deepwood is great, but Deepwood is only going to really be super great on like Hyper Bloom and Burgeon teams. Bloom, Hyper Bloom, and Burgeon. That's where Deepwood is going to shine. Outside of that, this Gilded set is probably going to do a little bit better. Unless you're doing spread or something. Deepwood is only for, it's only to buff Dendro. Exclusively. Yeah. Aggravate, Deepwood doesn't do anything for aggravate. Gilded is going to help aggravate. Gilded because it's going to transfer more EM to your electro characters. Deepwood doesn't. So the only reason you run Deepwood is to buff Dendro damage. I don't know why I went to her, but if you read it, you get Dendro damage bonus, and then after an elemental skill or burst hits an opponent, the target's Dendro resistance is decreased by 30%. That's it. It's only for Dendro. It's only to buff Dendro damage. But aggravate is electro damage, not Dendro damage. Spread is Dendro damage. So if you're running like Alhaitham or something, then that's going to be, it'll buff him, but it only buffs the green numbers. Every other color, it doesn't do anything to those. Right? So if you're doing aggravate, really kind of just aggravate. If you're doing aggravate, then this is probably going to be your best option. Which might be a good thing, because you only have like, what, 2 pieces to swap? This one for more crit damage, and then this for more crit rate. And maybe crit damage or something, if that. Yeah, for all accounts, your Nahida actually is fine. Right? The only I'll tell you right now, like, I don't use I have a Deepwood set. Like, I just don't use Deepwood. Whoops. Because I don't need Deepwood. But if you use Hyperbloom, your off-field would be using Deepwood. That's when Nahida would use Deepwood. Is if you're doing Hyperbloom, Burgeon, or Bloom. Or Spread. But if you're doing Burn or Aggravate, where you're not worried about the green numbers, you can, I would say, Gilded. So I don't know if you noticed, Kuki is on Gilded or Deepwood right now. But that's because Kuki is going to be proccing Hyperbloom. So Kuki is going to be on that. Same with Yao Yao. Yao Yao is on like a HP whatever set. But that's for Hyperbloom. Because I'm going to be doing green numbers with Hyperbloom and Burgeon and all that stuff. Life before the game. Bye. Take it easy, Em. Always a pleasure, cuz. But yeah, I think your Nahida's fine. But yes. Yes. When Hydro gets involved, you want Deepwood. Yes. This Archon is so broken. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can keep farming that domain. You know, you can, but yeah, I mean, you can. It's not gonna hurt. You know, I don't know if I would min-max a Deepwood set, unless you're going for Alhaitham or something. But I don't know if I'd min-max it, because we're past Dendro at this point. We're getting into the multiplicative sets, be it the top line, Vaporize and Melt. That's where we're at now. That bottom line is done in Genshin. All the power in the game is in Vaporize and Melt. Those 3 elements, Hydro, Cryo, Pyro, that's where the power's at in the game. Dendro is the strongest transformative reaction, but it's not necessarily, as an element, beating Hydro, Pyro, and Cryo.
The characters might beat them, but the element doesn't. You have no deep void artifacts? You have literally none. Yeah, I mean, just get like a cool little deep wood set. Get a couple like good crit rate, crit damage, flowers and feathers, you know, and then just load up on some like, you know, like EM pieces and get some try to see if you can get some EM time pieces with some crit rate, crit damage. Get some EM goblets and then get some crit damage and crit rate circlets and some EM circlets and whatnot. Just try and get that. If you can get some of those, they don't have to be super cracked. It's because of the way Dendro works. Dendro, as an element, you don't actually have to overscale like your Dendro. You don't have to min-max your Dendro characters. You have a feather that rolled twice into defense, roll once into ER, and once into EM. Oh, wow. Yeah, never mind. But yeah, no, you don't need cracked pieces. Like, it's just the nature of Dendro. So if I do, I'll show you. So, right, so I have nothing, right? I do have not a lot of EM, right? But if I then go to, this is just to kind of show you, right? It depends on the comp you're running, right? So on Aggravate, it would kind of work. On Hyper Bloom, the set bonus borderline does not matter at all. What matters is how your Electro is built. Your Electro is what's going to determine the strength of your team. Nahida is just going to be kind of a bonus to it. But it's not. That's not really where the power is coming from. Is her set. The set helps, but that's not going to determine like, oh my God, it's so strong. Blah 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 blah. It's Hyper Bloom itself is strong. So I have basically nothing on my Nahida. Come here. Come here. If I can hit this moving target. This is probably the worst. Yeah, it's the worst because he has a shield. Let's do this. Yeah, it's just Hyper Bloom is doing the damage. Your Nahida is not doing the damage. What's doing the damage is just the fact that she keeps Dendro applied. Does that make sense? I'm not even aiming for cracked pieces at this point. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna try and see if I can give you a more realistic scenario, because that first boss, I gotta clear the first boss, you know. But I'll try. Let me see. So we'll do, who is it, Diona, I guess, and then we'll do that same Hyper Bloom situation, right? Just something that doesn't roll twice. Yeah, just get something that doesn't roll like terribly. I know he's gonna move. How am I hitting Electro?
Or swirling electro. Thank you. Oh my god. Bro, can you just not move? Stop. Thank you. I'm about to hit you with a whole burst. Well, I'm not doing a whole abyss, so. Okay, so this is what it looks like in like an abyss, I guess an abyss scenario. So hit everything, hit her, get my burst primed, and then this is nothing Nahida. So I don't know if you see these 26k hyper blooms going off, but there's some 26k hyper blooms going off. Am I gonna beat this abyss? I don't know, probably not. I mean, but you get the point, right? So I guess that's the point. So I wouldn't worry too much about getting like mega crack pieces or something like that. And if you do, you want them because DPS. Does what? Yeah, Hyper Bloom is in green. Yeah, Hyper Bloom is Dendro damage. That's what I'm saying. So Hyper Bloom, if you're building for Hyper Bloom, technically you want Deepwood. Because you want to shred Dendro resistance. That's going to increase your damage by 15%. Not exactly, but around 15% is what it will increase your defense by. I forgot what the goblet was. Oh, it was EM. And Troop? Yeah. I think. Yeah. So with no set bonus that matters, really, you should be able to do the Abyss. If that's what the case is, right? But if you need it, if anything, I would say either get really strong pieces or get a 4-piece set and just get like whatever kind of pieces on Deepwood and then just kind of ride off of the fact that it's Dendro. And you will crack pretty much anything in front of you. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Hold on. I went to the wrong place. What talent should I level for Tighnari first? Burst and Charge Shot. It depends on how you play. If you're using the whole kit, like typical Tighnari, it's Charge Shot first, then Burst, then Skill. And the skill is optional. Like, you don't have to level the skill. You would level the skill because it's there, but you have to level his normals. The normals are where all the damage is coming from. The burst is just kind of supplemental damage. It's like a quarter of his. It's a little more than a quarter of his damage, but the majority of it is the 3 charge shots. This team is so stupid. Like, this Quick Bloom team is so stupid. Alright, now I have 626 EM, and you have her weapon, by the way. God, this team is so stupid. I could probably kill this thing hitting normals. This team is... God, this is so stupid. Oh, look at this. 1,000 EM. That's off 626 EM. That is Nahida. This team is something else. It's not the strongest, but Hyper Bloom is something else. Burgeon is something else. Like, Burgeon and Hyper Bloom broke Genshin. There's a hot take for you.
也好，
Especially with this character. Like, Jesus Christ. You don't even gotta hit her burst. You just rock a Dragon's Bane and shoot. Burgeon is better in groups. Hyper Bloom is better against single targets. And it's because with Burgeon, like, okay, so you know how you got a bunch of seeds on the ground? Burgeon, only 2 of them will ever hit at the same time. Hyper Bloom, all 5 of them will hit at the same time. But with Burgeon, because it's an AOE and it's not restricted to one enemy per seed, Burgeon is way better for AOE. So, but because of how strong Hyper Bloom and Burgeon are, people usually just go Hyper Bloom. Plus, the characters available for Hyper Bloom are more reliable. They can more reliably trigger Hyper Bloom. Burgeon, you're really only restricted to like 2 or 3 characters. You know, to really like maximize like Burgeon. Like for Burgeon, you only got Xiangling, Dea, and like Toma. Like here's a Burgeon Toma, right? So 700, you could get like 900 EM or whatever, but it's like you rank the character to 90, and then you run just a bunch of EM, and boom, you have Burgeon. And Burgeon's not bad. Like Burgeon is good, but it's kind of dependent on. It's kind of dependent. Like it's really Burgeon is kind of weird. Like when you play it, it's only because the character's available. Like Burgeon is basically the other Electro, but because of how reliable Electro is from the characters, like we have Kuki and the Shogun. You hit a button and you put them away. And the cooldown is way more reliable. Whereas with Burgeon, you need a burst, and it's hard to min-max the ER requirement of Toma with the ER, right? And then you have Xiangling, but that's an entirely different Xiangling, and you still need ER. So the Electro options don't have ER requirements. The Burgeon requirements require ER. But for all accounts, Burgeon is better for AoE. So I'll see if I can give you kind of an example. So here's like a kind of extreme Burgeon scenario. MJ songs are the best. Well, he is the most successful artist for a reason. So we're gonna do Yelan, I guess. Or wait, we're gonna do I guess Toma here. maybe.
好吧，
And then we're gonna do Yalan, and then we'll do Nahida,
我等你好久
and then
了。
we'll just do that or something. I guess, yeah, we'll just do that. So, and there is a quick version. It's the exact same as the Shogun. But the problem is his damage is nowhere close to the Shogun. So it makes absolutely no sense to do that until we get a pyro polearm that makes sense with, like Hu Tao. Right? So you can do it with Hu Tao, like not really a big deal. The only difference is it's pyro instead of electro. So okay, I don't need to hit her yet, but he needs a burst. Okay, maybe I should do this
来我家做客吧。
to kind of counter that. I got a burst. Yeah, this is gonna take forever. This is why they need a sacrificial polearm. Dude, can I get a burst, please? Oh my god, just give me something. Thank you. Holy Jesus. There are some intricacies. We got 28 votes and everybody said whatchamacallit. So I'm going to use this because I'm not trying to deal with that. I forgot about that poll. It'd be in the way. I'm so sorry about that. There's no one in queue, right? I hope there's nobody in queue. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh my god, Virgin is so terrible sometimes. I ain't gonna lie, I cannot stand Virgin. When it works great, but you only I would only use it for Hyper Bloom. I mean, I would only use it for AoE, and even still, it's kind of like, you know, it's because of the characters. It in itself is really good, but we don't have like a good Virgin character like that quite yet. Like Dea is pretty good with Virgin, but yeah, that's really only because she doesn't need a burst, but her ticks are not really, you know, like he ticks twice as much. He can activate Virgin twice as often than she can. But hers is AoE. I don't know. There's too many variables in Virgin as it stands right now. What we need for Virgin to be way more viable, we need a Shogun that's Pyro or a Kuki Shinobu that's Pyro. That's what we need. Without rigging it, Jesus. Oh, thank you. We are clear. So as it stands, yeah, it was super lopsided. So as it stands, Hyper Bloom. If you want to do Hyper Bloom, I am not kidding, and this is just because of how strong Dendro is. Just get some halfway mediocre subpar pieces. Maybe put a little, you know, do some DPS pieces just so it feels good. Put that on your Nahida so she can hit relatively hard. And then just make sure you're running either 2 or 3 resources. I would recommend 2 sources of EM on your Nahida. Right now you have 3, which is perfect in my opinion. But like, If I could, I would run EM right here, but I don't have enough crit rate across the rest of these pieces to run EM on this piece, right? But you can, and if you can do that with that piece, you're fine. I don't have dendro damage. All mine is coming from my EM and whatever is causing this to happen. You know, but just run whatever, and then you should be alright. Math, that part. Yeah, and I hit 15k without a DPS weapon. So if you could hit 15k with your Nahida per tick, but you got 1,000 EM, you're gonna be way better off than I am. Like way better. I mean that to the nth degree. This character is broken. I don't care what nobody say. Nahida is cracked. Nahida is a cheat code. She's not even required. But if you pull her, you borderline don't need DPS characters. Yeah, well, you can't hit 15k because your crit damage is too low. And you're not using a Dendro Goblet. If I looking at your Nahida, if I was to take a guess, you're probably at like 12k. Like 10, 12k, something like that. Yeah, and your talents are Burger. What is that? Burger out here copying stuff off websites. Yeah. This is the laziest team ever. Really, Lisa should be right here, but I don't care. Huh, 1. That part. Best math problem ever. Do you know the top shoguns on that site have this weapon? Remember I was telling y'all about that AR60? Do you know all the top shoguns have this weapon and not this? Even though every nuke we ever seen ever has this weapon. Every highest performing one that we've seen uses an engulfing lightning. But this website says that this weapon is better. Burger, you want to explain why this weapon is better on the Shogun? So, hold on. So, because this is what I'm to understand. Based on what I have seen, right? So if I put this set on, where is it? If I put this on my Shogun, this, according to Akasha, is stronger. Like this, I guess, would be, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just a messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. But this is stronger than the engulfing lightning. I don't know. No, it considers this. It's not, I know it says it only considers it, but for some reason, all of the Shoguns who are #1 have this weapon. Or at least when I was on there yesterday, the top Shogun had this. I didn't think it was stronger. So why in the world are they showing me this ratio with this weapon? Because this is what the real Shogun looks like. And this is not the best Shogun. If it's not considering a weapon. If it's not considering a weapon, they're telling me that this is the best Shogun. When we know that that is not entirely the case. This is probably a better Shogun. Yeah, it probably changed or something. Because when I went on there, I'm like, why in the world is this at the top of that list?
This is making me uncomfortable. This should be way better. And then there was a top Zhongli. When you go to that site, there's a 301 CV Zhongli with literally no set bonus. And there is about 5 other characters right under him with no set bonuses. But they're all CV. I'm like, okay. So if I want to be number 1, I can just take whatever the strongest thing on my account is, break my set bonus, and if it happens to beat the set bonus, then I'll be straight. What's my rating hit? My cap, I think right now on a nuke is like 3 something. So with, I don't know what I would be. You would have to compare mine to, you would have to add C3 to mine for me to tell you. Because I don't know what C1 is supposed to hit for. But mine hits like 290 on a nuke. My average is like 120 to 150 with Bennett. Sometimes 180. What's going on, Gracie? It depends on the chakra. 30K? No. On burst. 30K? What do you mean 30K? Oh, at base? At base? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. We can go check, I guess. Or, I'll floor 11, I guess. I try to do floor 12 because the levels, right? So there's gonna be a difference, but the boss in there right now is Electro, and so it's not gonna give you an actual number. It's gonna give you like a drastically reduced number. But I'm just gonna hit something. Wow. Yeah, I was like, it better be engulfing. No, I don't even want to know my rank. I don't want to know my rank. I don't do the... I just wanted to see what Akasha was like. And I went in there and I'm like, there's something wrong with this. It's not inaccurate, but it's not... There's something... something about it. Okay, so 50K. I think they have resistance, but I'll say 50K for now. I'll tell you what Akasha does. So Akasha, so if I, okay, so the Shogun, right? So what it does, if I'm not mistaken, it takes your artifacts and it takes your, not your weapon, but it takes your artifacts, plugs in some made up weapon. It just picks a weapon, right? And then it takes your talents and all that jazz. Typically your artifacts only, right? But it'll take that and it'll throw you into some like random meta team and then it spits out performance. That's what it'll do. Right, so to say based on her, Yaimiko, Kazuha, and Bennett or something like that, it'll say, okay, well here's what your Shogun hits for. Right, so right now if you check my Zhongli, he's like way down at the bottom. But that's because I'm not doing a traditional Zhongli. And traditional Zhongli on that site is a DPS Zhongli, where HP borderline doesn't matter. So every Zhongli is going to be HP, Geo, crit damage. But no Zhongli in the top is going to be HP, HP, HP. Because Akasha doesn't care about that. They care about how big your biceps are. Or something. It's really weird. Like, I don't know why my Venti is where he's at. My Venti is literally just 300 ER. And then, I don't know what they're basing Ayaka on. Because Burger has one of the most busted Ayakas, but he's not... I don't know where he ranks. But I guess it's some weird attack. Like, I was going to do this just to see where my Ayaka landed. I was going to do that and be like, okay, where's she land now? Because this piece is situationally better.
technically this piece would raise my rank based on Ayaka. But with this right here would put me lower on the rank. This right here technically should move me up the rank because of the situations you use these in. You use this when you run Bennett. You use this when you run every single other Ayaka team. Freeze, Morgana, you run attack. Because all her buffs are bonus damage. It's really weird. It's a really weird situation. That's why I don't know if I trust that site. Like, I don't know why she's so high. Technically, I should be rocking like 150 EM, but they don't consider that. Yeah, if it's freeze damage, the attack circlet is stronger. We covered this like 50 times on this channel. This is stronger on freeze. This is stronger with Bennett. But it doesn't consider that. It looks at CV and somehow amalgamates. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it has its own list of circumstances that it considers. It's really close. It's really close, though. It's really, really close. 50. And with this thing, it's like 50 or 49 or something. So it's like, it's not, yeah, it's 49. So I should go up. The reason why I'm saying I should go up, Burger, is because this piece literally is stronger than this piece. Like, this piece actually hits harder. Like, my hits are actually harder than this piece. Say what? No, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying, the actual hit itself, the number that pops out is bigger by like 5% or 10% or something. It's actually bigger with this piece. But no Ayaka uses this piece, which confuses me. So if I put this piece on, even though I hit harder in a freeze team, Akasha is going to say I'm weaker. Yeah, my average damage on a freeze team is higher with this piece, is what I'm saying. The only thing I could think of that Akasha is doing is that it's not considering the Mist Splitter. What it's considering is probably like a Kageuchi or something. Because Ayaka only uses like 3 weapons. This, and what else? Yeah, my Ayaka's like 4 or 12 or 9 or 8 or whatever. Or something like that. I don't know, it's weird. I don't have a problem with Akasha. I just don't know if I'm going to take it as like a law. Like, because Akasha said this is stronger, that means it's stronger. Because if it was, then my rank should, theoretically, I haven't tested it yet, but theoretically my rank should go up based on this. Yeah, but I already did it. So if I did, yeah, dude, it's in, I put it in the Discord, remember? It's in the theory crafting section. I already recorded my numbers for Ayaka. I'll pull it up. I recorded it like months ago, bro. This is back when Kinkle was here. And it's weaker with a Kageuchi and a Favonius and all that, but it's stronger with a Mist Splitter. Remember I covered that. That's why I was saying I think it's considering the Kageuchi and all that other stuff. And that's why crit damage hits harder on Akasha, right? But it doesn't hit harder if you have a, that's what I'm saying, it's situational. Like the very first thing I said, Burger, was it's right here. So her normals with a Kageuchi with the crit damage circlet is 5203. It's 5327 with the crit damage circlet, right? And then with a battle pass weapon, the attack circlet is stronger at 5322 and 5298 with a crit damage circlet. Right? And then with the Jade Cutter, it's a little weaker. It's 5234 and 5291 with a crit damage circlet. right? And then it's only weaker by 9 damage with a Favonius sword. But if you go to a Mist Splitter, which I don't know where that's at, but it kind of blew me away how much stronger it was. It's specifically a Mist Splitter, though, so it's situationally stronger. Right, so I think it's a good thing to follow and say there are different leaderboards which you could switch build. No, that's fine. That's what no, I'm just trying to dude, don't be mad because I'm calling Ayaka because I'm calling Akasha for what it is. I don't care about that. My point, Burger, is I don't care what Akasha is because it's not accurate all the time. I'm just demystifying the need to be justified in a group where things aren't entirely accurate. I'm just saying, if Akasha says that I'm down here when situationally I could be way up here, I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like that's my point, Burger. It's like you could use it as a reference, but it's not a law. So if they say you're 1%, how do we know you're not literally number 1? How do we know you're not how do we know you're not at the very bottom of the 1%? You see what I'm saying? You know, so that's my point, because it's situational. And if they're not considering weapons, right? And then when you consider the weapon, for some reason, if I'm not mistaken, like I don't know. Yeah, it tells you what your position. Yeah, it tells you what your position is. It's like my Zhongli was like 93,000 or 9,000 out of something or whatever. Or my Ayaka, she's like 9,000 out of like 700,000 something whatever, right? So it tells you what your position is, but that position, I don't know if that position is. I don't know what it's based on. Right, and is that position? I would hope that. I don't know. I think it would take a whole lot of. I don't know. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I can. I mean, I guess you could kind of sort of take it. I think you could kind of sort of take it. I would say my point is don't disregard it, but don't take it as law. That's my point. Especially at first glance. Does it really matter though? That's my point. Akasha doesn't matter. Yeah, and they consider the CN server. That should eradicate almost everybody. There's like one guy on the American server that's holding it down. I just went there to see what the big deal was. I'm like, is it even that serious? And then I saw her in the 4th percentile, and I didn't even farm these artifacts. So I'm like, what would have happened if I actually tried? Like, I don't even know where she's at. But considering how hard people try, it's like, bro, if I didn't even try, like, it is not that, it can't be that serious. The whole point of me bringing this up is like, dude, like, it can't be, there's too many gameplay variables to consider before I can just be like, this dude's number, this, that, or whatever. Like, the character, I guess, but that's in that super specific situation. Like, what made me question it is when I saw where this Shogun landed. When I saw where my Quick Bloom Shogun landed, I was like, ooh, some cap about this. Like, I don't think Akasha I don't think they're looking at it the way I'm looking at it. I think they're looking at it from like a pure Hyper Bloom or something like that. Because I'm like, they don't even know why I put this weapon on my Shogun at this point. They just keep dumping me in a Hyper Bloom scenario, and this is Hyper Bloom, this is Quick Bloom. And even still, the Quick Bloom Shoguns, they have DPS artifacts with... They have like DPS artifacts with a Dragon's Bane or something. It's really weird. And it's like, this weapon doesn't even give elemental mastery. So what in the world is Akasha smoking right now? That's when I started questioning it. I'm like, who designed this site? Yeah, she's higher, right? Yeah, I'm like, so theoretically she should be higher. So if that's the case, then where in God's name is all the attack circlet Ayakas? All it would take, Burger, is for you to switch your circlet to attack percent and you beat half of the Ayakas. I would imagine. I mean, I don't know. But that's the point. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I can even look at that site and compare because it's not educating me on anything. It's just telling me who I'm racing against. It's not telling me what I should do. It's not educating me on why I'm really up there. All I know is super mega super duper CV equals big numbers, something, this, that, and the third. Maybe attack, maybe this, maybe that. I'm like, I'm not really understanding it. And then when I got to the Shogun section and I looked at this, because I've ran all the Shoguns, I'm like, this Shogun, I don't know what they're thinking about a 719 EM, which I can add more. Like I can get more EM from, so I forgot where it is. Oh, no, that's it. Yeah. So 719. Yeah. So 719 with this thing, like I don't understand what they're not understanding. But that Shogun eradicate, and when I say, I'll show you right now, it eradicates every other Shogun I have. 15% attack. You know what's funny, Burger? This circlet beat this circlet. Why are you talking? Those stats that I put in Discord, this beat this. Yeah, I don't have attack percent on my other pieces. So I'm not in, I guess that one, 4 there, I guess. Yeah, so I got like 10, I guess. So 10 plus whatever that is, whatever this is. So maybe diminishing returns or something? I don't know. I saw this one Ayaka in there, bro had like 50% attack or something, just in substats. I'm like, dude is smoking. He had like 18% attack in subs. Yeah, this one dude had so much attack in substats. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like he should test it though. Unless I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. But 46 plus 35 is what? 71? So he's taking 71% attack with, but he's taking 142 crit damage with a whatever this is. I would imagine he's got to be, I don't know. I would still test it. Well, it's not entire sans, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, hold on. Let me pull up my little sheet then. I don't know if I want to theory craft right now because I don't feel like arguing over numbers. But I have a feeling. I have a feeling they're really like they got to be kind of close, right? What would happen? Let me ask you this: what would happen? So you know how they have those crit damage circlets with 14% attack or 18% attack? What would happen if you had an attack circlet with 35%, with 31 or 35% crit damage? Yeah. No, I'm just saying though. So what if you had an attack percent with like 30 crit damage or something like that? Well, yeah, I mean, it'll all add up. I'm just saying, how do you spread it out evenly? Yeah, the total is all that matters. Yeah, exactly. Right. So that's, well, kinda, sorta. Yeah, the total kinda, sort of. I mean, you still gotta consider consistency. But either way it goes, I don't know if I'm going to lean into Akasha as though it's a law, is all I'm saying. There's just too much to consider. 45 CV? No, I mean, you don't need 45 CV on every piece. But to my point, and this is what I was kind of trying to say, Burger. Now, I don't know about you, but you at 1980, you could probably use an attack circlet, bro. So, I mean, if it's that serious, but that's kind of my point, though, right? Here is the here is the point. It doesn't matter. I don't know if I believe it like that. I believe it, but I don't know if it. I don't know if it matters like that. All it's doing is telling you the rules of the game to be popular amongst Akasha. And to be popular amongst Akasha, you have to have 14 attack percent on your circlet. Or you have to have 18 plus 18 plus 18 plus 18 attack and blah blah blah. You got to have all that. And it's like, no. You need to have this cumulative stat plus this cumulative stat plus this cumulative stat, and however it's distributed amongst your artifacts, great. Like you said, dude had 35% in the attack stats across his whole set, right? So, in this case, Burger, how do we know that if you had 25 crit damage, I guess, or 20 crit damage on an attack percent circlet, how do we know that you wouldn't be higher? What, 35% crit damage or 35% attack? I mean, if he's got 30, I mean, good for him. Here's my point. Why? Okay, think about it like this. All these top super duper Ayakas, right? Out of the millions of Ayakas, why is there not? Because you see their artifacts. Here's my point, Burger. If somebody is spending all their time, money, and energy and manhood, for that matter, and their confidence, they're tying all that energy into their Ayaka to get all this CV, what in the world is the chance that they're not going to have, realistically, an attack circlet? And if that's the case, realistically, Burger, how many attack circlets have you thrown away? So, this popularity contest called Akasha, did it help you in the end? No, it didn't. Because if I'm looking at your Ayaka correctly right now, according to this Akasha law, you should be running an attack circlet. But instead, it's a CV popularity contest because everybody just wants to rank with the CV. It's not about performance, it's about rank, is my point, bro. Because your attack circlet would raise your rank. But it's not about that. It's about being number one with the CV. It's about cosmetics plus rank. That's why I don't trust it. Because this one switch to a crit damage, to an attack circlet with a bunch of crit damage would shoot you so far close to the top. That's it. On a freeze team. But it's not about that. It's about having 300 crit damage and being in the top 1%. It's not about performance. It's about being popular. That's why I'm saying stop. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I'm tripping on Akasha. It's not considering all the situations. Or at least I'll put it this way. The user base isn't considering all the situations. Because if they were, I am going to have an extremely hard time believing that out of all those 300 crit damage Ayakas, nobody has an attack circlet. This Ayaka has burned through so many. Burger, you're not the only person with an Ayaka crazy like this. Oh no, I know what an Ayaka. I know what they look like. Like they have so much attack in substats, it's ridiculous. I'm just wondering why, when I see this kind of Ayaka on Akasha, why they're not running an attack circlet. It wasn't updated for 9 months. So here's my point. You might be like #1 with an attack circlet. Considering the mid-splitter Ayakas. Because situationally, it will only really benefit you if you have a mid-splitter. You know what I mean? Because I hope I'm making sense. 11 on the leaderboard. Number 11. Oh, well, there you go. Thank God. I'm like, dude, please prove me wrong. Like, please. Jesus Christ. With 2,646. Yeah. Thank God. I'm like, bro. Like, there has to be one. Like, there's no way. There has to be. At least one. Jesus Christ, there has to be at least one. I'm not even going to ask how many have a crit damage circlet. Because if there's one out of millions, not millions, but if there's one out of like 100,000 with a attack circlet, I think it's safe to say it's a popularity contest. I was about to have a field day. Like, that, it better be way more than just that one guy. But thank God, number 11. Because I'm like, cuz. Like, bro. Down the middle with crit rate and crit damage. Yeah. So what's the lesson of today? What is the point of that? What was even the point of me bringing all that up? Not so much. Not so much don't trust it. It's use it as a reference. It's just a reference. It's a reference. It's not the law. It's a reference. Because you still have to hit buttons. There's still situations. You could situationally have the best Nouvelet. He's not even on there, I guess. You could situationally have the best whoever character. For all we know, for all Akasha knows, there is a Layla comp that hasn't been discovered yet, so your Layla is trash. For all it knows, there is a Gene comp that Akasha doesn't know, so your Gene is trash. That's the point. Right? For all it knows, there is a Kaching comp. No, it hasn't. I'm pretty sure the Kaching mains made that site. But there has to be, like, you know what I mean? So take it with a grain of salt. I think it's safe to, like, trust it, but to a point. Like, use it as a reference. 21 on the leaderboard has an attack goblet. Okay, that I can't tell you. They probably got like 320 crit damage or something stupid. And like 5 million attack. They probably got attack percent with so much attack stats and so much crit damage. They probably got unnecessary crit damage. Or a bunch of ER. Like they probably, something else is going on with that Ayaka if they're running an attack goblet. Don't trust random websites. Well, yeah, but my point is like don't like it's cool to like look at it, but don't look at it as law. Like it only goes so far. You know, you still have comps and it only knows what the people tell it. I don't know. I don't know. This Shogun does not beat this Shogun. I can promise you that, dude. I have done this Shogun about 100 times. This soul does not beat this Shogun. I don't understand how this beats this. Thank you, Eggs. That's the point. You have your own judgment. That's the point. Like you still have your own judgment. Use it as a reference. We love ChatGPT. I love ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is the same thing. The burger just said it. Like, it's terrible for cheating. Like, so it'll tell you something, but you still want to double check what it's saying. Because it's getting its information off of the internet. And who put that information there? We did. You know what I mean? So you still want to go about things by, you know, with a grain of salt. No, if you ask it a question, it'll do its best to give you the correct answer. But it's getting its information from 2001 and earlier. No, it's not that it's unreliable. You have to know how to use it. But you still want to double check its work. That's what I had to learn. This is why I give Burger so many compliments. He proved, yeah, no, not 2001, my bad, 2021. No, it's 2020. If you ask it, it'll tell you. It's 2021. That is correct. Like, you can ask OpenAI is a company. Like, it'll, anyway, so this is why I compliment Burger so much. You know, he proved ChatGPT wrong. I asked ChatGPT, how do you calculate damage for Genshin? He was like, that's wrong. I'm like, I'm just posting what a bot said, bro. He was like, but it's wrong. I'm like, okay. I know, but I don't know. Which is funny, because ChatGPT wasn't necessarily wrong, but it was based on like really old information. It was probably something that somebody posted and they thought they knew the equation or something like that or whatever. Thank you. I was like, this kid is something. Yeah, it's outdated. It's going off of outdated information when it's delivering facts to you. Thank you, babe. Can we appreciate M City for a second? Like, she been holding the queue down for how long now? Like, for real. Can we show some appreciation to M City just for like a hot second? Is that cool? Can I get some like hearts or 100s in the chat or something like that? Like hearts, some of these, like MCD is an 85-year-old wise man. So for him, her, whatever they are.
Shout out to MC. We appreciate it, like for real. You've been so helpful. Like, I don't know how much you, I don't know what you think the chat thinks about you, but you know that everybody, like the whole, all of DWP loves you. Like for real. Shout out to M City. Send it right back to everybody in the chat. You know what I mean? Hey, let's give it up for MC. I'm just saying, cuz. Look at all them hearts. Hearts and claps 100s, you feel me? You know what I mean? You can do the hearts. I'm just saying, you feel me? Swag, swag, swag. Like, for real. Yeah, no, like, I don't know. I don't think we showed that, like, what do you call them? Unsung heroes? She's like an unsung hero of DWP. Like, nah, let's put that on blast. Like, nah, M-City's been mad, important, and impactful to the stream. She's been keeping things square, like, making sure people cool. Like, yeah, thank you. Thank you. It is actually appreciated. And I know everyone here appreciates it. Life before the game, and I love napping. Shout out to you. Facts. So, Akasha is a great tool, and shout out to the developers. It is actually a great tool, but use it as a reference, not a law, because you still have to do what you have to do, and you have your pool, and blah, 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 right? Do the best you can, and leave it there. Say what? Lenny is the biggest pain in the butt to calculate with Furina. I will never attempt it again. Don't attempt it. I'm gonna tell you, okay, watch this. And yes, it's gonna sound like I'm bringing up something old burger, but if you're gonna be in DWP for a long time, you will notice this pattern, good sir. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Kinkle. Maybe we should wait. We should just wait before we just say no. If he can't, he can't. That's not the argument. The argument is maybe we should just wait. That's the argument. So let's just wait and see what happens. We don't have to try to predict the future all the time. We can just wait. We have our base numbers. We just need ICD. But keep in mind, Burger, there are situations that you have to consider that are not controllables or predictable. So we have to wait, good sir. Yeah. No, not for Furina. You do have it for Furina. Yeah, but there's still location situations. There's still, you still got to be able to predict like where's what and timing and this, that, and blah, blah, blah. Those little nuances is what I was trying to explain to people about Kokomi when she was coming out. It's the same thing I was trying to explain about Lenny when he came out. And people were saying he is the GOAT and the best thing since sliced bread and awesome, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, real world situation. He is a pack of gum with one flavor. You might want to wait to see if he has more flavors. But let's wait before we just start chiseling unknowns into stone. Right? If he can vape, great. If he can't vape, great. But we should just wait. I know you want to know now, but we should just wait. That's all. Hydro Traveler and Nuvi kit matches. So they're interchangeable with their the little orbs that they drop on the ground, but it's only for the player though. Like you have to generate your orbs. You can't pick up other people's orbs. Flavor is so delicious, you don't need any other flavor. I'm assuming you meant Lenny. Yeah. Great character. Maybe people like chocolate. I am a creature of habit, for all intents and purposes, right? So, for all I know, he might have worked for me. I don't know. I'm just saying, let's not jump the gun on predictions, because there are uncontrollables
that we need to account for before we can make that kind of determination. Now, single target, have a field day with it, and sure. But especially in an AoE scenario, we should probably just hang on tight.
服饰景色百千年依旧，人之在世。
Are you pulling Risley? Who, me?
虚无。
I am not. All pyro characters can vape, but does their ICD make it worthwhile? That was my point, Burger. It's not like he can't. He can. Is it worth it or not is the question. You can break even if you can't seem to get a good pyro set. That was the reason why I thought that question was important for Lenny. But apparently it's not important. Anyway, so when it comes to Furina, we still need to wait and see what her determining factors are. We need to see what the uncontrollables look like before we can say yes or no. She has too many undetermineds. She has too many variables in the way it looks. Let me ask you this though. Is there ICD at all on her skill? Does it work like I'm thinking it does? Where each spawn has its own standard ICD? That's the uncontrollable. They target who she targets, but do they have their own standard ICD? Do they even have ICD? Stuff like that. Yeah, so her skill has ICD, but do each of them have their own ICD? Do they share ICD? Do they not have ICD? All that. Like, we need to figure that part out. Once we know that, then we need to figure out how the targeting system works and how reliable it is. How fast do they move? Do they actually move? All that kind of stuff. Positioning, does that matter? Blah, 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 blah. Like those the gameplay aspects. We need to figure the gameplay aspects to even know if it's even a viable attempt. If it is, great. If not, we just own some tryhard energy and trying to prove a point, and that's stupid. But it'd be nice to know that that is an option based on the artifacts available to, and this is a thing I'm going to say, the client. So if the client says, can you look at my Lenny, and I look at it, and they don't have mono paper vape, they don't have mono pyro available, but for some reason they have vape available, maybe we could position vape to them. Hey, by the way, did you know this is an option? Oh, I didn't know. Great. Use this until you get a better set. Call it a day. ICD is internal cooldown. It's just, at this point, it's just a moniker for how often a character can apply an element. That's all it is. So you can sit there and throw Hydro at something with Barbara all day with her normals. It's only going to actually apply Hydro every like third or fourth hit. You know what I mean? That's what ICD is. There's a cooldown on how often it'll apply the element. And the applying of the element determines how often or reliably you can trigger a reaction or set up a reaction with an application. It's complicated, but not complicated. That's why when you hear like, oh, no ICD, magically that character's like super strong. Because like Xing Cho, you hear as Xing Cho ICD, Xing Cho ICD. Like that's what makes him super strong. It's because he can just over apply Hydro. So as soon as it goes away, you got another Hydro in there. Why is that important? Because you can just vape immediately. But both characters have to have no ICD. That's what makes Hu Tao and Xing Cho so strong. She has no cooldown on how often she can just apply pyro on charge attack. There's no cooldown on it. So if she charge attacks, it's going to apply pyro. If Hydro happens to be applied to that enemy, she's going to vaporize. Meaning that all her charge attacks, if you can apply enough Hydro, every charge attack will do a minimum double the damage. I take that back. A minimum 1.5% of the damage, which is huge. That's why you always see her with Xing Cho. You know what I mean? Yeah, sorry, I went into a whole thing about that. Dude, I was using CBQ for my rate control, and YouTube kept telling me the bit rate was low. Should I be using CBR instead of OBS? Instead in OBS. Well, your constant bit rate, you should have that at whatever your upload speed is, right? Plus 10, or sorry, plus 2 zeros, right? But then your max bit rate should be a little higher than that in case of overflow, right? Me personally, I go with, like, let's say you got a 45 megabit up. Let's say you got a 40 megabit upload, then it would be 4,000 would be your CBR. But I would do like 3,000. 2,500 will get you a pretty clear stream, but then, your max, if you have a max, like a limit, then that should be a little higher. But it goes with your processor and upload and whatnot. Your upload is 250, so I kid you not, your upload would be 25000. So 25,000. That's a little excessive though. If your upload is 250 megs and that's your upload, you should be fine with like a 5K upload. You only need like 4.5 to do 4K video, something like that, But now you're dealing with the processor because you have to render and still send that video off, and that could cause frame skips, right? So if you're getting frame skipping, it could be like your graphics card, it could be your virtual memory, it could be your RAM, it could be a number of things. So you might just, this is like if you're streaming, like I'm not optimized for OBS. I'm not. I always have 500 programs open because I could get a call at any point in time, an emergency, so I just leave everything open. But rule of thumb is you want to not use Chrome. You want to use a low memory browser if you're using the chat, but you want to try and not have a lot of workload on your processor and your RAM. And then your upload is just going to be the upload. And then just make sure you have a stable connection where your connection itself isn't jumping up and down and whatnot. And you should be fine. What about AV1? Yeah, your encoding and all that is fine. Like the encoding and all that is not really, it's can your processor handle it? If you got 250, well, what's your gigahertz in your RAM and your graphics card? Right? If you got a 2-year-old graphics card and you got, let's say, 2.5 gigahertz quad-core processor, and you got, I don't know, 16 gigs of RAM, you should be able to run a stream. You just got to close out all them extra programs that are using up your virtual memory and your hardware memory and bogging down your internet upload and download and whatnot. And you got an RTX 4070, you should be more than fine, bro. Yeah, so if you're getting frame skips, right, it's more than likely what's happening is you have other programs open or background. If I'm assuming you're on PC, you probably have background processes open that are causing like hangups. You know what I mean? Chances are that's probably what's happening. 32 DDR, yeah, you're super fine. Yeah, you're more than fine. It's probably just you probably got Chrome. I'm not even joking. You probably got Chrome open with like 4 tabs, and you probably got this random website open that's ridiculous. Cody, long time no see. What's happening with you? In the sense of a meta shift, no character has changed the way the game plays quite. Yeah, no, Nahida changed it. Been so busy with school. That's what I like to hear. If anything gonna suffer, Genshin to suffer, not your education. Love watching your stuff. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I be weird sometimes, but make yourself at home, man. We just be chilling. Just relax, have a good time. One thing that I'm gonna let you know ahead of time. I'm so anti-flex in video games. It's disgusting. It can be annoying at some time. I know it can be annoying at some times. So I have to know you because I have to know why I'm looking at what I'm looking at. But all you're going to hear from me is, bro, be confident. If you are not sure of yourself and you need me to validate you, I might have some issues with that. That's it. That's the only beef you'll get from me. If you want my validation for one reason or another, I might funk with you. That's it. Because no person around me should need not like that. You know what I mean? I'll validate school, your job, your relationship with your family, stuff. I'll validate that. But how strong you are in a game, you can miss me with that. Why no webcam? I'm waiting for a certain number. Like if I hit like 10K or something like that, I'll do a face reveal. I really don't mind, but I really don't mind. I really don't mind. But I've been going this long without it. I guess it's like building up to a special moment or something like that. So I'll just wait. You know. Yeah, no face reveal, nah. That and yeah, there are some weirdos on the internet. Last thing I need is somebody stalking me or something like that. All you need to know is I'm tall and black, and I look like Snoop. I look like Snoop without dreads. At least that's what I'm told. I don't think I look like Snoop. That's like saying all black people look alike. Let me shut up now. You black too? Welcome to the club, cuz. This whole community, by the way, is everybody. So, is black, white, Chinese, Mexican. There's Spanish. There's Indian. There's Napoleon. There's Russian, German. There's Japanese. There's kind of everybody here. You know what I mean? And everything in between. There's all types of people. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in every community. We just be kicking it, bro. We just be chilling. And I try to avoid politics. You know what I mean? Try to avoid politics. To stay on your hustle, stay on your grind, stay focused. Love the people that love you. Keep it pushing. That's it. You're gonna have bad days. High five and keep it pushing. You know what I mean? That's pretty much it. And that is the Dumber Precision way. Yay! That is the Dumber Precision way. And if you know any investors, let me know, because I would like to start a nonprofit, sir. I would like to give away scholarships. That would be amazing. I actually have a tool that I'm going to need a programmer for, possibly. I could probably lay the groundwork. I was talking to my girl about this, but that's probably not going to be for years. So, whatever. How on earth can you handle... How on earth can YouTube allow all these endless user uploads? How can they have the space for this? Well, because there's a such thing as archiving and compression. And there's new video technologies coming out. So what happens is you could take a video now and you could compress it down to like 1/10 of the file size. Now, when you download it to your computer, it has to decompress it because it's not a standard across home computers to have that, not the DLL, but have that runtime on the computer. So you have to download MOV or AVI or MP4 or something like that. I have not been married for a long okay, I say wifey and marriage and all that jazz, but no, that's not how it works. We were common law married and we parted ways. Yes, I was common law married. That's why she was my wife. So common law, I can get into it, but common law marriage is when you live together for 7 years or more. They can operate as though, at least in California, they can operate as though they're married. Yeah, common law marriage. That's what we were. To my understanding, that's what we were. That's why I said wifey and wife and wifey, wife. That's why I kept saying that. In New York, yeah. So that's why I was saying that. But it doesn't carry the same weight as like a marriage does. You know what I mean? But for all intents and purposes, we can say that person was... I feel like I'm getting too personal. But at the end of the day, that's another conversation for another day. California taxes they're not that crazy. It depends on your tax bracket and what you're doing, but they can be, according to somebody I know. Common law married to a family friend for 18 years. Well, it's not that they're a friend. If you're in a relationship with the person you're living with for 7 years or more, to my understanding, you're considered common law married. Oh, then no, she's not common law married. Also, I'm a premium... Oh, it's 10:06. I got to stop the stream, but let me read this last comment. So... Boom. All right. All right, Dior was turned up today. All right, so also I'm a premium YouTube user. So does those who pay monthly help to pay for more server space as time goes by? Yes. Yeah, for real. Welcome to all the new names. Thank you for stopping in. Rest well or have a wonderful day. That is it. We are closing up shop. Swag, swag, swag. And that is it. But to answer your question, yes. Without further ado, this is CS from DWP. If you enjoyed yourself during the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. Turn that off. And I will be hollering at y'all in the next one. Cheers. Peace. Love y'all. And good night. Woo!